welcome to Silverstone everybody and good afternoon, and it's the final race weekend of the season for Caterham Motorsport. We've got all 5 championships here with us this weekend, but obviously it's quite sad that it's all over. I think we should go and find Ian because I don't know where he's gone, so he might be in here somewhere. Hang on, just come through, Danny, follow me. Sorry, it's getting quite busy in here. Is Ian in here? Oh no!
Sam, I don't want it to be over.
It's okay, Ian. We'll be racing again. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry.
Well, good news, Sam. Let's get out of the toilet.
Yes.
Good news is it's not over for the classic touring cars, though. There is still another meeting for them. But it is, unfortunately, sadly, the last weekend for the Mini Club Sport. But it's going to be a great weekend. The on-track action is going to be hot, hot, hot. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's go racing for the final time with Caterham and Mini Club Sport. One more for classic touring cars. Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh, hello everybody. Yes, I've done crying now, so I'm happy again because I'm here with the classic touring cars. What a race this is going to be. It is the classic in historic Thunder Saloons and Boss as well. It's going to be loud, we're going to roar, but I'll tell you something, it is freezing cold here at Silverstone. The wind is blowing around and had quite a bit of rain as well, although it does look fairly dry. Let's go down and move around a little bit, shall we? Let's have a chat with some of the drivers. We've got Joey in here. Joey, is it nice and warm in there?
Lovely and toasty, mate.
Oh, it's cold today though, isn't it?
In, mate. I'll come and warm you up, mate.
Yeah, you haven't got a spare seat. I could fit in there though, couldn't I?
You could do, mate. You could do indeed, mate. Made perfect for you.
Yeah, this layout of Silverstone, do you like it?
Yeah, it's a great little circuit, to be fair. Yeah, I prefer the GP, obviously, but like, yeah, you've got obviously the link going down there straight, so yeah, it's good.
The only problem is it's about 5 miles up and down the wing here, isn't it?
Pretty much, mate. Yeah, and when you've got the wind against you as well, so
yeah,
that plays a bit of a battle as well. So yeah.
What's your expectation from this race? It's sort of a bit tricky conditions, isn't it? Because it spits of rain all over your windshield.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, really, isn't it? You don't know what to make of it, really. I mean, hope it holds off, but because it's windy, I mean, it's light rain. You just never know, really, with Silverstone, really, do you?
It's so vast, isn't it?
It is,
and just
mate.
open.
Is,
just
yeah.
have a look. Joey, thanks for talking to us, mate.
Thanks a lot,
Best of
mate.
luck. Yeah, good luck.
Thanks a lot,
Enjoy
mate.
it. Thank you to all of you for tuning in as well. Hello, welcome. Yes, at Silverstone. If you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel, wherever you're watching, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. We've still got more motorsport to bring you in 2025. Let's just jump. Look, he's asleep. Look, can you see? Wakey, wakey. Caught you napping. Is that just getting in the zone?
Exactly. Yeah, just getting in the zone. Looking forward to it. I was doing testing on Friday in the wet, so the way I see it is, the wetter it is today, the better.
This is sort of that in-betweeny sort of horrible kind of weather, isn't it?
Yeah, so we just need a bit more of it. And
Okay,
then
you want more?
that will help me, I think.
Okay, I've got a habit of doing rain dances. I could do a rain dance. for
Yeah, if you could knock one of those out, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, all right, I'm going to go. Good luck out there anyway. Let's do a little rain dance here. Look, how's that? Is that good? It's not raining. It's not raining. Let's move. Wow, look, wow, unbelievable. In fact, that's Andy Wilson there. I've not seen it. Let's go talk to him. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's go down and grab a quick word of him, shall we? Because I haven't seen Andy in this car before. Look at this. Normally see him in a Holden. And listen to this. Running away from me. Wow. Oh, Andy. Oh, this is good. Sorry, Danny, I'm going to move around you. The cars are revving up. We are about to go racing, but very, very quickly. I wonder if I can have a quick chat. Andy, Ian. I've never seen you in this car before.
I've never been in it, that's why.
Wow, what a machine. Hey, tell us about it.
It's a C63 from a European V8 series, the V8 Superstars.
Yeah. What have you done with the Holden?
Actually, with garage. Damaged, I crashed it.
Well, enjoy it, won't you? We're going to enjoy this. You're right, need a hand of anything. You're right.
I've got it, mate. Cheers.
Good man, top man. I'll shut the door for you, Andy, as well. Look, watch your elbow, watch your elbow. There we go. Last thing I want to do is injure a driver. As you can hear, the cars, they're fired up here. We're in the assembly area at Silverstone. There is the wing. What a wonderful sight. In fact, the cars are heading out on track already. Time to go for the first race of the day, the first race of the weekend. and it goes to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's a classic at Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series. The boss, time to go racing, everybody. Before we do, let me hand over to your commentator, the wonderful, the superb Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone Circuit for the first of 2 days here on BARC TV with the British Automobile Racing Club. We've got a mixture of categories racing over 21 races, 6 races for you this afternoon, and a full day of 15 races coming up starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. A very busy weekend indeed. We've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for their final points paying races of the season. They're about to get us underway. We have the final weekend of the year for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Division in association with Airtech Motorsports, and it's the finals for the Caterham Motorsport Championships as well. They're 5 championships here, and that means of course that alongside me in the box is Chris Hutchinson. Good afternoon, Chris.
Great to be back here, Dave, and yeah, looking forward to crowning some champions today.
Yeah, it's great to be back as well. Did you miss me at Alton Park? I was over in France with the World Superbike Championship a couple of weeks ago.
My heart bleeds for you. But yes, you missed some fantastic racing, and I can't wait to get some more of that in the books today for the final time this year.
Yes, champions to be crowned here this weekend. A champion has already been crowned in our first race we're going to see. Now, we've had some drops of rain during qualifying earlier this afternoon, so the track is a little bit slippery out there, and that's not what the more powerful cars in this race want to see, especially Andy Wilson, that brand new to him Mercedes-Benz C63. It looks glorious, it sounds glorious, the ex-European Superstars V8 Series machine. His first time out with that car this weekend, replacing his usual Holden Monaro, but getting the power down on this slightly slippery track is going to be a bit of an issue. So this is the Classic Thunder Saloon and Boss Series, then Classic Thunder, Historic Thunder and Boss, the Blue Oval Saloons, which as the name suggests is everything Ford. On pole position though, it's a BMW. Dave Farrow from EDF Motorsports, normally busy preparing other people's race cars. He is on the pole in his BMW 1 Series alongside James Janicki in his Nissan Skyline R32. Second row, the first of the Blue Oval cars, former champion Piers Grange with his very modified Mark II Escort alongside Kevin Denwood in an equally modified BMW Compact. Row 3, Anthony Units, number 119 with his BMW E46 M3, and the man who's already wrapped up the Classic Thunder Saloon title, that's the Castrol lookalike BMW of Ian Bauer. Row 4 is the Mercedes of Andy Wilson alongside Ross Craig. He's qualified well with his Honda Civic Type R. On the 5th row of the grid, Paul Eaton in his Holden Commodore, the Australian beast, alongside Joey Binks. We just heard from him in the Carl Jones lookalike Ford Cosworth RS500, a special favourite of mine, that car is. I remember watching Carl Jones in the late 80s in British touring cars in that Sierra Cosworth RS500 in period. Row 6 of the grid, we've got 36 Sean Morris with his Bastos liveried BMW alongside the yellow M3 of Jazz Sapra, racing a couple of his collection of BMWs here this weekend. On row 7, number 20, Ricky Can, who is provisionally the historic Thunder Saloon champion with his big Aston Martin V8 Vantage, starts alongside Daniel Gandisha. We heard from him in the orange BMW M3. Craig Owen next with his Sierra Cosworth alongside Neil Wade in his Mini Cooper S, BMW Mini Cooper S with a Honda S2000 engine in it. Takes all sorts in Thunder Saloons. Behind them, number 1, Tim Mizzen, who's all set to retain his Blue Oval Saloon Series title with his Fiesta. He's only been beaten once in his class this year. Starts alongside Melvin Hooker, very much little and large on row 9. Melvin Hooker's in a Jaguar XJS, the Bob Tullius Group 44 replica. Row 10 is Cliff Pellin and 141 Rob Taylor. They're both in Ford Fiestas. The penultimate row of the grid, we have Michael Rudge with his Fiesta XR2 alongside the newer machine of Todd Hawkins, number 225. And the last row of the grid, 144 Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's in his Ford Capri. Colin Voice in his Mark 1 Escort, his turbocharged Escort, should have been alongside him, but he's had problems, he's had to withdraw, and so will not be starting. Therefore, that means that Ricky Can just needs to pick up some points here, and he will be confirmed as the historic Thunder Saloon champion. Racing on the international layouts here at Silverstone, so the cars lined up behind the pace car on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. It will be a rolling start and then a 15-minute race for 3 championships in one. The PRG Trailers Classic Thunder, Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons, with the championship sponsor all set to be confirmed as the champion, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. Piers Grange, the leading lights there, but it is Tim Mizzen, the green and yellow Fiesta, who is all set to retain the championship, the man from Sussex. Ian Bauer in the Castrol liveried BMW, number 441, has already been confirmed as the Classic Thunder champion, and he's provisionally going to win the Pre-93 touring car title, and what a season for the BMW man. There he is, the black, red and green machine on row 3. Some of the most powerful cars we will see here this weekend. Look at that, the brutish Aston Martin of Ricky Cann in the blue and orange Gulf livery. That's awesome. Bob Tullius replica XJS of Melvin Hooker. Oh, Paul Eaton's pulling off. Oh, what a shame. Paul Eaton, the Yorkshireman, out of it. It's the father of Abby Eaton, the former W Series champion, but the Holden Commodore has given up the ghost on the rolling lap. That's such a shame. The Marlborough liveried machine. And Paul, the ex-Eurocar racer, among others, is out of it. So it's David Farrow in the BMW 1 Series, racing in the guest class this weekend because he's not fully registered for the championship, so he won't score points. As we say, normally he's busy preparing other people's race cars, working for his family's company EDF Motorsports, but he does get behind the wheel himself, looking to take his lovely looking BMW 1 Series to a victory here. There's the club chairman at the back of the grid in the Capri, Stuart Kay, who's just outside London with his triplex liveried Ford Capri. Car raced in period by the likes of Jonathan Buncombe and Jerry Marshall as well. So the cars coming through Club Corner then. Now, will they unleash them this time? Or will there be another green flag lap? Because conditions have changed. I think they're going to do a second green flag rolling lap. Yes, they are. That's because the conditions have changed since qualifying. We've had some rain come down over the lunch break here at the Silverstone circuit, so it's a bit more slippery than the drivers were accustomed to from qualifying. So they're going to get an extra lap behind the pace car, which leads them up towards Abbey Curve. There's Ian Bauer alongside Anthony Unit. He will start in the grey BMW. There's Neil Wade in that hybrid BMW Mini with the Honda engine. Used to have a Saab engine, that car. I believe he was in Rallycross at one time. James Janicki in the Skyline, previous multiple race winner in the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars a few years ago. And watch for Andy Wilson in that Mercedes C63. I think it's the first time we've had one of the ex-Superstars Euro V8 Series cars race in the UK. Certainly with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, replacing Andy's big Holden Monaro, which is currently out of action with accident damage. They come out of Beckett's corner and onto the Hanger straights, down under the bridge into the tremendously fast right-hander at Stowe corner. Various subclasses as well during this race, of course. We'll try and pick up on class leaders as the race goes on. If you want to follow the live timing from this event, you can do so at TSL Timing. That's tsl-timing.com. So thanks to them for their service this weekend. The light has gone out on top of the pace car, so we will be getting underway this time by. Wonderful variety of cars. BMWs, Fords, Aston Martins, Jaguars, and plenty more besides. There's one non-starter, that being the Holden of Paul Eaton. Of course, we lost Colin Voice with problems earlier on. The Mark 1 Escort is not going to take the start. That's a great shame because he would be tearing his way through the field towards the sharp end. But it's David Farrow in pole position with that very smartly liveried BMW 1 Series. Let's see if he can pull away at the front of the field here. His qualifying time was 7/10 of a second quicker than the Skyline of James Janicki alongside him. It is time to go racing here at the Silverstone circuit, waiting for the red light to go out. It does now, and away we go with race 1 of the weekend for the classic and historic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloons. And goodness me, Andy Wilson clipped Unit's BMW there and very nearly spun into the pit wall. There's a couple of cars running out wide. Ian Bauer, the Classic Thunder champion, was one of them. It's Farrow who leads the way. Piers Grange in the Escort up into second. Wilson's going for third on the inside as they go into the right-hander at Village Corner. There's a bit of smoke in there in the pack. I don't know whether that was somebody locking up tyres or whether somebody's had a problem. Cliff Pellin's Fiesta running wide there further back as Tim Mizzen already making progress, all set to retain his Blue Oval title. Down the Hanger straight they come. Farrow leads, Grange second, it's Wilson in third place. James Janicki didn't get the best of starts, but using the sheer power of the Skyline. Look at that, the Japanese machine up the inside of Ian Bauer there for fourth as the leaders swing their way through Stowe Corner for the first time. It's along the Vale and into the club complex in the shadow of the wing. Now, is it going to be attack? It's going to be an attack for the lead here from Piers Grange, who ironically is racing in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, but he owns PRG Trailers, who are the sponsor of the Classic Thunder Championship. Ricky Can, meanwhile, sponsor of the championship he races in, he's about to win it, as well as Joey Binks side by side with Sean Morris in the BMW. It's Farrow who leads across the stripe for the first time. First half dozen or so breaking away at the front. Anthony Units having a go there at Kevin Denwood in the blue and white BMW compacts. Start to settle into their rhythm. It is still slightly slippery out there. There's Anthony Unit's grey BMW ahead of Ross Craig in the Honda Civic. He's up there and running well now. If the rain returns before the end of this race, Ross Craig could be in with a chance here because he's front wheel drive in the Honda. Oh, and Andy Wilson with problems there. He's pulled to one side. So the Mercedes giving a few gremlins, and Piers Grange is going for the lead, and through goes the Escorts. I'm wondering if James Janicki got caught up with Wilson there, because look, the Skyline's dropped back as well. But Piers Grange, meanwhile, takes the lead down the Hanger Straights. He's won the Blue Oval Saloon title several times over the years, but he's going to have to be content with the Class S title this year. He's not going to catch Tim Mizzen overall, because he's 100 points behind Tim in the overall standings coming into this round. Tim leading Class D. Sean Morris at the inside battling with Jasper Sapra. He's raced various BMWs over the years. He seems to race something every weekend, Jasper Sapra. Range from Farrow, clear of Ian Bauer in third place. Kevin Denwood is fourth. Anthony Unit is fifth. There's Janicki in the Skyline. Now that's what you call a rear spoiler on the back of that R32 Skyline. Ross Craig is next, running very strongly with the Honda Civic. There's Morris, Sapra, and Joey Binks in the Carl Jones lookalike RS Cosworth RS 500. Settled in then as they head through the link. Grand Prix circuit, of course, turns left there into the Wellington Straight, but it's across the link through Beckett's and into the Hanger Straight today. Janicki closing back up. He goes up the inside of Anthony Units. Some of the back markers battling it out. We've got Ricky Can's big Aston Martin. Craig Owen in the Sierra Cosworth, the blue and yellow car there. See his son AJ Owen out in his Super Touring Ford Mondeo later on as well. Ricky Can in the V8 engine Aston Martin rumbles past him though down the Hanger Straight into Stowe. And behind them we've got the Mercedes. So Andy Wilson has got going again, the ex-Special Saloon racer in number 427. Andy trying to fight back. He's competed in all manner of big, brutal V8 engine, mostly V8 engine machines over the years. We have seen him in the DAF V8 on a couple of occasions. The ex-Mike Wilds car in Special Saloons. Yes, you're hearing that right. A DAF Variomatic based car with a Cosworth V8 in it. I'm not making it up. Tony Hazelwood, who sadly passed away a few months ago, raced that car in period. And now Wilson in his Euro V8 Series Mercedes. Look at the way he blitzes past Ricky Can. And that's another V8 engine car he's just ripped past there. Neil Wade going well as well in the 2-litre BMW Mini Special, attacking Craig Owen. Tim Mizzen in his slightly more standard Fiesta still up there as well. He's got Daniel Gandesha's M3 behind him. Meanwhile, a change further forward as Janicki takes Ian Bauer. Now, I think that's the P3 overall, the Skyline getting past the BMW. Yes, it is. All the top four are, I think, still leading their classes. Now, Piers Grange is in Class S in Blue Oval Saloons. Class G in Classic Thunder is David Farrow in second place. Janicki leads his class. He's Classic Thunder B. Bauer is Classic Thunder C. Kevin Denwood is now second in Classic Thunder B, and he's under fire from Class G runner Anthony Units BMW. Ross Craig under fire from Sean Morris in the red and blue Bastos liveried M3, evoking memories of the car that the Bugatti team used to run in the Spa 24 Hours every year when it ran to Super Touring rules. We'll see Sean Morris and Ian Bauer, among others, out with the Super Touring cars, well, taking them on in the pre-93 Touring cars later on, and we've got a slow in Capri. That's Stuart Kay being lapped. The club chairman, he's waving the quicker runners through, so problems with the Capri, unfortunately. So he's trying to limp it round to the pits. That's a great shame for Mr. Chairman. in the number 144. It looks like he's going to be our second retirement, because of course we lost Paul Eaton on the rolling start. The Skyline power slides through the club complex. You can see it is still a bit slippery out there, still a few drops of rain in the air. Just over 8.5 minutes of this race to go for Classic and Historic Thunder and the Blue Oval Saloons. Piers Grange leads in the Escort. He's cleared off in front now. He's 4 seconds clear of Janicki in second place. The Capri, I think, has made it into the pits. Yes, he's making it up pit lane there, Stuart Kay. Raced that car at Goodwood at the members' meeting with Jochen Maas a couple of years ago, who, of course, very sadly passed away earlier this year, the popular German. One-time Grand Prix winner and very successful Group C sports car racer, among others as well. Greatly missed by all. There's Grange ahead of Janicki at the front of the field. Here comes David Farrow fighting back in the BMW 1 Series on the tail of Ian Bauer. It's the battle for third between BMWs of different generations. Next in the order, it's Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact. Then another BMW behind him, I think, is still Anthony Unit, the grey guys. There he is, flash of flame from the exhaust, that's what we like to see. Historic Thunder is being led by Ricky Cann. With no Colin Voice sat there, he's about to be confirmed as the champion. Well, the main focus now is this battle for third, fourth and fifth. Ian Bauer's got back through into third in the M3. But it's Piers Grange who leads overall in this very highly tuned Escort. 2.6 litre, I believe it's a Smith & Jones prepared engine in that car. Apologies if I have that wrong. Coming up to lap Todd Hawkins in his Fiesta there, the red machine, and Michael Rudge in the Mark II XR2 as well. Incidentally, Michael Rudge, the only man to beat Tim Mizzen in his class this year, and Tim had some problems in the very wet opening round at Donington. And David Farrow has dropped back there. Bauer's passed him. Kevin Denwood's coming up on him as well. And Anthony Unit to the inside. Can you get BMWs 3 wide into Stowe Corner? Didn't think so. But I'm wondering if David Farrow has hit problems here, because, yeah, that 1 Series is slowing down. The EDF Motorsport car. Keep an eye on the white, red and day-glow yellow machine there. Doesn't seem to be handling too well. He loses another place there to Unit. He's sliding about there. There's something amiss with either the rear suspension or the rear tyres, I think, on that 1 Series. He's all over the place. I wonder if he's got a slow puncture. Can't see a tyre going down, so I don't know what the problem is there for David Farrow, but he's losing places. Could he be heading for the pits? Or is there a bit more rain coming down? Is David Farrow on slick tyres, I wonder? Couldn't quite see on the grid. And look, James Janicki, meanwhile, has caught Piers Grange, and the Skyline going for the lead, and off goes Joey Binks. Now, that car looked like it had a front wheel missing to me as it ploughed through the gravel. Just at the same moment, Janicki took the lead in the grunt of the Skyline down the Hanger Straight, so the Japanese machine is now in front of the Escort, but Piers Grange going back around the outside. He's never going to get through there shortly. Yes, he is. Look at that. Round the outside into the left-hander at Club. I've never seen that before. And of course, as soon as they hit the straight, the Skyline, there he go. Well, he didn't wait for the straight back up the inside of the exit of the corner. There's yellow flags out at Abbey because that's where Joey Binks has ploughed off into the gravel. 5 minutes of this race to go, and there's plenty happening, to say the least. Janicki continues to lead then. I'm wondering if Joey Binks had lost a wheel there, which is what sent him ploughing wide, or at very least it looked like the suspension had collapsed on the front of the Cosworth. So it's Janicki from Grange. Ian Bauer still third in his BMW M3. And there's our Historic Thunder champion-elect just ahead of the leaders, who say, "Excuse me, Robert Taylor, move the Fiesta out wide." Historic Thunder champion, I think we can now say, is Ricky Cann. Magnificent sight, these two cars together. The big Skyline goes through. So up towards Club come the leaders. Piers Grange is not letting James Janicki get away. Skyline gets away down the straights, but the Escort more nimble in the turns. There's a big gap back now. There's Ian Bauer third. He's under fire from Kevin Denwood in that BMW Compact. Kevin Denwood, a former champion of the Ram Air BMW series. Whoops, running wide over the curbs there. Gets around the outside, and he's come out ahead of Ian Bauer. Behind them is Anthony Unit in 5th place. David Farrow still struggling on in that fishtailing BMW 1 Series. He's got Sean Morris closing him down. Ross Craig is still in 8th place. And then there's a gap back to Andy Wilson, who I think is still 9th in the big Mercedes. Yeah, he's just gone past my commentary box on the finish line. No, he's dropped behind Jazz Sapra now. The yellow BMW is showing in... No, Wilson is 9th. There was a delay on the transponder there, apologies. Just checking the timing screen. Jazz Sapra rounding out the top 10. There's the yellow BMW. Sapra started racing about 8 or so years ago, and he's raced just about everything that BMWs are eligible for over the years. There's Tim Mizzen in the Fiesta ahead of Daniel Gandesha. Craig Owen in the Sierra Cosworth, the only Sierra Cosworth running now, with Joey Binks now out of the race. BMW's falling out, and Ian Bauer's in trouble. Bauer slowing there as they came through Club in the background. So Ian Bauer had problems there. Getting back up to speed again now. I'm not sure what's happened there. We just caught the tail end of that, and Andy Wilson slowing again. Smoke out of the Mercedes, and I think that might be terminal this time. Well, these Thunder Saloons, they are fast, but they tend to be fragile, as we've seen many times before. This is the battle now for what is Unit and Denver. This is for 3rd place now, with Ian Bauer having been delayed. Oh, and Jazz Sapra's blown up. Great cloud of smoke. The engine has let go at Club. Let's hope there's no oil down there. Otherwise, everybody's going to go sliding into the gravel. It's slippery enough out there with that bit of rain earlier. And Jazz Sapra, that's the end of his weekend. I would say that engine has blown. So, just over 90 seconds of the race to go. They're dropping like flies in these closing stages, unfortunately. So, James Janicki's Skyline ahead of Piers Grange. They're up the road about 10 seconds ahead of these two. Anthony Unit in 3rd. The yellow flags will be out at Club because of the BMW sitting smoking on the outside. There go the leaders. Now, will that be their last lap? I think it will. Just have a look out of the window, see if the last lap board is out on the finish line. I couldn't see it there. And up the inside, Piers Grange, meanwhile, at Village Corner, has retaken the lead. Now, Janicki surely will get him back down the Hanger straight here. He'll just put his foot to the floor and the Skyline should blast through. But you never know in this race. It's been a very unpredictable one. Look at the back markers ahead as well. Janicki to the inside. Here he goes. Up the inside. And the Skyline breezes through again. Put a couple of back markers between himself and Grange for good measure there. Gandesha and Mizzen are side by side. This is great stuff. Now, will we get one more lap out of this, or is the checkered flag being prepared? Just take a look at the marshal's post on the finish line out of the window. I can't see the checkered flag being prepared, so I think we are going to get one more lap. Now, has Piers Grange got anything left in the tank then? Can he fight back? What's the line? They go 13 seconds on the clock, so we are going to get one more lap out of this. Can James Janicki hang on in front in the Nissan Skyline? The man from Norfolk ahead of Piers Grange from Cheshire, boss of PRG Trailers. And the Escort is closing up, and this is where he's stronger through the more twisty bits. This time Janicki's wide, it moves to the inside, so Grange says, OK, I'll go around the outside of you instead. That's twice he's gone round the outside now, once at Club, once at Village. This is great stuff. Can the Escort hang on? I don't think he's going to get far enough ahead down the Hanger straight, because watch for the Skyline. Here they come. They're going to lap Neil Wade in the BMW Mini. Which side's he going to go this time? I can go round the outside too, says James Janicki. See ya. Brilliant stuff. They are loving it, these two. Craig Owens' Sierra Cosworth has stopped at Village now, so the Cosworth pairing are not going to finish. Dear, oh dear. Big names pulling up in the closing stage. I think we've lost David Farrow's 1 Series I spotted as well. One last effort by Piers Grange. Is he going to get there on the run out of club here at the outside. I don't think he is. The checkered flag is being readied, and it's going to be a win for James Janicki in the Skyline. Great fight with Piers Grange. Grange wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series split, and they're way ahead of the rest. Now, who's going to come in third? Because we've had quite a lot of retirements in the last couple of laps further back. I think it's going to be Anthony Unit in the grey E46 M3. Tim Mizzen celebrating over the line. He's just confirmed himself as the Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, so congratulations to him. Through for third place. There's Anthony Unit across the line to complete the podium. Kevin Denwood is fourth, and Sean Morris coming through for fifth. Ian Bauer clearly having problems with his M3. He comes over in sixth. It matters not, though, because he is already confirmed as the Classic Thunder champion for this year, and this man is about to win the historic Thunder Championship. Ross Craig across the line in P7. Everybody else is one lap behind, but across the line comes Ricky Cann in the Aston Martin. There he is, over the line to win the historic Thunder Championship. Champions crowned here at Silverstone this weekend, and the first three of them, well, one was already confirmed at the previous round at Snetterton, I should say, sorry. That was Ian Bauer in Classic Thunder. So I think we can safely say that Ricky Cann has won the historic Thunder title, with his nearest rival Colin Voice a non-starter. And in Blue Oval Saloon Series, Tim Mizzen can't be caught in the Fiesta, but it is a win overall for James Janicki in the Repsol liveried Skyline. What a stunning fight that was with Piers Grange. That was unusually fierce for the first race of the weekend, and they've got it all to do again tomorrow, of course. They have a race tomorrow. Looking at the timetable, they'll be at 9:30 tomorrow morning. A few drivers with some repairs to make. We lost David Farrow into the pits there. Quite a few more retirements as well, including Jazz Sapra, who went up in smoke at club. Pause for breath before we bring you the results. So James Janicki was the winner in the Skyline. He wins the Classic Thunder split, battling with Piers Grange, who wins Blue Oval Saloon Series. Anthony Unit completes the podium in his BMW. They all win their subclasses. Sean Morris, a class winner, beating Ian Bauer. Now, that's only the second time that Ian Bauer has been beaten in their class this season. He's already secured the title. Ross Craig was a class winner. Tim Mizzen and Cliff Pellin in their Fiestas, a lap down, further down the order. Ricky Cann wins Historic Thunder. And I think, yes, the 14 cars we see there, plus only a couple more made it to the line. Michael Rudge and Todd Hawkins Fiestas made it home. We lost David Farrow, Craig Owen, Andy Wilson, Jazz Sapra, Joey Binks, Stuart Kayan, Paul Eaton, all retirements in that one. A race full of action and attrition. And what a great way to kick off the weekend here at the Silverstone International Circuit. James Janicki it was who took the win. Let's see if he's ready to talk to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé.
Well done, mate. That's because I didn't talk to you earlier, isn't it?
That's what it was. See what I've told you.
Yeah.
Told you not to talk to him.
I know.
Before you were.
Well, I listened this time, didn't I? Listen. Look, we did actually speak a little bit earlier, didn't we? And this car's suited to Silverstone.
Yeah, it's got the long straights. He can stretch his legs. It's pretty good.
How did it feel?
Bit slippery at first, to be honest with you. 4 or 5 laps, just had no grip at all, and then it just started coming. So yeah, it's good.
Oh, it's a good start to the weekend, eh?
Shame it's a bit late in the season. So.
Oh, well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Well done. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Piers. Oh, some great racing there. What a way to start the weekend, though.
Yeah, so just a good start, isn't it? So just a shame he's got a bit more neddies.
Yeah. Do you want me to do a bit of a rain dance or something? Then?
No.
No?
No, we're happy as it was. Yeah, we'll take second. We'll take that.
What was conditions like out there? We know it's so windy at the minute.
Yeah, you can feel it buffeting your way past a little bit, but every time I made it hard for Jim to get back past me again, I got a big waft going down the straight there off him. He's going past that quick. But yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed that.
Well, congratulations, Piers. Nice little P2 and class win as well. Let's move down. Let's just grab Ian Bauer. Of course, he's already wrapped up the Thunder Championship. But Ian, how was that out there?
All right. Yeah, it was really good until I ran out of fuel.
Is that what?
Yeah, I thought I had loads.
I would have admitted that if I was.
No, I got fuel surge, so I was doing all right, and I was keeping him behind me and Sean behind me, and I was fine. And then I went round the Vale chicane, and the car just cut out, and I didn't know what it was. And then next lap, same again. So on the yellow flags. I was going as slow as I could to preserve fuel, and then at the end I was hoping it was last lap, and we had one more, and I just coming out of Stowe, and my car just bogged down. So I went on the inside, so the other guys, and then that was it last lap. So basic error there. I should have put more.
Doesn't matter though, as we mentioned before, the championship already wrapped up though.
Exactly. Normally I'd always err on the side of caution, but today I was like, I'll be all right, and it wasn't.
Could be a big day for you as well. Tell me what might happen later.
So if I could win pre-93s today as well, so fingers crossed if all goes well in next race, I'll win that championship as well, which will be a great day for me.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us, and make sure you put enough fuel in, yeah? There you go. Good stuff indeed. What a way to start the day. Absolutely brilliant. And we've got Caterham action coming up next, and I believe Sam has caught up with one or two of the drivers.
Right, so we're in the 310 assembly area, and I found Oliver Kibblewhite. Oliver, loving the fact you've come up to 310s at this point in the season. How have you been finding it?
It's been great. The 310 is the car that the Sigma engine car should be, and the LSD's made a massive improvement. The competition is strong, but it's a lot more unforgiving and really hard.
Yeah, there's quite a few changes with this car though, isn't there? You know, limited slip diff, wide track suspension, obviously the power upgrade as well.
Yeah, it's been a learning curve, should we say. I upgraded mid-season, and I was 12 seconds off the back of the pack at the start. Then second race it was 4 seconds, and then the third race of the weekend made up place. So I'm very happy with the progress.
Absolutely, and I must point out, I saw in testing yesterday your very lovely illuminated 7 on your grille, which Danny, if you have a look round at the front of Oliver's car, it's rather special. I do like, and it was a very dull day yesterday, so we needed all the lights we could get.
It really does stand out in the wet, and I hope JB's got some excellent pictures. I've also obviously got my brother with me here next to me, which is going to be interesting. He's just upgraded, so this is his first weekend out in 310. He's getting on well with it, actually. A lot less struggle than I had.
He's a natural in 310 then.
I think so, yeah. But we've got a couple missing this weekend, so it's a shame that Graham Finlayson couldn't be here. Apparently he threw his back out. Don't know what that's about.
Oh, we'll get well soon, Graham. We hope we miss you here, definitely. Well, it'd be nice to race with your brother, and we'll grab a chat with him a bit later.
Lovely, thank you very much.
We'll enjoy the race. Thank you, Oliver.
Okay, so hearing from Oliver Kibblewhite there down in the assembly area ready for our next race. The Vertex watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the second highest rung on the ladder for the Caterham Motorsport Works Championships, and Chris Hutchinson alongside me. Their championship has already been decided, hasn't it?
Indeed, yep. Taylor Flanagan got that all sewn up at Alton Park last time out, so we're just trying to work out who's second and third in the Pro-Am Championship, and then Lars Hoffman just needs to get himself a 8th place, 1/8 place over the course of the weekend, and he's celebrating his 125th Caterham race start for Lars, and he has to commute over from Germany. They own the Caterham dealership over in Germany, so been a fantastic part of this Caterham paddock, but I think this might well be his last racing weekend with us for at least a little bit, so great to have him here, and he's fighting to get that second place in the championship. And then in third place in the championship for the Pro-Ams, Charlie Lower is looking to try and outscore Bianchi, so that's the kind of battle that we'll be looking in at. Harvey Lawrence in the Am Championship has already got that sewn up. Not sure whether we're going to see him out there on the track, but it's the battle between Peter Mott and Gareth Lucas for the second and third places on those podiums. So yeah, lots of Caterham action to come all the way over the course of this race weekend.
Yes, indeed. We've got 5 more races to come today. The Vertex Watches 310Rs are up next. And our other Caterham races, the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, the fastest cars of all from the Caterham stable. The Edge Parts Caterham 7 270R Championship is in action today as well. Tomorrow we'll be joined by the Bill Stein Suspension Road Sports Championship and the Moobob Caterham Academy for their season finale as well. A little bit of clearing up to do after that previous touring car race. Just a little bit of sweeping and checking for any oil, particularly from Jazz Sapra's engine there. His car's been repatriated to the paddock.
Couldn't see any oil dripping out the back of it, which is a good sign. Hopefully that's not going to be too much.
One thing I must say is, before we get this race underway, we must give all the best to Jeff Price, regular Caterham 7 310R competitor. Had a nasty accident at Alton Park last time out, and I believe is still on the mend.
Yeah, we'll be on the mend, but yeah, all the best wishes to Jeff and everyone involved. And yeah, Again, thank you to all the marshals. They were put into action at the end of Alton Park, and you can see them out there again today, doing their thing, making us and allowing us to go racing. So thanks ever so much to all the marshals out there. As you say, plenty of Caterham action though coming up over the course of the race weekend, and we've got all 5 steps of the ladder here today, with the Academy Racing and Road Sport tomorrow, but the 270s, 310s, and the 7 Championship UK cars. Looking forward to seeing them blasting around this Silverstone circuit. You can see how wide this track is in comparison to a Caterham, and we're going to see plenty of side-by-side action with all the Storm Amy and the winds that we've got whipping across Silverstone. The tow is going to be super strong. You can see the flags flapping away there down the Lewis Hamilton Straight here at Silverstone, and looking onto the Wilm building. On the international circuit though, so 3 kilometres, 1.85 miles around this circuit, extremely wide, and most of the corners are devastatingly fast. I think the slowest we get any time is around 45 miles an hour, so and that's only one time. The rest is eye-stalkingly fast. But yeah, Taylor Flanagan's not racing with us today because he's already got it sewn up, so there's no need for him to risk that out there. So it is that battle between Lars and Bianchi and Charlie Lower that we're just going to keep an eye out for. And in the Pro-Ams again, Harvey Lawrence got that done already.
Yes, Taylor O'Flanagan has done the majority of the winning this year. I think he's had 12 victories, including a spell of 7 in a row earlier this season, if my records are correct. Lars Hoffmann has had 4 wins. The only other winner was Charlie Lower at Alton Park, breaking the dominance of the top 2. Philip Bianchi, the Maltese-born driver, I know he's desperate for his first overall win. He's come close on so many occasions. I think he's led most of the races this year.
He's been super consistent, and he deserves to have a win out there. This is not an easy track to manage that win, though, with the tows and such wide circuit. It's about a game of chess at well over 120 miles an hour, trying to work out where you want to be at the exact right time to cross the line. The line does come up quickly after that final corner, so really your last overtaking opportunity is through the left at Vale. There's not really the chance to overtake before you get to that line, but we'll see how the tactics start working out, and you can be sure that the other drivers in the other championships are watching this race to see how it's done. This is a 310R champion. They're really experienced championship. They're really experienced drivers out there, so they'll be looking to see how they get it done, and looking forward to seeing how they go on. They've been in such exciting races throughout the course of this year.
Let's take a look at the grid for our Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship, the first of 3 races this weekend. It's one of our amateur category contenders, Peter Motz, who has put it on pole for the first time in his career, 10th of a second quicker than Charlie Lower. Second row is Lars Hoffmann and Paul Goldstein, who's raced, I think, every Caterham Championship available in every club so far in 2025. Philip Bianchi on row 3 alongside Andy Murgatroyd, and Harvey Lawrence, the AM-class leader in the points, alongside Ryan Wilby on row 4. Row 5, number 20, James Empson in the Kermit the Frog liveried car, starts alongside Richard Coop, completing the top 10. Row 6 is Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5, alongside 40 of Steve James. Row 7 is 65 Solomon Rogers, his first time out in a 310R, starts alongside Rob Lowe in the number 44 machine. The final row of the grid, Oliver Kibble-White, you heard from him earlier, number 66, and 22 of William Coop. So 16 cars we should see out there for what will be a race over 20 minutes for the Caterham 310R Championship, sponsored as always by Vertex Watches.
Yep, all the Caterham action is going to be 20 minutes this weekend, but the 310R along with the 270 and the 7 Championship get 3 races, the Road Sports have 2, and then the Academy drivers will have their single race tomorrow to get their championship over the line. But yeah, the 310R Championship is such an amazing bit of run, but watch for those stories. Charlie Lower really does want to take that 3rd place, and he's had a few problems with his car over the year, and he'll want to see that coming back in. But we've got Goldstein throwing himself amongst the cat amongst the pigeons, and Murgatroyd coming back as well, and they've shown pace throughout the course of the season. Empson's been on a really good run of form, so watch out for him. Qualifying in Silverstone Internationals regularly, you gets mixed up because of the tow, and did you get a tow, and did the gust of wind cost your lap, all those kind of things. So we will see cars moving around, and Peter Mott, I think, will be as surprised as anyone to find himself on the front of that field. He's certainly been up there or thereabouts on occasion, but not to compete for that pole position. So great to see a new driver up there in pole position, leading this field then down towards us down the Hanger Straight.
So the pace car leads them around to the grid then. It'll be a standing start for this race, as all Caterham races are. Only the Classic Thunder cars and the Super Touring / Pre 93 and 03 Touring cars will have rolling starts this weekend.
See how much of the track they're using to weave across left and right. If you go to the extreme edges, normally you pick up a bit of dust, so I would tend to keep to the little middle of the racing line a little bit more than that, but they're deciding to try and get some heat in those tyres. It is a bit cooler today, it's been cooler than the rest of the season's been, so might be a good opportunity to get some heat in those tyres as we watch this field then coming towards us. And other things you'll be looking out for is making sure the track conditions are about where you left them in qualifying this morning. Things have had a little sort of few sprinkles of rain. Doesn't look at the moment like we're going to get any more, so it looks like we're just going to be dealing with the wind as the field then head into this Vale. This is one of the better overtaking opportunities as far as on the brakes, but we will see plenty of toe overtaking with that headwind slightly down the straight, and I think that's probably where most positions are going to be moved. So it's about how many positions can you make up on those long straights before you then have to get back in line feeding through this final section.
So they'll pull up onto the grid this time by the 96 car of Peter Mott, the black car with the yellow wheels and roll cage. Look out for the car alongside him, Charlie Lower, in blue and Dayglow yellow. Lars Hoffmann is in the Motor livery, the red and whites. Paul Goldstein, living up to his name, he's in gold. Now, he's already won a championship with the Caterham graduates this year. He won the Sigma 150 title at Snetterton a few weeks ago, so he's very much one to watch here. As is Philip Bianchi in the red and white colours of his nation of birth, Malta, based in London these days. The rest of the cars pull into line. Alongside Bianchi we will have Andy Murgatroyd, number 84, that's the green liveried car. I'm loving the livery on the number 44 as well, Robert Lowe, the red and white stripes with the yellow roll cage. Last couple of cars just pulling up in front of our commentary box now. Back of the field is number 22 of William Coop, alongside Oliver Kibblewhite. We'll see the illuminated number 7 on his car.
Side-by-side starts for this class. It's the only one that doesn't have a side-by-side start in the Caterhams is the 420Rs that we've got coming up a bit later.
So the marshals just getting everybody into line. Just waiting to...
can see the wind out there is really blasting the cameramen. You can see how they're really struggling, but won't affect the action though out there on track.
Not just the marshals we need to commend, fair play to all our camera crews out there this weekend, braving the blustery conditions. Now, I think, are they going to go around for another green flag lap here, or are we going to get this race straight underway? Yes, the marshals in position over there on the right.
So a green flag.
So there is going to be a green flag lap. My mistake there. So they're going to get underway that time.
Yeah, it's quite often that they all do that, the outlap with the pace car, isn't it? But normally then they would get going. But maybe again change of conditions, or just the way they've decided to do it this race weekend, they are going to give them the full opportunity. But because if you don't do that, you don't get to see the entry to Abbey, which is actually a really important racing corner around the Silverstone track. It's devastatingly quick. You know, they're going up over 100 miles an hour as they head into Abbey, which is pretty daunting if you ever go and look at it. It's quite a tight bend. So imagine going along the motorway speed and plus a whole lot more and going into a bend that's quite a significant left-hander, but that's what all these drivers today are going to have to be putting up with as they head out and around their circuit then. So just checking out conditions, checking out marshals' positions, and another opportunity to snake their way down. Peter Mott, I wonder what those nerves are like. First ever pole position then coming down towards us in this quite daunting class with drivers looking to try and take championship positions. I think we'll see Charlie Lower wanting to make a quick move past Peter Mott early on, because he's got to defend from Bianchi, who's a couple of cars back, and he'll want to keep those cars in between himself and then Bianchi.
Peter Mott's main target here is to stay ahead of Harvey Lawrence, number 77, because they're in the AM category of the championship. Lawrence leads that by 51 points where drop scores are taken into account, so he has sealed that. Yes.
Harvey Lawrence has sealed it, but he's decided to race nonetheless. So yes, it is. Peter Mott just needs a solid performance, so he started exactly as he needs to do to try and take that second. Gareth Lucas can take it away from him, but he needs a very good set of results. And Emson, if everything went in his favour and nothing went in the favour of the two, which still can happen, anything can happen at a race weekend, so let's keep an eye out for it. But it's looking like Harvey Lawrence is going to definitely be our champion, and then Peter Mott is the odds on at the moment to take that second place.
Well, Taylor O'Flanagan has already sewn up the overall title. Then the fight is for second between Lars Hoffmann and Philip Bianchi. On drop scores, Lars Hoffmann has 329 points, Philip Bianchi has 311. Charlie Lower is on 304. Harvey Lawrence a bit further back on 2.66. That's between 3 drivers for second place overall in the championship. Taylor O'Flanagan already head and shoulders above the rest, even with drop scores taken into account. He's decided to sit this final round out. He can't be caught. He's already celebrating another Caterham championship. So the last few cars pulling into line on the grid. A bit of sun burning through the clouds here at Silverstone. Peter Mott in the black car with the yellow trim and wheels on the outside of the front row on pole position. The Dayglow yellow and blue car of Charlie Lower is alongside him. Waiting for the all clear from the back of the grid. The marshal will put the green flag in the air, then the revs will be up and away we go. Off they go down towards that first corner. It is a great start by Charlie Lower. He's going to get the lead from second on the grid. Of course, pole position on the outside on the Silverstone International there. It looks like Paul Goldstein's got away well too in the number 50. They head into the first couple of corners through farm and village. There's Goldstein on the inside. It's Lower who leads the way. Lars Hoffman up into second position. Peter Mott side by side with Goldstein for third place. Philip Bianchi's in there as well. Then Murgatroyd in the green car, number 84. They head towards the Hanger Straights for the first time out of Beckett's, and it's Charlie Lower who's got the advantage, getting a bit of dust kicked up there. He went a little bit too wide. He's got the lead over Lars Hoffman.
Yeah, immediately Lars up into that second place, then Peter Mott dropping back to 5th place now as he lost out the momentum as Goldstein and Bianchi got past him. A little swap there to the lead then with Lars Hoffman taking over 3 wide as we go into Stowe. Bianchi going to come out on top of that? No, it's going to still be Peter Mott holding on. Right, he's awfully wide around there. And Murgatroyd seeing whether there's anything he can do about the momentum around now. So as they come into Vale for the first time, still going to be Lars Hoffman then tucked up the inside. Remember, he's in his 125th race with the Caterham, potentially his final race weekend. So we wish him all the best of luck in this race. He leads the field currently.
They come around a complete lap number 1, then Hoffman from Lower in second place. Philip Bianchi is third. Goldstein is fourth. Peter Mott, the pole sitter, excuse me, is down into 5th position. Go towards Abbey for the second time. Murgatroyd, green car with the blue cage, holds 6th. There's Sol Rogers on his debut in the 310Rs this weekend. He's got the number 40 of Steve James on his tail. So they make their way through towards Village. That's Ryan Wilby in the Dayglow orange car. Having a look at the inside, takes the number 67 of Richard Coop, runs a bit wide on the exit. That's the battle for 7th place. Harvey Lawrence in just behind them. The leaders heading on to the Hanger Straight out of Beckett's and Chapel, and then down towards Stowe Corner. Lars Hoffman leads, and they get themselves into the rattlesnake, as we call it. They're going to start to weave around, trying to break the toe. There's Charlie Lower to the outside. Bianchi's going to follow him, and Lower's surely going to take the lead here into Stowe. Yes, he's done it.
Yeah, very close between them all three. Seeing whether Bianchi got any momentum around the outside. He doesn't this time. Remember, we're still early in this race, so no extra risks to be taken. Bianchi does need to finish, though, ahead of Charlie Lower, so he's got a job still to do. Tucked around the outside there is Lars Hoffman. Charlie Lower going side by side. It's going to slow them both up then as they come to his club context, and Goldstein's going to immediately come back into that. Peter Mott drifting backwards just a touch. He's doing what he needs to do, though. A solid result in that top of the race. Harvey Lawrence there, we can see him just behind in the kind of the cyan coloured car. He's already won that AM championship as Charlie Lower back into the lead then, doing what he needs to do to try and put points between him and Bianchi.
Slipstreaming down the straights, the name of the game in any class of Caterham racing. We've seen that all season. It's been a fantastic year racing-wise for the Vertex 310R Championship. There's a battle towards the back of the field. Steve James, Rob Lowe in the stripy number 44 car. They've got the 22 of William Coop on their tails. It starts from the back. Oliver Kibblewhite's in that group as well. Let's do the rattlesnake shape once again, then down the Hanger Straight. To the outside goes Hoffman. Bianchi's going to try and go round both of them into Stowe Corner. Can he take the lead here? Charlie Lower at the inside. This is more like a motorcycle race as they go into Stowe Corner. Absolutely together between the two red and white cars. The motor livery car of Hoffman, but Bianchi, I think, has got the move done around the outside. Can he hold it through club?
We're going to see a lot of that. Charlie Lower looking down the inside again. Is he going to have? He has got the overlap. He's going to make it side by side with Bianchi. He's going to sweep around the outside. Remember, these two are fighting for that 3rd place. As Charlie Lower is maximising the rig, but then Hoffman has a chance to go back up the inside, and I think he's going to do that. He has indeed got in front as they go over the line and over the stripe once more. Empson dripping backwards through the field a little bit. He'll be wanting to sort of slow that, but Charlie Lower does lead then as they come up into Abbey this time.
And look at Peter Mott. He's not finished yet. He's back up into 4th place. Our pole sitter proving he can run with the top guns at the front of the field as well. He's got back ahead of Paul Goldstein in the all gold car. Ryan Wilby and Andy Murgatroyd just behind them as well. Through towards the the exit of Village through to the link, then on to Beckett's. Peter Moss holding off Paul Goldstein there a little further behind the three leaders now. Lower leads into the hanger straight. That's not where you want to be though, because you will get slipstreamed down the straight. Here we go. Hoffman jinks out to the left. Bianchi's cause in the middle. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? Bianchi moves ahead. I think Hoffman's going to get round both of them though down the straight here. But Lower might get a chance to re-slipstream back up the inside. Oh, brilliant.
So there are two slipstreams possible down the Hanger Street today with all this headwind that they're contesting with or contending with, and so there was it was enough time for Charlie Lowe to get back into the slipstream as they still battle out into Vale this time, and then pop out again with a bit more of a head of steam into Slow. He's got it done. So it is a reversal again. Charlie Lowe ahead of Hoffman, ahead of Bianchi.
What a crazy first couple of laps. This is incredible. This is the most frantic I think we've seen the Vertex 310R Championship all season. Charlie Lower leads at the stripe. We've got 1.23 seconds covering the first five, and they're so busy taking time off each other. Harvey Lawrence at the back of this group has got the fastest lap. Hoffman leads into Abbey, but as soon as you've called the race order, it's changed again. On every corner they are changing positions. It's Lower in second place now. Philip Bianchi is in third, desperate for that first win in a 310R. Peter Mott just shadowing in there as they come out through Farm and Village up towards the link once again. Then it's onto the hanger straight. Then it's all going to change again. Here we go. What's going to happen this time? And how many different slipstreaming manoeuvres are we going to get in the snake down the straight? Hoffman has it at the moment. Who's going to be first to jink out? Lower goes for it first. Bianchi will go out even wider. They're three wide behind as well with Lawrence on the outside. Lower has just about held his lead this time. Bianchi moves around the outside into second place. It's Goldstein in fourth. Peter Mott is back to fifth. Ryan Wilby is about to be put under pressure as well between Murgatroyd and Lawrence in there as well. 8 of them going for the lead here, and Charlie Lower has it at the moment.
Yep, you just have to kind of accept the overtakes at this point in the race and just get a judgment about when do you need to be passed along the straight to get that done, where do you need to come on, but it's absolutely nose to tail then as they head through to over the line again, as they come towards the blazing sunshine now as this changeable conditions, and it's Charlie Lower looking down the inside of Hoffman. He's going to get that done with Bianchi just behind them, and there is Mott still fully involved with Ryan Wilby now. He's come through the field quite nicely, hasn't he, to meet this battle and see whether he can inject himself. He's going to try down the inside then this time into the Village, and he's not going to quite make it. Still going to have the momentum around the outside, but he's fighting with Harvey Lawrence, our AM champion winner, as well as they go in. But everyone doing what they need to do at the moment. Only Bianchi needs to be beating Lower, so everyone else is doing what they need to solidify their positions. A little bit wide there out the corner. The car at the rear of that pack, I didn't see who that was, but it's easy to do out onto this hanger straight.
Changeable conditions you mentioned there. This is Silverstone. You get every type of weather in the space of a lap here.
Goldstein.
Sometimes. Look at Paul Goldstein up the outside now. He's going to send it round the outside in the snow. Lars Hoffman has taken the lead, but Goldstein might set himself up here for a move down the inside into Club, the left-hander at the start of the Club complex. Here he comes up the inside. He's done it. Oh my goodness, that was close there from Goldstein, side by side with Hoffman, who now fights back around the outside. This is tremendous stuff.
That's going to get tight through the line at last corner then. Oh, breathe in. They've just about made it. Well done, everybody. It's like a Caterham car park out there as the cars really are trapped into a bit of squeezing going on 3 wide. That's pretty complicated to do. Hoffman's going to come out on top. Charlie Lowe is pinched on the inside. He's going to have a lack of momentum as he heads up into the Village this time. Goldstein's going to have a bit of a run on him, and Ryan Wilby's just watching, licking his lips, saying, come on then, it's my turn soon. But Hoffman does lead them. Charlie Lowe manages to hold on. Everyone else is just corked up behind them at the moment.
Paul Goldstein on the rear panel there of Charlie Lower for second place. He's got, I think that's Bianchi on his tail. Ryan Wilby's made his way through into fifth. The big loser on that lap was Peter Mott. He's back by the seventh spin there, and a collision, and possibly that was Ben Lopez Appleton that spun. James Ensign, he may have clipped him there. They're going to have to scatter as he gets out of the way further back, but the leaders come down into Stowe. It's Lower from Hoffman, weaving about there. Goldstein's going to have another go at the inside, possibly there if there's room. Bianchi is in fourth place, and in fifth is Ryan Wilby. There's Lawrence up to sixth. Yeah, something flew off there. It was somebody's wing.
There was a wing, and there was also nose-to-tail contact between Bianchi and Goldstein. Hopefully he hasn't damaged his radiator. It was, didn't look strong enough to, but it can be surprised. Harvey Lawrence now getting involved and going to make up a move on the left here around Club. Bianchi's going to get squeezed out towards the edge of the track. That's going to be side by side, but he's not going to come out the better side of that, is he? He's got the momentum around the outside as they head up onto what do I know? As they come up, they're doing things I couldn't even imagine. But Charlie Lower down the inside. No, Hoffman round the outside.
Doing things you couldn't even imagine. You're a former Caterham champion, Chris. I think you want to be out there with them, don't you?
I think my nerves aren't up to it nowadays. I'm quite happy in the commentary box up here, but Hoffman doing what he needs to do. Out front at the moment, nearly halfway through this race, so all the changes and jostling. There is a little bit of a gap now, isn't there, back to Bianchi? So maybe this race is developing. It was a car park at one point, it's now stretching itself out a bit more nose to tail. The three out in front, that won't have gone unnoticed, and they'll be seeing if they can do anything to work together and move themselves even further clear.
Here they come then down the hanger straight. Lower will go to the outside of Hoffman, who tucks in behind. He'll try and outdo him into Stowe Corner. Goldstein weaving about behind them. Up the inside further back comes Ryan Wilby trying to take P4 from Philip Bianchi. These three have definitely pulled away slightly here. There's the next group. Harvey Lawrence up there on the outside of Bianchi, and they fight for fourth position. Along the Vale is Paul Goldstein going to go flying up the inside again. No, he's not. There isn't room this time into the left-hander. There is Bianchi fourth, Lawrence fifth. Wilby is in sixth position. It's Murgatroyd in the green car seventh. Peter Moss hanging on to the back of this group in eighth. They've dropped the rest of the order after that spin for Ben Lopez Appleton. Just over 10 minutes of this race still to go. Well, just under 10.5 minutes of this race still to go. This fantastic, frenetic race for the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship, and I think my voice is getting out already.
Yeah, you need to nurse that a little bit. We've got a long way to go yet over the next 2 days. The first bit of Caterham action, but you can see how many overtakes in this Caterham. They're notoriously already powerful slipstream that you get in a Caterham is amplified on days when the wind is whipping around, and you can see that they take that wide line out of the link and down into Beckett's and then onto the hanger straight. This famous shot down hanger straight as the car's coming towards us, and as we've already seen from Charlie Lower, you can nip out the slipstream, get in front, and the person behind you then gathers that extra 7 miles an hour or so and can use it to get back around you. But Charlie Lower, they will be learning as they go as to what do they need to do to protect, defend and attack, and where is it better to be, around the outside, on the inside, and all those permutations as they head into Bell. And they've decided that why not, in fact they've gone just about nose to tail this time, so a little bit of calmness prevailing, but Bianchi behind has actually managed to catch them back up, so that little bit of a comfort gap that they had has evaporated.
Charlie Lower ran a little bit wide coming out of Stowe that time. That was what allowed Hoffman to make the move there down the Vale. He's going to try and fight back here as they come up towards Abbey and go round the outside again. He retakes the lead, looking for his second win of the season. Hoffman is looking for his fifth. Paul Goldstein is looking for his first 310R Championship win. He's only contested 4 rounds of the championship so far this year, so he's not figured at the top of the point stand. He's been concentrating on a variety of different Caterham championships this year. Paul Goldstein trying to race wherever his cars are eligible.
Sometimes 2 races in a race weekend, which is not, in a championship as competitive as this one, it's very hard to come in and just immediately get onto the pace. And he has struggled a little bit, but not here at Silverstone. He's been here testing and been here for the 2 days. He's going to take that lead just as we talk about him. So the Goldstein car is out in front, but Bianchi's now all the way back up to second. He was distant to fourth a lap ago, wasn't he? So it shows how quickly this can change today.
There's our pulse of Peter Mott still on the tail of Andy Murgatroyd at the back of this 8-car breakaway. James Empson incidentally still going after his near tangle with Ben Lopez Appleton. Goldstein up the inside meanwhile into Club, takes the lead back again, and Hoffman is taken wide there as Bianchi comes barnstorming down the inside. That's allowed Charlie Lower up into third. Hoffman, that's the lowest he's been in this race so far, down to P4 under threat from Ryan Wilby, the orange and grey car trying to go round the outside of the Motul car there. 8 of them line astern down the straight. Lower has a look to the inside. It was Goldstein who led at the stripe. Here comes Bianchi now on the inside. I can't keep up with this. Lars Hoffman is trying to close in as well. Up towards the right-hander at Village Corner. Bianchi on the inside, Goldstein on the outside, trying to make it 3 wide is Charlie Lower, trying to make it 4 wide is Lars Hoffman, trying to make it 5 wide is Ryan Wilby.
And there does go Ryan Wilby, so he's making his way through this little pack that he arrived at fairly quickly. Hoffman is a man with, because Bianchi was very wide that time, Hoffman's a man with about a 50% podium rate since he's been racing Caterham, which is pretty stellar, isn't it? And you can see why as he's getting involved in this battle. We're going to go 2 by 2 by 2. It's closer than they were on the start-finish straight at the green light, so as Hoffman looks around the outside, sweeps around everybody. Bianchi tucked to the inside, isn't able to carry that speed, and Goldstein, seeing whether there's anything he can do in the middle of that pack, can't do at the moment, but Hoffman is back in the lead.
Here they come towards Club. Is he going to still be leading into Club Corner, into the first element of the complex? He cuts across on Philip Bianchi. Lower and Goldstein side by side behind them. Ryan Wilby is in P5. Harvey Lawrence is 6th. 7th is Peter Mott. 8th is Andy Murgatroyd. Let's see how many tenths of a second they're covered by as they come over the line. The top 8 covered by 1.77 seconds.
Not many.
Across the line, certainly not many. Lower has a look up the outside. It's Bianchi and Hoffman now disputing the lead at the front of the pack, with Goldstein in 4th place, Wilby in 5th. You can see the 3-car breakaway we had a lap or so ago has been reeled back in. It is once again 8 drivers for the lead, out of Village through towards the link, and it's Philip Bianchi back in front.
So complicated as the rear of this pack, where everyone concertinas and has a little bit of a sway in speed, as it's so close to losing a radiator. You just have to knock the front of your car. The radiator's right out there at the front of this Caterham car, and if you hit too hard then with your nose cone, then it can easily puncture that. But Harvey Lawrence having to sort of deal with the fact that he's already won this championship. He doesn't really want to get in a scrape, but he is fully involved in this battle, isn't he? Great to see him out there and battling away as he goes side by side between Peter Mott and Murgatroyd. Murgatroyd round the outside, another driver who's kind of been coming and going this year, not doing every single round, but when he is here, he's certainly been involved in the battling. Charlie Lower, though, looks like he's got that under control this time through. No, Hoffman is going to shove it down the inside, and last of the late breakers, and he's proven himself on those breaks a number of times this season already, and done that again, and he'll be hoping that now Goldstein interferes with Charlie Lower's progress as they go up this straight. That's the only way you can break away at this track, is if someone else helps you along the way.
Well, we said it was more like a motorcycle race earlier on the way. They're drafting now. This is more like NASCAR racing. This is sensational. Hoffman leads from up in 2nd place, Charlie Lower. Bianchi is 3rd. No, Goldstein is 3rd, sorry. Bianchi is in 4th place, but Bianchi, I'm sure, will be 3rd by the time I finish this sentence. Ryan Wilby is tucked in behind them as they go through Village. Let's see what's going to happen into the Hanger straights at this time. Still the 8 of them bunched together. What was the gap from 1st to 8th this time? Yeah, 2 seconds covers the first 8, and there's still just under 5 minutes to go. Hoffman leads into the straights. They move over to the inside. Who's going to be the first to break out towards the outside? It's Bianchi who moves first. Lower moves across the front of him. Murgatroyd's having to go down the outside of Ryan Wilby. He wants to attack the leaders as well. Goldstein sticks it to the inside. Charlie Lower's got the lead as they go into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. Bianchi is shuffled back into 4th position. Now what's Hoffman going to do? He goes to the left. Will he switch it back to the right? No, he's not. Lower's covering the inside. Hoffman goes all the way around the outside. Well, we saw it in the touring car race just afterwards. I think they've been watching Piers Grange here, this lot.
Yeah, they're picking up the tips from the Caterhams will overtake anywhere they can. You don't think it's possible, and they'll prove you wrong as they head up over the stripe. Then really is anyone's with still 4 minutes to go. If this race, that looks like is that Harvey Lawrence slowing down? So
problems there.
Yeah, in problems. His car. Maybe that contact front to rear did cause someone their radiator, but he might also just be taking a breath, taking himself, I've done my championship, why am I doing this? Here goes Lars Hoffman then in the lead of that race, doing what he needs to do. He only needs an 8th place to solidify and take that 2nd place in the championship. So it really is Charlie Lower in that blue and yellow car, and Bianchi in the white with the red and black on it that we really need to follow along. There's a little bit further back. This is Ben Lopez-Appleton trying to recover his after that spin we saw. And you can see Emerson is just a little bit off this. He's probably feeling the toe of the cars in front of him. But is he going to make it in the last 3 minutes? I think not, but he's in no man's land as they come hurtling then into Stowe. Hoffman's managed to hold on once more over the top of Goldstein and Charlie Lower. Have been swapping positions. Ryan will be now up the inside and looking over Murgatroyd, and will he also be able to take round the outside of Bianchi? He's going to give it a go.
That was a proper rattlesnake shake coming down the straight, the way they were all weaving in formation down the Hanger straight. This is brilliant stuff. 3 minutes of this race to go, so still a couple more laps at least left, and Hoffman leads from Goldstein in 2nd, Lower in 3rd. You can see there, that's where the finish line is. There isn't much scope to slipstream coming out of the last corner here at Silverstone. It's not like the likes of Zandvoort where you have the longer straight you can slipstream down, but Goldstein goes to the lead into Abbey. He takes the lead in the gold number 50 machine. Hoffman relegated 2nd. Those 3 have broken away slightly once again from Bianchi 4th. Wilby is in 5th position. Then it's Andy Murgatroyd, Peter Mott behind them, and James Empson in the number 20 trying to close in as well.
I think Wilby just got a track limits maybe infringement, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully just a warning rather than the actual penalty right now, because he's had a run through the flapping rear wind. Then it's Ben Lopez-Appleton as they come down the Hanger straight once more. Then we've got 2 minutes of this race to go. Lap times is just over 1 minute and 15, so will they get enough for 2 more laps? Hoffman down the inside, Charlie Lower around the outside, then Goldstein, Bianchi following in that queue. So Bianchi's recovered back over the top of Ryan Wilby, who's still there acting as interference, but it's not what Bianchi wants and needs at the moment. either at the moment. So there's that 1 minute 45. I think they are going to get another 2 laps potentially out of this. Let's see what the time is as they go across the line. One of those strange courses where the finishing line is actually not the same place as the starting line, and I think they will get another couple of laps. No, they're getting shown, I think, the last lap board this time through. Certainly looks like it. So yes. I think we are going on to the last lap then.
Yes, there's, according to my timing screen, there's only 30 seconds left on the clock now, so slightly out with our graphics there, unfortunately, as they battle for third side by side between Bianchi and Paul Goldstein. Up the inside comes Charlie Lowe, up the inside comes Paul Goldstein. 3 wide through, 4 wide, 5 wide almost through Village as Ryan Wilby sticks his nose in there as well. Goodness gracious, it's going to be 6 now. Look at Murgatroyd up the inside there in the 84. Something's got to give here as they come into the hanger straight. They'll have seen that last lap board. That's the symbol to go hell for leather. There's debris on the hanger straight they've got to try and avoid if they don't want to pick up a puncture. It's Lower weaving around frantically to defend his lead this time. Here comes Hoffman. Look at this, the big run down the outside from the motor car. Murgatroyd's going to try and go round all of them. This is amazing stuff.
1 corner left then, really. Charlie Lowe is in the seats with Goldstein in second. Hoffman managing to hold on to that third. Then we've got Ryan Wilby over the top of Bianchi. Bianchi is desperate not to see those cars in between himself and Charlie Lowe, and it's going to happen. I think Charlie Lowe is doing what he needs to take that third place. A little lock up as they go into the final corner then. 1 more corner to go.
Here comes Paul Goldstein and Lars Hoffman. Can they get down the inside, or is it going to be a second win of the season for Charlie Lowe? Here they come out of club corner for the final time. There's the checkered flag, and Lowe has won it by 0.16 of a second. My goodness gracious me. 7 cars across the line, covered by less than 2.5 seconds. Lowe wins it from Goldstein, Hoffman, Wilby, Bianchi, Murgatroyd, Emson and Mott as quickly as that. Out of the final corner comes Rob Lowe with Sol Rogers on his tail. That's win number 2 of the season for Charlie Lowe by 0.16 ahead of Paul Goldstein, who was 0.06 of a second ahead of Lars Hoffman. Ryan Wilby takes 4th. Bianchi was relegated back to 5th, and Andy Murgatroyd's big effort around the outside in the 84 didn't quite work. He did get the fastest lap though from that race with a 1:15.798. Bad luck to Harvey Lawrence, the only retirement in that race, unfortunately, so problems possibly as a result of that contact in the pack. But Charlie Lowe it is who takes the win ahead of Paul Goldstein, with Lars Hoffman completing the podium. Ryan Wilby 4th ahead of Phil Bianchi. The AM winner was Andy Murgatroyd in 6th place, then James Emson, Peter Mott the pole sitter, and then a gap back to Stephen James, who topped his battle with Rob Lowe and Sol Rogers. Ben Lopez Appleton, after a spin at Beckett's, takes 12th place, then Richard Coop 13th, Oliver Kibblewhite 14th, William Coop was the final finisher, and we lost Harvey Lawrence at the conclusion of lap 13.
And I think that means that Lars Hoffman then has done enough to take the 2nd place and confirm that 2nd place in the championship. Still open between Bianchi and Charlie Lowe, but it's going to be, well, Charlie Lowe is doing what he needs to do. I think it's fairly even Stevens now going into the final 2 races for them, so great championship stories are developing as well.
Well, I was exhausted just watching that. That's one of the best Caterham races I've seen anywhere this year.
It's really, I mean, you can see how much side by side the draft is really important. It's a game of strategy and chess out there rather than just outright overtaking. And with the headwind today, it really is mixing up, and really the 310s giving a spectacular view of what Caterham racing and Caterham action could be like.
We'll wait to hand down to Sam Parker in Park Ferme then, to hear from the drivers after that epic race for the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship.
Wow, what a fantastic way to start the Caterham racing this afternoon. That was an absolutely brilliant race to watch. I imagine these guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Let's go and have a word with Charlie as soon as he gets his helmet off. But that looked amazing fun out there between so many of you.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely carnage at the end. As you see, we all slowed down, was like, you sir, no, you sir. And then others tried to take advantage from further back. But as soon as I saw like others come through, like Brian Wilby, I was like, oh God, I've got to go. Hopefully he could just hold them up. And then I was trying to move the tow about, and I did about all I could to stay in front, and it paid off.
Yeah, and then there was a wing down the Hanger Straight as
all
well.
sorts. Yeah, absolutely all sorts. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, good race for me.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Do a few more like that.
Hopefully, yeah. Let's go and speak to Paul. Paul, good to see you on the podium.
I can't tell you how happy I am with that. That's the first 310R podium. That was great racing as well.
Really good.
Yeah, I turned up to round 1 and I was nowhere near the front 5 guys. Over the course of the season, that gap's come down, and that was amazing. I was literally in the mix with them the whole race. Epic.
That looked really good fun. How was it? Because obviously the temperature today is quite cold, isn't it? Obviously a lot of people are weaving their tyre, moving around on the tyres on the start, on the warm-up lap. Does it make a big difference?
Well, you want some heat in the tyres for first turn 1. If you're going in there with a bit, you're just going to fly off. So yeah, weaving, trying to warm up, hit the brakes hard, trying to warm those up as well. Just so as soon as you go into turn 1, you've got something you can trust.
Yeah.
So,
but do they start to go off there towards the end?
coming out of the loop, yeah, you're sliding over more to the edge, to be fair. But the rest of the track was okay.
Brilliant, good. Well done, Paul. Hopefully more tomorrow.
Hopefully, yeah, thank you.
Well done. Right, let's have a quick word with Lars. Lars, congratulations, and I think that secures you second place in the championship.
Actually, I'm not sure, but we will take the final note at the end of the weekend. Yes. So yeah.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation before we celebrate that. But still, great race. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was like war out there. Yeah, all about tailwind and yeah.
Brilliant. Well done. Good race. 2 more tomorrow, so enjoy those. Thank you very much. Right, more racing up next, and I'll head over to Ian. I think he's got some interviews for us.
Well, we'll shortly hear from some of our Classic Touring Car Racing Club drivers, I am sure, because there's a big grid of cars coming to the grid for our next race. I think that's possibly Harvey Lawrence's car just being recovered from the Lewis Hamilton straight. I can see down there he pulled up there, 3 laps to go in that race. But next up, it's a combined grid for some of the oldest cars we have here this weekend. Shell Oil's Group 1 touring cars, or pre-83 touring cars as they used to be known, and the Everard's pre-66 touring cars. Yes, going all the way back to the past, the oldest cars we have here this weekend. Let's see who Ian's been catching up with a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, here we go. It's time for the pre-66s. Danny, you might just need to move over this way before you get yourself run over. I'm here with one of the most entertaining men in the classic touring car paddock. James, it's great to see you again. Bit of work to do from here.
It's been a bit of work just to be here, to be honest. We had a massive shunt at Brands Hatch. So yeah, the last couple of months have just been putting the car back together, sorting it out, and so hopefully we can have some fun. I was hoping it was going to be wet, but it's the sun's come back out, so
it's quite nice weather now, actually, isn't it?
It's all right, yeah. Going down the Hanger Straight this morning, though, the car just absolutely being blown everywhere.
I was going to say, it's been a bit of an issue, isn't it? This weather is a bit temperamental, shall we say?
Yeah. If it's going to rain, I'd rather it rain properly. If it's going to be dry, let's have nice weather. But yeah.
Well, look, James, what can we expect from you in 2026? Are you going to be back?
I think so. Maybe pick and choose a little bit what I'll do, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe chill out a bit. This is my 5th year now, so 5 years solid of doing this, and yeah, we'll see.
Come out and play, James. Come on, come out and play.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have 6 months of the winter, and you get very bored, and you think, right, got to go and do it. So yeah, I think probably will.
Now we've seen you do a lot of drifting in this, and we're going to see a bit of sideways action today. It's not really a circuit for it, is it?
No, there's a few places. I've got Brendan in the other imp right behind me, so I've got to deal with him first, and then maybe we can have a play. But we'll see.
It's all right, James. Nice to talk to you. It's great to see you as well. Let's just move around a little bit. This car is amazing.
Thank you very much.
Tell us a story about it. How did you come to be behind the wheel?
I started building this car over 20 years ago.
Really? Wow.
A couple of years ago I was with this man at Goodwood Revival, and I thought it's now or never. So we've rebuilt it completely, everything's new engine. Obviously it's FIA HTP spec, so it's original Group 1 British saloon car spec, so everything's new, seats, belts, fuel system. But yeah, this is the first time out. Sterling didn't like it because it understeered a lot, and it understeers a lot, but this is first time out, so if we could get round it, I'll do my
I was going
best.
to say, understeering around here is not terrible, though, is it?
It's the first time out in the circuit. This is actually the first race I've done for 33 years.
Wow.
So,
well, welcome. We're so happy to
thank
have
you very
you
much.
here. Are you feeling all right? I feel a bit nervous.
yeah, no, I feel good
Button
actually.
wise?
No, lots of support. So, yeah, really happy, and yeah, I want to start and a finish, and yeah, we'll be sensible and we'll be back tomorrow. So,
well, Andy, thanks so much for coming out to play. We really appreciate it and really enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time, Andy, for there. Brilliant stuff indeed. Yes, almost time to go racing. The cars, as you can see, are lining up here in the assembly area. Time to go racing for the pre-66s, and we also have the Group 1 touring cars too. This is going to be another star of the show. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, indeed, you heard that right. We have an ex-Sir Sterling Moss Audi 80 touring car out there in the hands of returnee Andy Foyle. Great to have that car out here at Silverstone. It's a big grid of 36 cars we should see for this one. Let's run you through them. Pole position, the man who's all set to win the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship this weekend, Jonathan Corker with the Datsun 510, alongside Nick Grindrod, the Birmingham-based driver, with his Ford Escort Mark 1. Second row of the grid is the number 99 car. That is David Margulies, not his son Jake. He's further back on the grid in another car. David is in the Alfa Romeo GTV6 alongside Nick Williamson's Rover SD1. Row 3, Carl Shreve with the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, and Jared Knight with his Ford Escort Mark II. Fourth row, Neil Philpotts in his Mitsubishi Colt Lancer, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, alongside the first of the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. Piers Grange has hopped out of his Escort and into his Ford Mustang. Row 5 is Oliver Law in his Lotus Cortina, the young ex-junior saloon car racer. His father, Justin Law, will take over that car for race 2 tomorrow. Simon Gustafson in another Lotus Cortina completes the top 10 on the grid. On row 6 of the grid, 69, Rhys Cannell with his Ford Capri, and Bob Bullen in his Ford Escort Mark 1. The 7th row, Barry Syme, number 25, the Scotsman with his Mini Cooper S, currently battling Jake Swan for the Class C Championship in Pre-66. Alongside Barry is Stuart Kay, hopefully has repaired his Ford Capri after problems in the Blue Oval Saloons earlier on. Row 8, Grant Williams, Mr. Sideways himself, the Welshman in his Jaguar Mark II. Wonderful to have the Goodwood legend here, alongside Billy Keneally, the former champion, in his Ford Anglia. Row 9, Andrew Hack in his Mini, and Mike Davies in the family Mini. Mike and Tony Davies, the two brothers, will be sharing that car. It'll be Mike driving in this race. Row 10, Robin Slater's Ford Escort. He's currently in a class battle as well in the Group 1 touring cars with Phil Waller, who's a bit further back. He's alongside Jake Swan in his Ford Anglia, completing the top 20 on this grid. On row 11, the two drivers you just heard from, Andy Foyle in the ex-Sterling Moss Audi 80, and James Ibbotson, champion-elect in Pre-66 for the second time in his career with his Hillman Imp. Row 12, Brendan Rooney with his Imp, and Ed Gibbs with the Ford Anglia. The 13th row, Martin Armstrong's Mini, and Pat Keneally, father of Billy, in his Lotus Cortina. Row 14, Jeremy Dias with his Singer Chamois, rebadged Hillman Imp, alongside Ant Astley from Cornwall in his Ford Mustang. Row 15 is Adrian Oliver, the only man to have beaten James Ibbotson in the Imp class, effectively Class E of the Pre-66s. Starts alongside the Singer Chamois of Steve Platts. Great to see so many Hillman Imps and Singer Chamois here this weekend. That completes the top 30 on this grid. Row 16 is Mike Broadway with his Jaguar XJ6. He's already secured the Class A Championship in Pre-83, the Group 1 touring cars. And alongside him is number 89. Now it's down as David Margulies on the graphics there, but I think it's Jake in the Escort XR3 and David at the front of the grid in the Alfa Romeo. We'll have to confirm that unless they've swapped cars. Row 17, Mark Osborne. Good to have him back in the Dolly Sprint alongside Phil Waller in his Hillman Avenger. And the final row of the grid, Keith Wright, number 68 with his Lotus Cortina, and Brian Bedford's Austin A40. What a variety, what a grid. This is going to be something very special indeed. Just waiting to see if we've got any gaps on the grid. Just looking out of the ComBox window, I can see a gap alongside Barry Syme's Mini. That's where Stuart Kay's Capri should be, so he had problems in the earlier race, so he's not there. I don't think Reese Cannell's Capri is there either, number 69. So there's a couple of cars missing from this huge grid. We should see around 34 cars out there in that case. And in pole position it is Jonathan Corker, already confirmed as your Group 1 touring car champion in the little Datsun 510 in the Works Datsun colours, the blue and white with the diagonal red flash. Nick Grindrod alongside him, former short oval racer, moved up to the circuits to race Legends cars. He's done the pickup truck racing championship, he's raced Mazda MX-5s, he's raced Caterhams, and now the Birmingham-based driver out in the Mark 1 Escort. We saw him have a couple of wins at Pembrey in front of our Canberras down in Wales earlier this season. Also racing the Citroen C1 Endurance Series. He's raced everything, Nick has, alongside the pole sitter Jonathan Corker. Second row, David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo GTV6, the Andy Rouse Pete Hall lookalike from 1983, as the cars move off for their green flag lap. And we've also got Nick Williamson in his rumbling Rover SD1 with its 3.5 litre V8 engine. First of the pre-66 cars, on the left there is the Ford Mustang of classic Ford collector Piers Grange, but he's got a very talented young gun on his tail, Oliver Law, third generation racer in his Lotus Cortina, shared with his father Justin, that brilliant Jaguar Group C racer. He's the son of Don Law Racing, who prepares Group C cars. Just look how much variety we've got out there. This championship is, I have to say, a personal favourite of mine, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars and the Everard's Pre-66s as well. On the left there is James Ibbotson in the navy blue Imp, and full credit to James, who has rebuilt that car. As we heard earlier, he was involved in a pile-up at Brands Hatch in the summer, and the Imp was very badly damaged. He's lovingly rebuilt his car, drives it on the road to events occasionally as well. He's fairly local to Silverstone, lives in Milton Keynes, and he has driven it here today, and he's all set to win his second Pre-66 championship. Just looking at the points, I don't think he can be caught coming into this weekend. His nearest challenger, Piers Grange, is on 144 points. Ibbotson is on 180, and a maximum of 28 points available in your class. I don't think James can be caught here. So Piers Grange all set to win Class A unless he hits disaster. Grant Williams in the Jaguar can still catch him. Class B, well, we've only had one entry, that's Stuart Radford's Triumph Vitesse. We've not seen him out since the opening round at Donington. Class C is close. There's only 2 points between Jake Swan in the black Ford Anglia, the ex-Bangor racer, and Barry Syme, the ex-single-seater star from Scotland, in the Mini he's shared with his father Jimmy in the past. There's only 2 points between them, so that's worth watching out for. Brian Bedford in the Austin A40 is all set to win Class D. His nearest challenger, Luke Wilson, is not here. James Ibbotson, we know he's clear of Adrian Oliver in the Imp class, Class E, Class F for Lotus Cortinas. I think that's already been secured by Ian Thompson, who's not here this weekend, the former overall champion. In Pre-83, Class A has been won by Mike Broadway in the Jaguar XJ6 Series 1. Class B should go to Nick Williamson's Rover SD1. I think he's just enough clear of Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi. Class C has been won by Jonathan Corker. And Class D, there's 12 points between Phil Waller and Robin Slater, so they're two to watch here. There is Jake Margulies in the Escort at the back of the field, the XR3i, alongside Mike Broadway. So we'll try and keep an eye on the points as best we can then. Just trying to get all these cars into line. There are 1 or 2 gaps, as we say, so a couple of non-starters. Jonathan Corker, the blue and white Datsun, the red and gold Escort of Nick Grindrod on the front row of the grid for this 15-minute race. The Everard's Pre-66 and Shell Oils Group 1 touring cars. The red lights are on, the revs are up, and away we go. And off they go down towards the first corner at Abbey. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looks like it is Jonathan Corker, the Group 1 touring car champion. Superstar by Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi. He has shot through into third place, and the SD1's going to spin out. Nick Williamson goes around. Look out, are they all going to miss him? Yes, thankfully they've gone either side of him. Never good to see an SD1 in trouble. I am a big fan of those cars. First saw them race back in the late 80s when the likes of Tim Harvey and Dennis Leach were driving them. So we are underway then. There's the Lotus Cortinas, Oliver Law and Simon Gustafson, the ex-VW Golf racer. But it is Jonathan Corker who sets the pace ahead of Nick Grindrod in second. Neil Philpotts, that flying start in his very rare Mitsubishi Colt Lancer, up in the third. Used to compete in a Mitsubishi Starion in the Classic Thunder Saloon Series. Fourth is Carl Shreve in the Triumph Dolomites. David Margulies is fifth, and leading the Pre-66 split is Piers Grange ahead of the Lotus Cortinas, and there's Barry Syme in his Mini. That's the main class battle to look at, as we say. 2 points between him and Jake Swan. Just staying ahead of Robin Slater's Mark 1 Escort there. As they swing their way through club for the first time, Grindrod is really on it in the Escort up there in second place. It's all about points in your class. All the classes are combined together at the end of the season, much as the British Saloon Car Championship used to be up until the advent of the Super Touring era in 1991. Look at the size of this field as they charge their way through. Robin Slater up the inside. They used to campaign in Anglia, now in a Mark 1 Escort. Bob Bullock likewise used to race in Anglia. He's got Grant Williams, the flying Welshman, on his tail. Dr. Grant Williams in the Mark 2 Jaguar. That's Jag 400 that he's driving, not Buy1, BUY1, the car that he famously runs at Goodwood most years. Running wide there is number 52. That's Billy Keneally in his Anglia now. He's had a season bedeviled by mechanical issues, sadly, with that Ford Anglia. As down the Angus Straight they come. It's still Jonathan Corker who leads the way into the second lap of this 15-minute combined race for the Group 1 and Pre-66 touring cars. There's Nick Williamson fighting back after that spin at the wheel of the big SD1. Look at him monstering his way past the Pre-66s. The two Anglias there of Billy Keneally and Jake Swan, the black Anglia. Normally we see his dad Kevin out there as well in a white Ford Anglia, but not racing this weekend. As Williamson carves his way back up the order. Lotus Cortinas chasing Jared Knight's Mark 2 Escort there, the 566 man from Devon. Simon Gustafson staying ahead of Oliver Law, who's fighting for overall wins at the start of the season at Donington Park, along with Ian Thompson, who's already secured the Lotus Cortina class, Class F. The dedicated class for those cars. Somebody running wide further back, that's another Cortina. I think that might be Pat Keneally running out wide. And he's got James Ibbotson in the imp on his tail. Now, is Ibbotson leading his class? Yes, he is. Just ahead of Brendan Rooney, the battle of the Hillman Imps. A couple of minis battling it out there as well. One of them was Mike Davies. Williamson on the tail of Robin Slater now as the big Rover fights its way back up the order. It's using the grunt of that 3.5 litre V8 engine. There's Piers Grange using the grunt of his V8 as well in the Mustang to pull away from the Lotus Cortinas in the battle for Pre-66 honours. But I don't think he can catch James Ibbotson. Yeah, 36 points between the two of them in the overall standings. So with 28 points on offer, it is going to be James Ibbotson who raises the Pre-66 title this year, and Jonathan Corker already confirmed as the Pre-83 Group 1 champion. Grindrod in second, and Philpotts third, the Mitsubishi specialist in that very rare Colt Lancer. Not the most aerodynamic looking of cars, the rather boxy little saloon. Just over 10.5 minutes of this race to go. There is Piers Grange, classic Ford aficionado from Cheshire, the boss of PRG Trailers, which is how many of the cars here this weekend will have arrived, on the back of the PRG trailer. Monstering the Mustang around there as he looks for a Pre-66 victory. He's 6th overall. Philpotts up the inside, he's taken second place. He's taken Nick Grindrod's Escort. Could we see an overall win for a Mitsubishi here? Now, when was the last time a Mitsubishi won a motor race overall in anything in UK circuit racing? Of course, Mitsubishi is best known as either rally cars or the very modified Mitsubishi Lancer Evos in Time Attack. I certainly can't remember the last time a Mitsubishi won a circuit race in the UK outright. We're about to see it here if he catches that Datsun 510 of Corker. Jonathan Corker out front, a boat builder by trade, so perhaps he was praying for rain here today. These three have well and truly pulled away now from David Margulies, who's in 4th place in the Alfa Romeo GTV6, the lookalike of car that Andy Rouse took the British Saloon Car Championship in 1983 in such controversial circumstances. Bailey ICS PLC sponsored machine. Here's a gaggle of minis further back. Mike Davies ahead of the green car, which is Martin Armstrong, number 213. Lotus Cortina pushing its way through there. Ed Gibbs' Anglia was the victim there, coming through Club Corner. Who's in that Lotus Cortina? It's Pat Keneally, number 201. He used to race on the short oval at Arena Essex, just east of London. Beat it in the Lightning Rods formula with a Ford Sierra, I remember. Arena Essex sadly closing its doors to motorsport in 2018. Minis galore ahead of them though. Behind Martin Armstrong, that's Andrew Hack, number 123. He's competed for many years with the Mini 7 Racing Club along with members of his family. And still Neil Philpott reels in Jonathan Corker. They're in different classes, these two. Mitsubishi with slightly bigger engines in Class B. They're lapping Brian Bedford's Austin A40 now. He just needs to finish this race to confirm himself as champion in Pre-66 Class D, because his main rival Luke Wilson, fellow A40 pilot, is not here. There go the leaders, 8 minutes of the race to go. Still Corker from Philpott. Here's Jake Swan, and he's caught his class championship rival Barry Syme. Mini versus Anglia. They're further down the order overall. Barry Syme, whose claim to fame was that he, in Formula Renault, once beat the man who this straight they're on is named after. Yep, he finished ahead of Sir Lewis Hamilton, a Formula Renault race once, the Scotsman. So sadly, budgetary issues prevented him from rising any further up the single-seater ladder, and he switched to historics. And there's James Ibbotson, battling it out with his fellow imp pilots, Brendan Rooney. James Ibbotson, perhaps one of the few drivers here this weekend who was praying for rain. He loves nothing more than driving as sideways as he can in that car. The mini battle rages on. It's further down in P17 overall, and here's P1 and 2 overall. Jonathan Corker in the battle of the Japanese machinery out in front. Of course, over the... Whoa! Philpott sideways. I mentioned rallying. That was more like rallycross there from Neil Philpott, hanging the tail out on the Mitsubishi. I hope that doesn't mean he's dropping fluid. There's the fight for fourth. David Margulies has been caught by Carl Shreve in the Dolly Sprint, having a go at the inside. Here's Grange sideways as well in the Mustang. I wonder if there is a bit of fluid down there. He's got Nick Williamson on his tail. What a recovery from Nick Williamson in the Rover SD1. Williamson, I'm not sure if he hasn't transponded. No, he's showing as well down the order. Yeah, I think his transponder's not working, the Rover SD1, but he has just got ahead of Piers Grange there. I wondered if he was a lap down for a moment, but no, it's a transponder issue, I think. We've lost one car into the pits. Mike Broadway's Jaguar has pulled in. As the battle goes on for fourth between Margulies and Carl Shreve. David Margulies, the Lavant Straits Classics Alfa Romeo, based down at Goodwood. Carl Shreve in the Dolly Sprint on his tail. I think it's Tony Crudgeon's car he's driving. Some of the all-time greats of saloon car racing have raced in Dolly Sprints. Jerry Marshall, Tony Dron, even Andy Rouse in the early part of his career. 5.5 minutes remain. 1.2 seconds in it between the two leaders. This is the battle for P4. Here are the imps. James Ibbotson about to win the Pre-66 title. Class win here will confirm it, staying ahead of Brendan Rooney. Now, Nick Williamson, for some reason, showing 2 laps down after that earlier spin. Has he been into the pits? No, he hasn't. Oh, a cloud of smoke there. Who's that? Couldn't quite see for the sunlight there who had gone up in smoke there coming down the Hamilton Straight. We'll pick that up in a moment. There's Grant Williams staying ahead of Barry Syme, who's still ahead. It's an Escort, I can tell you, who's blown up there. Now, who was that just behind? That was Robin Slater, I think. Now, that's going to have a bearing on classes in. Pre-83 Class D, because if he drops out, Phil Waller, if he's still running, is going to take the class lead in the Hillman Avenger. But I can't see Waller's name on the timing screen. Did he not take the start? I'm just going to double check that. No, I don't think Phil Waller's out there, so they're both going to non-score in this race. That's going to have a bearing on their championship battle. If they non-score, then Waller will have the advantage going into the last race of the season, which is tomorrow. There's Williamson, the Rover, minus its front bumper. Carl Shreve with the bull lock-up, he's now in P4. Three and a half minutes to go. There go the leaders. They're coming up to lap a couple of Hillman Imps there. Well, I think those two are the Singer Chamois, actually. We've got Jeremy Dias in one of them. Yes, Williamson has now been reinserted by the timekeepers into P6, so it's a transponder error for the Rover. He's not running 2 laps down. And a bit more smoke there out of the back of the Mitsubishi as he tries to challenge for the lead. Now, Jonathan Corker will have to be just hoping here the backmarkers, Jeremy Dias and Steve Platts there, don't get in the way of the Datsun. It's under 3 minutes left, so a couple more laps to go. There you see it again. I think it's just a bit of smoke on the overrun there for the Mitsubishi, because he's having a go there into Abbey. Just a couple of car lengths in it. Datsun against Mitsubishi for the lead of a race. When was the last time you heard that? They're about 5 seconds clear, near enough, of Nick Grindrod Escort in 3rd overall. The pre-66s are still being led incidentally by Piers Grange in his Mustang, ahead of the Lotus Cortinas of Simon Gustafson and Oliver Law. Oh, and Corker ran wide there, coming out of Beckett's. Can Phil Potts get into the slipstream here? Bob Bullen's Escort slowing. That's coming out of Club. He doesn't want to park it there against the pit wall. Has Phil Potts done it? Yes, he has. He's got the lead as they go into Stowe. Now, can Jonathan Corker fight back? Still going to be at least one more lap to this race. Up towards Club. Now, there might be yellow flags out here because of Bob Bullen's Escort slowing up. But the Mitsubishi is in front. Now, for so many years in this championship, it was the same machine up front. It was Stephen Primmett with his Mark 1 Escort, who won the championship something like 14 times over the years, but he's gone to race elsewhere this season. Phil Potts leads it. Are we going to see a new winner, a new outright winner in the Shell Oils Group 1 Touring Car Championship? They come up to lap Brian Bedford once again in the Austin A40. Can Jonathan Corker fight back? They're in different classes, these two, so he doesn't need to get back ahead. Well, you try turning that to a racing driver in the heat of the moment. Up the inside, he's going to have a go here out of Beckett's. The Datsun retakes the lead. So Neil Philpotts loses out. He's going to have a go back down the inside. And the Colt Lancer Turbo's power tells he retakes the lead. This is brilliant from Neil Philpotts in that very rare Mitsubishi. Through Stowe Corner. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? There's still yellow flags on the exit of Club because of Bob Bullen's stranded Mark 1 Escort. Can Jonathan Corker fight back? The last lap this time by, I think. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. Here they come over the line. The Audi is there of Andy Foyle, the ex-Sterling Moss car, making its debut, making its return to the circuits. Moves to one side. Phil Potts has to defend the lead there. He's briefly balked coming out of it. He couldn't pass the back marker until he was out of the yellow flag zone. We are in for an absorbing conclusion here at Silverstone to this Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car race. And Corker at the inside in the village. He's going to retake the lead under braking. He's done it. The Datsun 510 moves back into the lead. Over the link towards Beckett's and then the hanger straight. This is Phil Potts' opportunity. He's got to use the power of the turbocharged Mitsubishi to try and get alongside the Datsun. Here he comes. He goes to the inside, Neil Philpotts. He's surely going to retake the lead into Stowe. Well, he's not going to wait until Stowe. He's done it. Now he's got to be careful through the back markers to give the Mitsubishi its first outright win. Flash of flame on the overrun, that's what we like to see. Ed Gibbs Anglia ahead of them here. Then the battling Hillman Imps. There's yellow flags going into club corner, so I think Corker's lost his opportunity. He had to get the move done before the entry to club. He's not going to do it now. Philpotts runs out wide on the exit of the right-hander, but he's going to hang on in front. It's going to be a win for the Mitsubishi of Neil Philpotts. There's the checkered flag. Philpotts wins it. Corker second. I don't think anybody predicted that result. What a sensational drive by Neil Philpotts. Nick Grindrod is third in the Escorts. And we await the fourth place battle to come home. Carl Shreve and David Margulies. It's David Margulies, the Alfa Romeo, I think, gets there for fourth place ahead of Carl Shreve. Nick Williamson, great recovery after that spin on the first corner for sixth place and seventh overall. And the win in the Everard's Pre-66 Touring Cars is going to be Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang. He comes home for victory, making up for being beaten by James Janicki in their battle earlier on. So Blue Oval Saloons and now Pre-66 for Piers Grange today. Jared Knight is 8th in his Escorts. 9th is Oliver Law. He wins the Battle of the Lotus Cortinas with Simon Gustafson. Next home we should see Grant Williams, but I want to see who's going to be in P12. The battle between Barry Syme and Jake Swan. Here they come. Syme wins the battle over the line. Now, there is a point for fastest lap in each class. Who got the quicker lap of those two? It was Jake Swan, 124.351. So we'll have to work out who's ahead going into our final race. I reckon Barry Syme has scored 13 points there, which will put him on 148. And Jake Swan will get 11 points for second place. So I think those two are level going into the final race of the season. Provisional result then, Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo takes the win, a quarter of a second ahead of Jonathan Corker following a stirring battle. Nick Grindrod in third in his Escorts. Jake Margulies tops his fight with Carl Shreve. Well, our graphic says Jake, the TSL timing screen says David, so we don't know which of the Margulies pairing it is in the Alfa Romeo. We think it's David, he normally races that car. He tops his battle with Carl Shreve ahead of Nick Williamson, who recovered through the field for 6th in the SD1. Piers Grange wins Pre-66 in the Mustang. Then Jared Knight, Oliver Law and Simon Gustafson in the Lotus Cortinas. Oliver Law running in Class G, the guest class, so not eligible for points today. Then Grant Williams, Barry Syme with a significant victory over Jake Swan in the battle in Pre-66 Class C with Billy Keneally in third. And a total of 26 cars went the distance in that one. We lost Bob Bullen, Andrew Hackpool into the pits, Robin Slater's Escort went up in smoke, and we lost Mike Broadway's Jag as well. So Neil Philpotts it was who took the victory. And we'll hear from a doubtlessly very happy Mitsubishi man with Ian down in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, well, welcome down to a very chilly Parc Ferme. I'm here with Neil Philpotts. Neil, a little bit of damage here, but still got the P1.
Yeah, well, it's worth it for P1, I think.
You had a good battle with Jonathan there.
Yeah. Well, it's took a long time to get me to the front. I've been battling with this car all year, but eventually tweak, and I think I've got it there now.
It's a cracking car though,
isn't it?
Come on.
Yeah.
So you got a woolly hat on straight away.
Yeah, well, it's cold, isn't it?
It's freezing. Look, well done.
It's dry though.
Yes, it's dry. Well done. Congratulations. Good show you. Jonathan, great battle there with Neil.
Yeah, I had to have a double take when I saw him coming. I thought I haven't seen him from this angle for a while, and it's just got so much legs down the straight, and then towards the end you had yellows coming up the start-finish track, and so not much I could do after that point really. That's something that
it was close though in the end, wasn't it? Do you think if no yellows maybe?
I don't know, it's got so much grunt, that thing down the straights now, that it's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, next year.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to John. Well done anyway. Congratulations. Let's move around a bit. Piers Grange, of course, taking the Pre-66s. I've no idea where everybody's parked, but let's just move along. Oh, in fact, we want Oliver Law here as well, coming home in P2 in the Pre-66s there. I'll let you get your helmet off. Not a bad race though, huh?
No, it was good. Great race that was. It's a bit different for me because I've not done all the multi-class sort of stuff. So we had some faster cars and traffic to deal with, but yeah, I loved it.
What do you make of the Silverstone circuit here?
I love it.
I like this layout.
Yeah, I've never done this layout before this morning. But yeah, I think I prefer it to Grand Prix track.
Yeah.
Grand Prix track's just a bit long in one of these.
Yeah, isn't it? Look, well done, congratulations anyway, appreciate that. Let's go have a quick chat with Barry over here as well. Let's grab it. Barry, can we just grab you for a quick chat? Come down all the way from wee Bonnie, Scotland. I was there myself a couple of weeks ago, and this weather's quite apt for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it would have been nice if it was a bit wetter for these minis. You know, some of the, especially mixed in with the 83 cars that have got the bigger engines there. But yeah, no, it was a great qualifying, and we hung on there. I think we were 5th in the pre-66s overall. Won the class, which is the main objective. Jake Swan and I are pretty tight at the top, but I think we might have overtaken absentee Ian Thompson, who's tuning in from Singapore.
Yeah.
So shout out to
hello.
Ian. Shout out to
He's
Ian
not at the
Nelson.
Grand Prix, is he?
He is, yeah.
He skipped this for the Grand Prix.
You should be here, Ian, but no, take your slot. So yeah, no, great race. All to play for tomorrow now, and certainly makes the trip worthwhile, because yesterday was you know yourself, you come down from Knockhill. It's a few hours at the best of times, but
yesterday, old journey, isn't it?
Yesterday all day, so makes it all worthwhile for all the guys that help us. You know, Glen Cairn Group, Miller's Oils, Scotech.
I was going to say, give us a clue as to who supports you.
Miller's Oils, the one and only. They've got well covered this weekend. Obviously, they're in contention for the BTCC with Tom Ingram and Hannah Chapman in the Porsche as well.
Yeah.
And we're flying the flag here at Silverstone for them.
Hannah Chapman's all but wrapped it up anyway, hasn't she? I think she's had about 14 wins or something.
Yeah, she drove it really well. You know, a fellow Scotsman, works for Renat Design that paints all the helmets, paints my helmet and my dad's helmet and everything. So yeah, it's you know, good to fly the flag, the old Saltire, and make the trip worthwhile. But yeah, shout out to Swift-Tune, great engine. You know, it's you know, obviously these are old cars, we need to keep them reliable. My dad does a great job at the preparation. Swift-Tune do a great job with the engine. So long may it continue. One more race tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do.
Harry, good luck tomorrow. Enjoy the evening as well, won't you? I know there's a bit of a party going on with Classic Touring Car Racing Club a little bit later, as well as also one going on at Caterham. So if you're in the Silverstone area, it might be worth coming down. I think we're going to have a bit of a party tonight. But we're not done yet. More action coming up. Again, if you're watching at the Caterham or the BARC YouTube channel, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button as well to make sure you don't miss any of the action. It might be the final weekend for Caterham's and Mini Club Sport, not for Classic Touring Cars, as I said, but it's not it for BARC TV. Next week we actually head to Alton Park. You can watch that live as well. So anyway, enough from me. Let's get back to some of the racing action. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. It's back to Caterham Racing next, and it's the fastest Caterhams of them all. The Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK will be up very shortly. There's a little bit of clearing up work being done by the marshals out there at the moment. A couple of cars to be repatriated back to the paddock, and one or two spills to be cleared up. So while that's going on, we'll take a look at the championship situation. It's certainly still fairly close at the top between Harry Senior and Matt Armstrong, but Chris Hutchinson, Matt is very close to sewing it up.
He's got nearly two hands on that trophy. All he needs, even if Harry Senior has another excellent race result and takes every point on offer this weekend, of which he's already taken the 3 on offer in Superpole, he only now needs 6 on tiebreak to take that championship in this first race to secure it. So he's already got 2 points that he needed before this weekend through the Superpole session, because he does start second on this grid. So it's looking really good for Matt, but behind them, Harry Senior only needs to take 2 points over Harry Cook, and I think he's got that done because of the Superpole already. Harry Cook didn't get any points in that, so it looks like it's going to be that order, as long as Matt Armstrong can bring this home. Excuse me, let me get my words out. But we've got to keep an eye out for the AM Championship, because Justin Armstrong, Matt's dad, is fighting out for that. He's favourite, but it's very open going into these last 3 races, so it's going to depend on the results. And Craig Story had a bit of a tumultuous qualifying session, which we're going to wait to see whether he's out there and if his car's back on that grid. But yes, and behind them, Tom Eden, James Hall, Chris Fraser also involved in that battle. But yeah, it's exciting. Top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK then. and this dedicated race machinery. I understand though Sam has got some of the drivers down in assembly, so let's hear from them ahead of the race.
Right, so I'm here with Carl Jones, who is about to go out for his first race. Carl, interesting question, right, for you. There's going to be a lot of people coming up to 420s next year that are moving up through the ranks. What advice would you give to somebody who's coming to 420s for the first time?
Don't do it.
Excellent, thank you.
I'd say, I remember one of the drivers said to me, I'm just going to take the first year to learn it and the second year to race it. And I thought, yeah, right. And I thought, no, I'm just going to race it first year. But that was just such good advice. And you do need to learn these cars. They're just brilliant cars. But it does take at least a first year to really get to grips with the car. Second year, you can start to pedal these cars quite well. Yeah. So I'd say that's probably the best advice I could give. And just take your time. Take your time. These are expensive cars. The other drivers on the track are pretty well professional, to be fair. I mean, all the guys on the track this year, I mean, they're all really good drivers. Okay, there's a couple that maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, it's that's the advice I would give. Yeah, definitely.
I think that's really good advice, actually. I think that goes for a lot of the categories, to be honest. That's why we have the ladder we've got, I think, in Caterham.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I came up from the ranks from Academy. And through Academy, Road Sport, 270R, 310R, and it is a learning curve. I never ever used to do, I'm more into bikes than cars, so I never ever used to do car racing at all. And what I've learnt through coming through the Caterham ranks, so to speak, which is brilliant, I have to say. I mean, I am a through and through bike man, but I have to say this has just been a fantastic journey. So like, this is my 7th year. And it doesn't break the bank too much, so it's quite a competitive way of getting into really good motorsport. And Caterham really look after you and nurture you all the way through the progress. And I think, as with the 420s, it's really strange. With the Academy and Road Sport, you just get into it and race it. 420, it absolutely demands respect and discipline, and because it is a proper race car.
Yeah.
But once you learn it, it's so addictive. Hence the reason I'm back.
Exactly. Couldn't keep away for long, could you?
Exactly. No, I couldn't. So I'm here next year, which is really
excellent news. Brilliant. Really pleased to hear that.
Yeah. I can't wait, actually.
Wicked. Well, enjoy this one.
Yeah.
And obviously 2 more tomorrow. But yeah, have fun. Have a good one. See you later, Carl. So I've found Duncan Mallet now. Duncan is in a 420. Duncan did, he's been through Academy and 270s. So Duncan, 420s, how are you finding it?
I'm finding the routine challenging, but the car itself is just joyous to drive. Yeah. But the routine, the tyre preparation, that's all the stuff that has been a bit more challenging. understanding the car, how it operates. When to push, when not to push, how much tyre to save. That's been the challenge. It's not been the car. The car's been fantastic. It's like probably the best race car I've driven. I'm finding it a challenge, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, brilliant. Wow, it's fab to see you in this car. It looks amazing, by the way. The livery looks great. Enjoy your first race. I look forward to catching up with you after.
Great, thank you. I hope I catch up with you too.
Yeah, brilliant. Great. See you later.
Thanks very much, Sam. Good to hear from a couple of our drivers down there, including Duncan Mallet, who we've not seen out since the beginning of this season. Let's take a look at the grid then for Dutch Farm Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. The leading position set by the Super Pole session earlier on, the one-lap shootout. It's Harry Senior who strikes a blow at Matt Armstrong by beating him to pole position by around half a second over that single lap shootout. Pretty impressive from Harry. On the second row, Monty Hyde. It's his first ever race in a 420R in the UK Championship. He was out in 270R earlier this year. His 270R unfortunately got written off in an accident at Croft. So he's moved on up, and he's on the second row alongside Greg Monks, the Amsterdam-based driver in the number 5 car. Row 3, 23, Justin Armstrong at 93. Welcome return for Mike Evans. Row 4 is Harry Cook, number 9, alongside number 8, the man behind Dutch Barn Vodka, Chris Fraser. Completing the top 10, 64 Tom Eden, and good to have Stephen Nuttall back out as well, been racing in a variety of Caterham events this year in the number 46. I saw him out in a multi-class Caterham race here early this year on the national circuit at Silverstone, and he lapped the entire field. Not sure it'll be about the same plain sailing for him here then. Row 6 we have Duncan Mallet, number 4, alongside Dale Head in number 6, the brother of former champion Aaron Head. Row 7 we have Jake Swan, not to be confused with the classic touring car racer we've just seen out in the Ford Anglia of the same name, alongside number 11 Carl Jones. Row 8 is 35 Mark Kendall, and we wait to see if Craig Story's there. He had a shunt in qualifying, got a 5-place grid penalty for causing a collision there as well. Row 9 Gary Curtis and Chris Welch, 22 and 68. On row 10 it is number 98 James Hall, 16 Stephen Metcalf completes the grid. So the championship situation, Matt Armstrong currently on 3.78, Harry Senior on 3.61, so decent result here. As we said at the build-up to this race, and Matt Armstrong will become the Caterham 7 UK champion.
Yep, he just needs to have that 6th place, and then there's nothing that Harry Senior can do. So the real fight that we're looking out for is the AM Championship between Justin Armstrong, Craig Story, Tom Eden, James Hall and Chris Fraser. So but I don't think that can be wrapped up in this first race, so we'll just have to see whether that... We'll take the points after this one, and we'll update tomorrow on what that means. But yeah, the top flight, 180 horsepower, dedicated race machinery. I can see Craig Story, I believe, there taking his place, so he is ready to try put that battle up, but he's got quite a few cars between him and Justin, so he's got a bit of work to do to fight back up. But yeah, there's dedicated race machinery, the 180 horsepower, 6-speed sequential box, slick tyres and all uprated dampers. Really are serious bits of kit, and they'll be joining the TOCA touring car support package through a lot of next year as well, so exciting times for this championship. And yeah, really is they're fighting for the national title of British Caterham champion, so it really is a top flight championship as well, and the drivers are there to match, and so it'll be good to see how this runs out. I'm sure Matt Armstrong is aiming to fix this one for himself, and whether he's going to do some work to help his dad as well take that AM championship. Good to see some new and returning faces, and like you say, Steve Nuttall, a man who's won everything there is to win in this official Caterham Motorsport, and he will be back to see next year whether he can take another trophy home with him in his nice black and gold number 46, very famous in this Caterham paddock, that livery. So great to see them out here. They've got 3 races of 20 minutes as they head off onto their green flat formation. There's a bit of speedy dry you can see on the way in. They will be looking to see what that effects are going to have. Certainly is having an effect of a big dust cloud, isn't it? But that's all the way up the start finish straight after the classic touring cars are out there dropping a bit of oil into that. So they'll be checking to see what the grip is like, and then hopefully they'll all make it through. It's going to be tight though, and it's going to certainly put a little bit of a scare up them.
Yes, I think that was from Robin Slater's Ford Escort we saw in the previous race. He went up in a cloud of smoke, and if he and Phil Waller are both unable to race in tomorrow's race, that could decide that class title. But we concentrate back on Caterham's for now. Pole position does go to Harry Senior, the number 28. That's the light blue machine with the red roll cage. Matt Armstrong in also blue and red, but much brighter day glow sorts of red we can see there. Monty Hind in silver and day glow yellow had a big shunt at Croft on the back of the circuit, coming out of the Jim Clark S's earlier this year when his throttle stuck open. That wrote off his season in 270R quite literally, because the car was a write-off. He was okay though, and decides to move on up and have a go in the UK Championship. Great qualifying effort by him, getting 3rd in Superpole. Greg Monk's alongside him, the black car with the red nose, and Justin Armstrong, father of Matt, is in blue and yellow, and Mike Evans, the two-tone green number 93 car with the red roll cage and trim. There your colours to look out for towards the front of the field. Watch out for Harry Cook as well, still desperate for his first 420R victory.
But he's qualified out of position, he's further down the order. He is also just looking to solidify that 3rd place in the championship, which he just needs to finish this race to get that done. But he's got a bit of fighting back to do to try and take that win, and with the speed that Harry Senior's shown over the last 2 race weekends, then I'm not sure he's got enough yet. But let's see how this all plays out. They line up in alternate grid spots, so they're not side by side in this level of the championship. They have an alternate grid 1 by 1. So they're a little bit easier off the line to protect your position as they head into that first turn. And I think they're going to need that with that dust cloud that is sure to be kicked up. You watch Harry Senior, he's on that dusty part of the track, which isn't great for him, is it?
Yes, indeed. We'll likely see Matt Armstrong get the break here, I would think, down the inside from second position on the grid. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to pull into line. Steve Metcalf in the red and black number 16 will be the last to line up. Then we'll get the green flag from the marshal out on the outside of the circuits. And then the 5-second board will be displayed on the gantry. The red lights will come on. When they go out, this race will be underway. If you've not seen the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship before, you've got a real treat coming up here. They're about to get underway then. The red lights are on and away they go. Charge down towards Abbey for the first time. Has Harry Senior been able to make the break? Well, despite the bit of dust there on the circuit, he has, and he's got the lead into that first corner ahead of Matt Armstrong. Everybody else fans out in the setting sun behind. We'll pick them up as they come towards Village. Senior leads from Matt Armstrong in second place. Looks like possibly Monty Hind has held third. Greg Monk's up there as well. Really see the speed start to break out as they come down the Hanger Straight for the first time as they come out of Beckett's. It's Senior who leads the way from Matt Armstrong in second. I think it's Greg Monk's up into third and possibly Mike Evans in fourth.
We've been having that headwind and tailwind and gusty winds all the way down the Hanger Straight. It's going to cause that tow. Senior's taking to the inside to see if he can protect away from that. Matt Armstrong wasn't able to do anything about him at that time. We got 3 wide, but Justin Armstrong round the outside then of Mike Evans and Harry Cook, who's made a good start this time. He's not been famous for his good starts this year, so I think he'd be pleased that he's got off the line and off after the rest of them. But it is Harry Senior over the top of Matt Armstrong then. I think that might be, is that Greg Monks or is in third place? Let's check out who it was. New liveries to deal with this race weekend for all of us as well. I think Monty Hind has slipped backwards somewhat. I think that might even be him deep in the field, so didn't get that off the line as they head then off up the Lewis Hamilton Straight once more.
Yes, Monty Hind, looking at the timing screen, has dropped quite a way back. He's in 8th place as they cross the line for the first time, so didn't get the start he wanted. It is Greg Monks in third in a differently liveried car. I said it was black and red, his car, but no, slightly different colours. Apologies there. There he is in third. It's like a black, white and blue and yellow sort of multicoloured livery for Greg, the driver based over in the Netherlands, chasing after Matt Armstrong for that second place. It's Harry Cook in the black and gold number 9 in fourth place. He's got Justin Armstrong, the AM-class leader, on his tail. He's chased by Mike Evans, the man from Birmingham, in 6th position as Matt Armstrong moves to the outside. He's going to take the lead as they go into Stoke. Cuts in towards the inside into the right-hander. Battle is joined between the two championship contenders.
Absolutely nose to tail, but Matt's doing everything he needs to do and a lot more, so he's in strong positions, but just acting as that interference. And Harry Senior only giving up 1 place down the straight that time. That'd be interesting for the drivers to keep an eye out for, because Greg Monks wasn't able to do that. He Senior protecting, took a little sausage curve on the inside there, really upset the car. Mike Evans slipping behind Matt and Harry Cook, but Justin Armstrong doing what he needs to do in that AM class as he's blasting his way into that top 5. He's got to be careful he doesn't get onto the outright podium. He doesn't want to accidentally promote himself into the Pro-Am class, as if you get 3 podiums outright throughout the course of the season, that will Greg Monks having a look back up the inside there. That's not an usual overtaking position, but putting his nose where it's not wanted as this sun glints off these 420R cars, as Matt Armstrong is still ahead, in fact got ahead of Cook that time through.
Chris Fraser on the back of this group as well. Great to see him improving all the time. The man behind the championship sponsor, Dutch Barn Vodka, born in Australia but now lives up in North Yorkshire where he distills his vodka. And a big thanks to Chris for his support of the championship through his business. Up the inside there, Harry Senior meanwhile is going to try and take the lead. Greg Monks is going to try and sweep around the outside into Stoke Corner. Don't drink and drive, says our director Elliot in the background. Good advice indeed.
Yeah, certainly their drive, then drink at the paddock party this evening, and then let's go. So it is now still Senior out in front over the top of Armstrong, who's having to defend heavily from Cook, who's back up the inside of Greg Monks, who's trying to carry the speed round the outside. Justin Armstrong still there, with now a close company of Chris Fraser and also Mike Evans as they're heading up. I think that's Tom Eden up next after them. Then comes Monty Hind, who's had a little bit of a tricky start to this, but that's to be expected. Great qualifying for him, got the speed in that car. Justin Armstrong's very wide. Is he going to get back? He's off the curb, he's onto the grass. Hopefully he'll get that back without too much problem, but he's going to certainly have lost a bit of momentum.
So here they come towards the right-hander at Village Corner. 16 minutes of this race to go. A long way to go for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. I heard a squeal of tyres there.
Definitely someone facing the wrong way. I can hear them recovering back in our earpieces.
We'll pick up who that was in a moment. Senior leads from Matt Armstrong in second place as they start to do the rattlesnake, just as the 310Rs were doing down the Hanger Straight. You can see it is still very blustery out there.
Look how fast Senior is going down that straight, easily maintaining the lead that time.
Tom Eden's moving up nicely in the 64. He's got ahead of Mike Evans. That's Monty Hind in there as well, the white and Dayglow yellow car.
Was it Justin Armstrong? He's gone all the way back deep into the field. So
must be when he was recovering from that grassy moment. He must have got sideways.
Maybe that's it. In fact, yes, that was cost him all that momentum. So all that time, but he is now trying to fight Tom Eden. He's going to lead this pack of 5 cars, all in sort of the space of a 2-car width, as Justin Armstrong does, but that's cost him all that momentum as they head up. You can see how desperate he is to make sure he keeps all this group behind him. And they've got a pretty uncomfortable gap. There is contact. That is Justin Armstrong who's lost the rear wing against. There's Monty Hind, and it was Tom Eden he made the contact with. They head through the village this time down into the loop and Beckett's.
A bit too close for comfort there in the midfield. Out in front, it is Matt Armstrong chasing Harry Senior. Has Harry Senior been able to break away? Very slightly there as they come through Beckett's onto the Hanger Straight. Is Matt Armstrong going to pick up the tow here down towards Stoke Corner? They've got Monks, Cook and Fraser. 5-car breakaway queuing up behind them. Greg Monks is going to have a go for the inside to try and take P2. Further back though, it's 3 and possibly 4 wide because Mike Evans is trying to barrel his way through the middle here. That's Monty Hind having a go up the inside, trying to make up for his poor start. Justin Armstrong's going to be forced out wide. You can see that wing hanging off after that earlier bit of contact on the Hamilton straights. It's all happening in the midfield here. There's Hind on the inside of Tommy. Mike Evans in the two-tone green car is tucked in behind them, and in front of all this, from nowhere, has come Carl Jones in the number 11. Where did he come from?
Sensible head there, isn't he, as he's racing on through. He had a fantastic outing last time at Alton Park, and doing the same here, showing everyone how it's done, leading them across the line this time through. But that gap, Matt Armstrong is doing comfortably what he needs to do, but Harry Senior is so quick, and he's just not even being able to be overtaken along these long straights. But he can only do so much. He can only do what he can do, which is maximise his points, and if Matt just does enough, that's still going to be enough for Matt to take that championship. He knows he's solid Senior in 2nd place. So we watch James Hall there just trailing around in the lime yellow car, heading off down the Hanger Straight once more. Then that comfort gap, and actually everyone's battling behind, which is going to mean that gives even more advantage to Senior as they go into the second part of this race. And that's Greg Monks now taking over in the 2nd place, over the top of Matt Armstrong. And in fact it was Cook heading up into
Harry
the 2nd.
Cook in second.
Well done Harry Cook for getting up into that, but it's Greg Monks in that 4th place. It's a little bit of a lock up there. I think that was Senior maybe just locking a wheel as he went into Vale that time. You can see how hard he's pushing.
So Harry Cook up into P2. There's Armstrong in 3rd place. Knows he just needs to come inside the top 6 to win the title. And behind him, Greg Monks, who's yet to finish on the podium this year. That's his goal here, perhaps. Chased by Chris Fraser, hanging on to the back of this 5-car breakaway. Fraser leading the AM split in this one, ahead of Tom Eden and Carl Jones. Justin Armstrong only 4th in the AM split at the moment. Where is Craig Story, his main rival? He's in P11 in the car repaired after that shunt in qualifying earlier on. He had that 5-place grid penalty for a collision with Chris Fraser there. As Harry Senior continues to lead, just under a second clear. Harry Cook has now done the fastest lap of the race, and it's soon, I think, going to be a tale of 2 Harrys at the front of the field. They've been battling tooth and nail all season long, but here comes Matt Armstrong back into the fray, and Greg Monks is going to try and get up the inside of both of them into Stoke Corner. He won't get past Matt Armstrong. Cook goes down to 4th place. He didn't have the slipstream there, so it didn't work. He was dropped to the back of that group, and now will try and fight his way back to the front of it again. Armstrong has P2 as they go into the club complex. Greg Monks in P3. Harry Cook could come under fire here from Chris Fraser in P5.
Yep, Chris Fraser knows that the cars in front of him are all in that Pro-Am class, and therefore not racing him, and he's got a max points for where he is, but he'll like to be kept to be dragged away, because Jones is still, and Eden, they're both ahead of Justin Armstrong, who's having to defend really heavily down the inside. Really contact there. I think that's with Jake Swan maybe. In fact, no, it's I'm trying to work out who that is, but
Duncan Mallet, I think.
Maybe it was Duncan Mallet, yes, in one of the new liveries. Yep, didn't recognise that car, so he was being taught where the pit wall was that time through, wasn't he, as they head then through the village and then into the loop and link before joining Beckett's and then the Hanger Straight.
So Justin Armstrong has now got Monty Hind on his tail once again as they head into the straights. Here they come. This car's almost on the grass there as they run out wide. Carl Jones at the head of this group, but it's anybody's race behind him here. Struggling to pick them out. Mike Evans in the middle of this group. Armstrong to the inside. Monty Hind was on the outside. Now cuts back across. Evans hangs on around the outside. They're almost banging wheels. Once again, this is brilliant stuff. Great stories in this group as well. The bright Dayglow yellow car there as well. It is Duncan Mallet, the blue and white number 4 car there on the outside. It'll be at the right-hander of Tommy. It muscles him out over the curbs. Excuse me, says Duncan Mallet, and excuse me, says Justin Armstrong. I've got points to win back here.
Yep, you can see there's quite a lot of desperation going on now. They need to keep their wits about them, keep concentrating, because they are in absolutely close proximity. They've got no margin to drift wide. Mike Evans put himself on the outside. That's almost getting squeezed onto the grass, but just about gets away with it. Out front, Senior, Monks, Cook and Armstrong was the order of the lead pack, so Armstrong dripping to 4th place on that, but Duncan Mallet getting introduced into this championship and saying hello to the 2 millimetres away from the car in front.
So just under 10 minutes of this race still to go. The absolutely frantic stuff of the Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship here at Silverstone. We concentrate on the second group here. Duncan Mallet moves out wide to try and take Tom Eden around the outside. Chased hard by the silver and yellow car. It's Monty Hyde up the inside, and everybody goes Justin Armstrong. That was a kamikaze dive up the inside, and I think it's worked.
Made it stick. Amazing. Those slick tyres that they're running on, giving him just enough room. Here's the battle then for the lead. Greg Muntz right on the tail end of Matt, but you can see that Harry Senior's checked out in front of them as they all battle. They're going to be costing themselves time. Harry Senior's got enough speed in that to take over that lead and make a gap, as the rest of this chase pack then comes through, with Carl Jones just a little bit clear of the group now, but now it is Justin Armstrong who has made himself clear of the pack, who is now battling Matt versus Eden versus Monty Hind as they go into the village this time. Looks like Mallet's going to make that move back around the outside then.
We've lost Stephen Nuttall into the pits, incidentally. Problems for the number 46 car on his return to the championship as the midfield fight makes its way through towards the link. This is the battle for P6 down to about P12 or 13. There's 6 or 7 cars in there fighting out. We see the lead battle go through in the foreground. Senior leading by 1.65 seconds now, as Duncan Mallet on the outside line under threat from Monty Hind, who's learning his craft in a 420R. Here comes up on the outside. Who's that? Having a look. Is that the number
Dale
6
Head.
car? Yes, and Dale Head now moving into this as well. So there's new names popping up in this midfield peloton all the time.
And James Hall as well, fully involved in that battle, and we often see him starting off strong and then having a few mistakes through the course of the race, but he's slowly getting things back under control, and he's fully involved after the halfway point of this race. Great to see. But Dale Head now got a good run on Tom Eden. He's going to see whether he can do anything up this Lewis Hamilton straight. It's a bit wide there for one of the cars, a little bit further back. Carl Jones is losing out that little gap. Justin's coming across that gap to him, so he had a bit of a comfort break for a couple of laps, but that's going to go. There's Craig Story trying to fight back. You remember, he's in the battle for that AM Championship as well. Looks like he's not going to be able to do another contact. Justin Armstrong, that's our AM Champion winner. He's spun. Is he going to get collected? Yes, there is a little bit more contact, but he is facing the wrong way, and this is not going to be the way he hopes to win that AM Championship. He's still firmly in with a chance, but that's not how he wants to be. There was a lot of, in fact, it's Dale Head. In fact, it's Duncan Mallet, isn't it? He's had to spin with.
Poor old Duncan, he never seems to have much good luck in Caterham racing, and the DPR Motorsport man is stuck on the outside of Village after that contact. Now, if he can't get that going again, I was going to say we might be a safety car, but he has managed to get it going again at the back of the field. Duncan Mallet, he'll fight his way back up the order. Well, something had to give in that midfield battle. They were so closely matched there, and sadly that something was Justin Armstrong and Duncan Mallet. We see Dale Head making a move on Tom Eden there. Monty Hind and James Hall in behind them. The lead, incidentally, is still 1.6 seconds for Harry Senior over Matt Armstrong, Greg Monks, Harry Cook and Chris Fraser. That's the breakaway at the front of the field. Carl Jones has been able to break away into P6 slightly as a result of that little contretemps at Village last time around, as Monty Hind running wide there.
They're all running wide into that. I wonder whether that's where the wind is really giving them, because they're so inconsistent into that corner, which you wouldn't normally expect, and the gusts of wind, you can imagine this car only weighs just over half a tonne even with the driver in it, and it can really get blown around by the wind. There's a bit of a replay then of that move. Duncan Mallet around the outside, and Justin Armstrong just seemed to swing across as if he didn't quite know he was there. Contact was made and he was left facing the wrong way, and a little bit of extra contact onto a wing just at that, but it did look like this car jinked sideways slightly into into the line of Duncan Mallet. So really not how he wanted that race to end, but he's got a bit of time to try and recover back. And remember, the finishing order of this race is the starting order of the next, so he's going to be starting deep in that field. Chris Fraser having a look down the inside of Greg Monk's, not going to be able to make it happen. He's not fighting for position, but he wants this team of cars to keep him drawn away from the battle behind, which it certainly looks like it's going to be doing for now, as Harry Senior sweeps into the lead. Matt Armstrong is clear in second place now. It is the battle with Monks and Cook and Fraser as to who's going to take the end of the top step of the podium.
Duncan Mallet has pulled into the pits in the number 4 car to check the damage there. Justin Armstrong is still going. He rejoined in P15, so quite a way down the order. Where is he in the AM class? In 10th place in the AM category. Here are our leaders. Harry Senior ahead of Matt Armstrong. You can see as we said, that things have spaced out just a little between the leaders. Not for third place though. Cook, Monks and Fraser all still in there, and having a go up the inside is Harry Cook, the black and gold car. He goes to P3. Chris Fraser trying to make it P4, looking for his best finish in the championship so
my
far.
fingers crossed for Chris to keep it going. He's had a lot of bad luck this season with a few car maladies as well, so got that all under control and now really showing his pace in that car, and hopefully we'll see him back next year and able to put on a full challenge here at the front of the field. But Cook in the British Fossils car is heading over the line. The start finish line comes really immediately after that exit of Club Corner nowadays, as this field is Chris Welch having a battle with Gary Curtis and also the number 16 of Metcalf as well. So all these three have had a fantastic battle all the way through this season, and it's good to see that continuing here at Silverstone.
Yes, battles everywhere you look in this race, so it is great to see scraps everywhere. And here's another one, that's the midfield peloton going through Abbey. Who's this further back?
That
I think
Justin.
this Justin Armstrong. Now, has he got past, is that Craig Story there behind him? It's tricky to tell. I think it was Mark Kendall, no, the number 35 he's just taken there coming through Club. Just under 4 minutes of the race still to go. Harry Senior is looking all set for victory up front, but it's anybody's race behind. This is the fight for 6th. Carl Jones holds 6th position at the moment. Tom Eden on the tail of Dale Head, that is
trying to
6th
shake
at the head of this. Yep, they're doing the rattlesnake once again. Eden jinks to the inside. He's going to be followed by Monty Hind up the inside as well.
Monty did the switcheroo there, was on the inside but went to the outside. That's cost him a little bit of time because he has to get it all gathered up before you get to that exit curve where they are monitoring the track limits. That is Jake Swan, I think, with Mike Evans fighting away there in that bit mid-packer. Jake Swan, another driver that's been around this championship for so long, and it's great to have him here, and hopefully he can do a full season next year. He's got a new family on board, so he's looking towards that direction. But here is our leader, Harry Senior, absolutely doing exactly what he needs to do, but there's nothing he can do about the fact that Matt Armstrong is clear in 2nd place, which is way more than he needs to do to solidify and take that championship as they head into these final 2 races over the course of this weekend. There's Gary Curtis, Monegasque driver who commutes down to race in the Caterhams with us. Great to have him along, and Chris Fraser still looking. It's hard to know whether Chris Fraser wants to get involved in this battle or wants to avoid it. I'm pretty sure that's the conversation he's having with himself in the car. He'd really hope that these two would just scamper off and keep him clear in front.
We've got a couple of 5-second penalties pending. One is for Justin Armstrong and the other is for Mike Evans. I presume they're for exceeding track limits, but we haven't had confirmation of the reasons for those penalties yet. This is the battle for what is now 3rd place, still raging on. Monks ahead of Cook and Fraser. As we said, Chris Fraser is all set to win the AM category, so maybe we'll play it safe and keep it P5 so he can do that. Doesn't want to get involved in the fight for the overall podium.
He's getting all the points he needs, isn't he, with Justin so far back. Justin's still in the race, but he's not going to be making too many more positions up before the end. So yeah, Chris Fraser doing everything he needs to do. They are still the standard sort of points, so if he can make a couple of places up over the top, he will gain more points in the championship over the top of Justin, which is exactly what he wants to do. Monty Hind sort of converted that excellent qualifying into a sort of a little bit of a timid start, which is fully understandable, getting the car, the tyres all up to speed, and now he is firmly in this battle in that 7th place overall. So great job from him as we look at this battle. And Cook trying around the outside of Monks. There's Monks written on the back of his car just to make sure, and Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car coming along to make that 3 wide as they head into Vale, backing away from it, and Cook just slipping back behind Monks then. So Monks has not done the full season with us, but every time he's been here he's been involved in that battle, as the leaders are actually right together now, I think, yes, over the line.
Matt Armstrong has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 9.753, and he's close to within 4/10 of Harry Senior now, so there is going to be a battle to the flag. Matt Armstrong is going for it. We're on the last lap now, and up towards Village it is Harry Senior. Suddenly sees that red and blue machine looming in his mirrors. Once again, that last lap board is the signal for Matt Armstrong to go all out in attack on Harry Senior. The man from Ascot leads the way in the number 28. Number 19, Matt Armstrong from Leicestershire, chasing him down.
Just to be clear, he doesn't need to win this race, he just wants to, and that's what it's coming down to, and he is going to get that. He's just about managed to make it. Harry Senior's not going to want to see that happen. He will try and dive back down the inside into Vale this time through. He's got a good run as they go through. He's got the speed through the middle of the corner, but I think Matt will just defend to the inside. Then it's a really long way around the outside, around the Vale complex. Looks like Matt's done everything he needs to at the moment on the last lap to take that win away. Add a little bit more spike into that rivalry.
Here they come then through Club Corner for the final time. Harry Senior will try and get up alongside. It's going to be very close. They could finish side by side. Matt Armstrong, I think, is just going to hang on. We'll go to the timing screen as they come over the line. The checkered flag is out, and Matt Armstrong wins by 0.04 of a second ahead of Harry Senior and wins the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, subject to official ratification. They're still at it further back in the order. There's so many battles going on, you can't call all of them over the line. This is for P7. It's going to be Mike Evans, but he's got a time penalty pending, so I think Jake Swan will take 7th place coming through in the closing stages there, and Mike Evans will pick up the penalty. We'll confirm that as soon as we're able. I think that drops him to 15th place, one behind Justin Armstrong, but Matt Armstrong it is who takes the win by just 0.04 of a second with that last lap attack over Harry Senior. Harry Cook finishes on the podium again with 3rd place. Greg Monks with his best finish of the season in 4th, and Chris Fraser wins the AM category in an excellent 5th overall. But Matt Armstrong will take the plaudits from this one, wins the race on the final lap by a scant margin over Harry Senior, and subject to official confirmation is your Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK champion.
Assuming the results stay like this, Armstrong does take the championship, Senior does take 2nd place, and Cook does take 3rd place. So the top 3 in that race have actually taken the top 3 positions in the championship. So they've just got the other 2 races for fun at the end of this weekend. I wonder whether we're going to see them out there racing. But Chris Fraser, what a result for him over the top, and looking good in that AM class championship. We'll put all the points into the spreadsheet and see where that leads us heading into the 2nd and 3rd races. But here's confirmation then of the unofficial results.
0.04 of a second in it for Matt Armstrong over Harry Senior, who led for so long in that race, with Harry Cook completing the top 3 and Greg Monks a fine 4th. Chris Fraser, excellent victory in the AM division. Then a gap back to Carl Jones in 6th. Then Jake Swan, Monty Hind, Dale Head, Tom Eden and Craig Story, with James Hall behind almost as quickly as that. Mike Evans got that time penalty, we presume, for exceeding track limits one time too many. He ended up in P13 ahead of Mark Kendall. And behind them, Curtis Welch. Justin Armstrong penalised down to 17th with that 5-second penalty, recovering from his spin as well. Metcalf and Mallet, who made a pit stop, completed the finishers. We lost Stephen Nuttall, unfortunately, into the pits. So Matt Armstrong takes the win and provisionally the championship as well. We can head down to Sam Parker to celebrate with him in just a moment.
So not only did Matt win the championship today, he also won the race and got a fastest lap. What a way to win the championship. He will be delighted with that. We'll come through and have a word. I'll go around that side. Matt, congratulations! You are 7 UK champion, and you won the race and you got a fastest lap.
Yeah, couldn't have asked it to go any better in that last race, so yeah, great achievement, and I think as a driver and the and the team, we did the best job all year, so I think there's nothing less than what we deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you and Harry have been great, battles all season, but it's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, another clean race, so yeah, it's been a brilliant year, and we've had some good races, so it's been a great season, and really thankful for the team and my dad and all my family that have supported me along the way.
Brilliant. Well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's have a word with Harry Senior, just over this way. Harry, congratulations on P2, and obviously P2 in the championship as well. I think that's confirmed now, isn't
Pretty
it?
much,
how's your season been for you?
It's been great. Started last year and
worked our way up into Pro-Am, but before the end of the year, and came in this year, you know, saw like Lewis and people had dropped out, and so we knew we had a run at it. I tried to keep Matt honest all year. He found some real pace because he wasn't, you know, last year he didn't seem so much of a threat, but he came in guns blazing, and so yeah, fair play to him. Yeah, it was a good race. I'm a bit annoyed I managed to lose that gap, and then no last lap board. So
No, it was literally a few seconds when you were coming out of club left on the timer.
Yeah, so I was, didn't know whether to let him past or not. You know, if I'd known, I may have played things differently, but who knows?
Yeah, it's very tricky to judge. Well,
Yeah.
well done and well deserved.
Thank you.
And great racing.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, let's go and have a word with Harry Cook. And Carl, I'll come to you in a moment. Harry, how was that race for you? Well done on P3.
Thank you. Yeah, it was good. Just lost the top two, but it was a good fight. Me and Greg were sort of teammates, so it was aggressive, but like it was fair, so it was fun. Yeah, well done to Matt as well.
Yeah, it's been great racing from all of you this year, and quite close as well. What are your plans for next year, then?
I'm not too sure yet. I'd like to stay in this, so yeah, that's the plan at the moment, but we'll see. Evaluate in the off season.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like first year, like Carl, I interviewed Carl before your race, and he was saying first year, you know, it's good to sort of like learn the car, and then the second year you can really attack harder. But you've been right up there from the start.
Yeah, it's just a little bit still to get, so I feel like I've learned the car now. It's just a few tweaks, and I think I'll hopefully follow in Matt's footsteps next year.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah, great.
Well done.
Thanks.
Right, we've got some time, so I'm going to have an interview with a few other drivers because there's a qualifying session on at the moment. Carl's waiting here for me. Carl, how was that race for you?
That was great. Although I got very lonely. I don't know. I was like, because the lead pack sort of got away and I had the bunch behind me. So I was sort of keeping that about. So I munched through, okay, which I was quite surprised. I was really happy with that. And then sort of the lead pack got away, and then there was a crash bang wallop behind me, as you probably saw. And I thought, oh great, but then I thought, oh no, I'm stuck in no man's land because like the wind is just, you definitely need a tow today. So the last 3 laps I was like really concentrating. I was starting to close in on the leading group, but they were miles ahead. So I thought, I'll stay put. And I was just like, you know, polishing my nails and all that sort of stuff. I actually made a cup of tea.
They I spy down the hang straight.
But no, it's good actually. I thought the track would have been a little bit, but it was it played good, and the car was just awesome. After, as you know, on testing, near enough ripped the car off, and so Lee's done a really good job. You know, built the car to really lovely, and its handles. Yeah, so I'm pretty pumped. It was 6th, was it? So I finished 6th, 7th.
So I can let you know. I'll have a look
Thank
at on my phone. I did screenshot the timing.
I know I was making some time.
Here we go. Where 6th, yes.
Oh, cool.
There we go. Second in AM class.
Oh,
Well
excellent.
done.
Fantastic. Some more wood.
More wood for the fire.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
But no, well
Yeah,
done.
Cheers, Sam.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
2 more to go tomorrow, so it's not over yet. Right, come with me, Danny. We'll go and speak to a few other drivers. Chris Fraser.
Hello.
Well done, Chris.
Thank you.
How was that from your perspective? You were right up there, weren't you?
Yeah, I didn't want to get involved with the fight for the podium, so I popped up into 3rd once, and I thought, no, I don't need to mess with these guys. I looked back, and there was a big gap, so I sort of hung there for a bit, and every now and then just made a nuisance of myself, but it was fun.
Yeah,
it was really good.
Cheesy actually on the comms said that. He said, we're just wondering whether Chris is just hanging back there, you know, not to...
Well, Harry's, he's still trying to fight for the front, so I didn't want to mess him up, and Greg was there, and we had a good bit of fun. It was nice and clean, lots of nice little moves and stuff, and down into Stowe is just mental every time. It's like just roll the dice and see what comes out the other side. Yeah. It's good fun though.
It creates good racing here, doesn't it? Being so wide as well.
Yeah, and it's a little bit like Brands Indy because you just keep going round and round. You go, okay, all right, I'll do something different next time. Time, that's good. That dust into 1 was pretty.
It looked quite treacherous, because when you went off on your green flag lap, I thought, gosh, the amount of smoke that came.
Yeah, and it was right on the best line to go through there, so you're compromising quite a bit. That was good fun. I enjoyed that.
Good. Hopefully 2 more of those tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Maybe I won't mess it, and I will get involved tomorrow. We'll see.
Championship's done now for Matt.
That's right.
So
that's right.
And Harry.
So now maybe they might drop out. So.
Well, there is that. Yeah. Sometimes it's not worth risking it. No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
Fun tomorrow.
Good.
Cheers, Sam.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
Right. Let's have another quick word with a few other drivers. Got Ian over there waiting. Let's go and speak to these guys up here. Lalo, guys. Tom, how was that race for you?
It was good. It was entertaining, really entertaining, but hard work. Yeah. Didn't finish quite as well as I'd liked, but it was good though. Really good.
Yeah, good. Well, as long as you enjoy it, that's the thing, isn't it?
We did, and it was wouldn't say it was Larry, but there was just so many moves. It was,
I think that's what makes it quite exhausting, isn't it? You've got to be watching all your mirrors and what's in front of you all the time because the toe's so strong. Everyone's changing position so quickly.
Oh my God, it was just completely. It's like wacky races. But really good though, really good. And to be fair, everyone, I think there was only one real incident. Apart from that, it was all pretty clean. So yeah, it's good quality.
Good. You enjoy the track?
Do you know what, actually, it's good, but it's just no let off.
No.
But it is good. I prefer the GP circuit.
Yes.
If I'm honest, but this, to be honest, it is good.
Yeah.
It's good racing.
It sort of helps keep the racing close, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it's great if you're trying to pull on people, but if you, the other way round, it's like you just don't get a let off.
Yeah. I feel like we've got the better half of the Silverstone circuit, better than I prefer international to national.
Yeah, I do completely. Yeah, the national, if I'm honest, is not a fan of that.
No.
But yeah, this is so much better.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Right, I think we've got a little trip to make now, haven't we?
We do, Sat. Right, you're not missing any on-track action. It's only qualifying for the Mini Club Sport. They've only got about 12 minutes left. Just come over here. I've got a treat for us as well because I have organised us some transport. Look who it is, everybody. Look, she's hiding. She's hiding it. Remember the former Caterham photographer? She's just hiding. There she is. Look, there she is. There she is, everybody. Everybody point and look. Everybody look. Shy as anything. Right, anyway, Right, off we go.
We're on a little mission, so you're coming with us.
The next Caterham race, they are heading down to assembly now, aren't they? So look what I've got for us to get us there. And you're going to join us on this ride, everybody. Look at this. Wow. Look at this livery as well. Isn't it good? Look at that. You're going to, shall I take that, son? Because you're going to drive, aren't you? Dana, you're going to hop in the front seat. I'm going to walk, technically, on the back. I did turn it off, actually. Yeah, I'm on. So I turned it off. You'll have to turn it on, Sam. So I turned it off. And now we're off on the way down. So this is a look at the Silverstone wing. No, don't film me. I don't know. We've got health and safety. We're on our way down now, as you can see. A look behind the scenes here at Silverstone. Of course, the wing, the famous Formula One paddock down here. Personally, I actually prefer the national pits. I think they're a little bit more homely, shall we say. But the wing is a vast area. Of course, this is where the Formula One teams all set up when they come here in July. We're just making our way down. It's a long old way to walk throughout the course of the day. We're backwards and forwards. But fortunately, Caterham have very kindly allowed us to have this Caterham car and of course Mini Club Sport. They're in action tomorrow. Got 3 races. The Mini Club Sport end their season. They're currently
Sorry about that little signal dropout, but as we were making our way down the back of the pit lane. Right, we've got 270s here, so we are going to come and chat to some of these guys. We've had a few upgrade to 270. We've got Chris Hick, so he was racing in Road Sport with me this season, so he's made the move. Also Christian Bond down there in the cream and dark green livery car, number 72, he was in Academy this year, so and he's made the jump up for this final round. So some drivers like to do that if they've got some time. They'd like more time to themselves. So you get team support at this stage in 270s. So some people like to make that jump and not go into road sport, and also do it at this round because then they've got a bit of a chance of experiencing it before doing it for a full season next year. So let's have a quick word with Chris if he doesn't mind. I don't normally get to interview you, Chris, because normally we're in the same grid. So 270, how is it going so far?
I've had a drive session.
Yes.
I could do with another one, which hopefully this will be. Look at that. But I'm learning it all the time. My advisors tell me I'm in. Yeah, but my son might be biased. But yeah, I could do this race and the next one if I can make a bit more progress.
Yeah.
I'll be very pleased.
Yes, because yesterday, I don't know if people at home were watching, but knew about it, but it was torrential rain yesterday, so it wasn't really relevant for today.
All I meant was boating. Yeah, it was rubbish.
Yeah, so...
yeah, today's been great, and I was, obviously hugely different timings and a bit of progress.
Yeah.
So if I can keep it on the track, and then I'll take what I can get from this session. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your first race in 270.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you get 3 races on a weekend.
Oh, it's bargain. Yeah. Value for money.
Exactly. Brilliant. Well, enjoy it, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go and have... Oh, we've also got... Sorry, how could I forget? Scott Darling has also made the jump up. So look, they're all next to each other. Scott... I was just saying to Chris, I don't normally get to interview you and Chris, do I? Because we're on the same grid. But so 270s, what's it like?
With the big boys now.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the big boys. No, it's great. It's fantastic. It's the car it should have been.
Yeah.
It gives you so much more confidence. There just feels to be so much more grip. Can't wait to play with Louis at the front.
I know, that's it. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, obviously Scott has been racing in road sport this year, but Louis Darling has been racing in 270 all season, leading the championship.
Yeah.
And he was helping you on that test day, wasn't he, that we did a few weeks ago, which was really great to see. But lovely that you can race together on the same grid.
Yeah, and Silverstone. First time I ever came to Silverstone was with Academy for racing. I was second to last, Lou was second, so see if I can improve on that this time round.
Yeah.
Pass the car.
Exactly. Well, have a great race and enjoy it.
Cheers, Sam.
And right, I'm going to come and speak to Christian as well, because like I say, he's made the jump up, so he's doing his belts at the moment. Maybe I should leave him to do his belts, or do you mind me having a quick word?
Hi, Sam.
Hello, how are you?
I'm alright. Not too bad. A little bit nervous, but that's okay.
That's to be expected, though, isn't it? I mean, you've been in academy this year. How's your academy season been?
Mixed. Yeah, so it was a mixed year. It was one or two breakdowns. Most of the issues with my driving, if I'm totally honest with you. But no, it's great fun. Absolutely fantastic. So the car was in bits anyway after Snetterton, so and I had the kit for 270. So it was pretty case of, well, it's in pieces anyway. Might as well make it a 270. I'm not going to win the championship anyway, so. Bit of a run up to next season. It's the idea,
Yeah. And what was the idea behind moving to 270? Was it because teams, you obviously get team support in 270, and that sometimes factors people's decision?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a diva, so I thought, team support, and also 3 races a weekend, so just a little bit more seat time really. So nothing against the road sport championship. It's absolutely awesome. This just works a bit better for me. So exactly. Big change, but yeah, great fun, fantastic fun. Yeah.
And you'll learn a lot quicker as well by having 3 races a weekend, and you get more used to that whole process of the races. And I think, I've noticed it from just having 2 races a weekend.
Yeah.
By the second race, I'm not as nervous.
Yeah, no. Hopefully that happens here, because the nervous wheeze have been very frequent. So. It'll be a good weekend. Let's go out and have some fun. There's no points in it for me, so I'm just a guest driver. So just go out and have some fun and hopefully come back in one piece. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah,
exactly. Well, enjoy,
cool,
and we'll catch up with you after and see how you got on.
Oh, thank you very much.
See you later. Yeah, so that's the thing. Some people move to 270 for those reasons. It's personal preference, really. Most people do the whole ladder and go into road sport after academy, but obviously, like I have. But yeah, if you haven't got much time or you're not that mechanically minded, sometimes 270 is the next step, or 310, because obviously from 270 you get team support. So let's go and speak to Jasmine very quickly. I'll come in this side because she's getting strapped in. You can carry on with the belts. Don't want to delay you. Jasmine, you've been doing really well recently, haven't you? And you obviously really getting the hang of the car.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is my first year in any sort of Caterham, so it was going to be a big leap no matter what series we went into, but we decided on the 270s, and yeah, just been making steady progress throughout the season.
Brilliant. Yeah, and obviously enjoying it every time. And have you got any plans for next year?
Nothing finalised yet, but we have really enjoyed this first year. It's been great, like on these new tracks I've never been to. I haven't been to this layout before. I haven't done Zandvoort before, so it's been a really good year. We have loved it a lot.
Yeah. And next year, you see, we've got Spa on the calendar, which I know is a very popular one that people want to tick off their list.
I know, I have seen it. If I can make it, it'd be mega.
Brilliant. Well, have a great race today. At least the sun's come out, which is nice to see, because there was a very, very dark cloud that came over, and I thought, oh goodness, it's going to rain. But no, thankfully, it's nice and sunny. I can still hear the cars on track, so we'll carry on and have a chat to some of these guys. I can see Lee James there is got his eyes closed, so he might be in the zone. Let's have a quick word with Tim Hardcastle. Tim, I do love this livery and your helmet matching. It looks very, very good.
They're the nicest things, Sam. Thank you.
I like what you've got on your steering wheel there, a sticker that says no lift.
So this is the accumulation of weeks of coaching, investment of time, with a very professional driver, and the one single message he's given me is don't lift. I think if it's as simple as that, we'd all be winning though, wouldn't we?
But there's something that takes over us and we lift, right?
Well, I think he's just trying to give me a key message. It could have been a lot ruder, so I suppose I'm actually quite grateful that he's only given me this one. But listen, I think we are in a fantastic circuit, and we're so lucky to be in the same pits as the F1 crews. I mean, what more can we ask for?
Yeah.
I think the racing has been great so far, and I'm looking forward to a good race ahead of us. There's a lot of competition, so lots of towing and overtaking. I'm sure you'll find out yourself tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. So hopefully the sun will stay out and we can put on a bit of a show for the few spectators that have managed to bear it through the wind.
Yes, we'll feel that. You'll feel that wind out there, won't you?
I think definitely down Hanger Straight. These cars are great, but in a long straight with a headwind, you definitely feel it. It's not designed for aerodynamics, but they make up for so many other things, don't they? In terms of the agility and the way they break into the corners. So yeah, it's very great fun. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, enjoyed it. Thank you, Tim. Right, we've got Arif here. Let's have a quick word with Arif. Lovely to see you in the championship still. I like it. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's the last race of the season, so I thought I'd come down and see what I can do a qualified date. So quite happy with that.
Yeah, really good.
Probably my best qualifying this year. So let's see if I can catch these guys at the front.
That's it. You obviously like Silverstone then?
Yeah, I mean, we done it last year in road sport, which was fantastic, but it was the Grand Prix circuit, so first time doing this, and it wasn't much of a test day yesterday with the rain.
No, it was more like boat racing, wasn't it? Literally, if you look at your onboard, I don't know if you watched it's like a wash at the back of the car.
A little red light and nothing else, to be honest. So, but no, qualifying was good. It was nice and clean, and like I say, really looking forward to this race.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, have a good one.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Right, won't be long. I think they'll be heading out very shortly, but I'll have a quick word with Nick as I'm next to Nick. Hello, Nick. How are you finding this weekend so far?
I thought qualifying was quite challenging.
Yeah.
Massive tow, isn't there?
Yes.
And didn't seem to manage to latch onto anybody. It's a good circuit though. It's nice that it's dry today.
Yes.
Yesterday was wet.
Yeah, very, very wet. Like really not relevant at all yesterday, was it?
Like waste of time. Should have stayed in the pub. Not gone to the pub.
Yeah, well that's the thing, but it's also, we haven't had any wet races this year, have we? So to get some wet testing was actually, I thought, well, this is quite beneficial.
It was quite fun yesterday. It was still quite good fun.
It was.
But like I said, not relevant to today. Going out in qualifying with no idea of setup. So it's quite tricky.
Yeah.
But hopefully move forward, hopefully. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Exactly. Watch out for those. Yeah, watch out for those gusts of wind.
Oh, and onto the back straight.
Yeah.
Get blown into the barrier.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. Be a good crack.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Well, the sun's out for you, so.
Weather's finally getting a bit better.
Yes, it is.
Very good.
Hopefully a dry day tomorrow as well. I think
Yeah, I think so. It looks that way. A bit less windy, hopefully. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Right, we'll have a good one, Nick. Yes. Right, I will. Qualifying's finished for the minis, so these guys will be heading out very soon. I'll hand back to Chris and Dave in the comments box.
Thanks, Sam. Good to catch up with some of the drivers down there ahead of our next race, the Edge Caterham 7270R Championship. Just a couple of updates. The Mini Challenge Club Sport with Vertex Motorsport just had their qualifying session. Andy Langley has qualified on pole there, ahead of Freddie Hewitt and Ollie Wilmot, just to give you an update on those. And we've cleared up some confusion from earlier on. The Margulies family in the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, it was Jake Margulies Jr. in the Alfa Romeo, and David was in the Escort XR3i. They have swapped cars for this weekend. Thanks to Mark for pointing that out for us. Apologies to the Margulies family there for the confusion. We'll get that right for the rest of the weekend. Sorry to Jake and David for the confusion over who was in which car earlier on. But we'll have that correct for tomorrow's race for the Group 1 touring cars. So next up then, it is the Edge Caterham 270R Championship, as the sun already begins to set on this autumn day here at Silverstone. And Chris Hutchinson alongside me. It certainly looks as though Ben Wheatley has 1.5 hands, we'll say, on the championship.
Definitely. He just needs to finish 1 point behind Louis Darling to actually take that championship. So, like you say, he really is very nearly having taken that championship. Louis Darling is solid in that second place, and then a battle very open for third place, so we're going to keep an eye out that over the course of this race weekend. But yet, Ben Wheatley, if he wins outright, then that's also it. You know, any time that he finishes ahead of Louis Darling, that's as much as he needs to do. The 270Rs have been that battle between Ben Wheatley and Louis Darling, and Ben Wheatley started the season so strong, but the rest of the field has caught up with him gradually over the course of the season, and Louis Darling's on a run of, I think, 5 wins in a row at the moment, so a real run of form. Coming up from the academy last year, straight into this 270R class. Took him a little while to acclimatise, but is absolutely fully up to speed and looking like a threat, isn't he, coming into the next year? And as we heard from his dad also over the in the assembly there, just looking forward to seeing how his son gets on. They both started in the academy, as I said, last year. 270R is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So you start in the academy, you upgrade your car to road sport, and then you upgrade your car into this 270R. By this stage, it is a dedicated race car, so it's got no windscreen or lights or number plates, and you've got a bit more power and a uprated suspension sort of settings around you as well. So yeah, really nice bit of, we call it the coming of age championship. So beyond road sport, they really are turning into race drivers by the time they get into this class.
So looking at the points going into this one, Ben Wheatley leads Louis Darling. They've divided up most of the wins between them so far this season. Ben Wheatley has 8 race wins to his name. Louis Darling has 7, including the last 5 in a row. The other winners this year, Paul Oglesby had a win at Thruxton. He's not here this weekend. Nick Sampson had a win at Croft, and the marvellously monikered Lionel Tolmash had a win at Croft as well, but he's only done a couple of rounds this season. Nick Sampson also missed the rounds at Anglesey and Alton Park, so he's down in 11th place in the points, but he has set pole position for our first race this weekend. The red and white number 15 car will be starting on the pole, and alongside him will be number 37, Henry Speaks, who's had a consistent season this year and on the podium a couple of times, and looking for his first win in the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. Ben Wheatley will line up third on the grid with Louis Darling alongside him. So they're the 2 championship protagonists. Ben comes from Newark in Nottinghamshire. Louis Darling, the Welshman. We've already seen his father, Scott Darling, has moved up from road sport to give him a bit of assistance this weekend. So Sampson and Speaks on the front row, Wheatley and Darling row 2. Django Jones lined up alongside Andrew Bailey on the third row of the grid. Andrew Bailey still with a chance of taking P3 in the championship. His main rivals being Nick Heighton and Henry Speaks. Nick Heighton, number 78, is on row 4 alongside Arif Hanif, the Scotsman, on the fourth row, number 74, completing the top 10. 6, Tim Hardcastle, and number 23, Gary Cross. Row 6 will be 71, Lee James. He's alongside 63 of Andy Palmer. 7th row, 48, Jasmine Shaw, starts alongside 51 of Harrison Cavers. He should be up there fighting for a top 5 place, I would think, if he can come through from there. A little bit out of position in qualifying. Row 8 is number 72, Christian Bond. Good effort from the man making his first move into 270Rs, moving up from the academy alongside Andrew Mackay in 65. Row 9, 29 Scott Darling, and 52 Chris Hicks, another graduates from Road Sports. Row 10, 25 Chris Coates alongside number 4 Craig Jarvis, and number 62 Anne Hall completes what should be a 21 car grid.
As you say, it's been a battle between Wheatley and Darling all through. They've taken the majority of the races, and no doubt that battle will continue. It's just the fast start of Ben Wheatley that's kind of moved this just out of reach of Louis. But who knows? Never say never in Caterham action. As the cars come down then the hanger straight to join the grid, they'll have their green flag lap to see the complete lap, including all that dust and oil speedy dry that they've got up at the Abbey corner at the moment. And you could the 420R drivers were saying it does affect the grip that you're getting, and they're on slick tyres, so see how this 270R grid on their Toyo 888R tyres get on as they form up then, or start to form on that grid. Here is that Vale Complex, another overtaking opportunity. What is the wind doing? We'll have to see when they're out there, see how gusty it is. It does look like everything's calmed down just a little as the day's gone on. Wind levels have dropped from the real strong winds that we had this morning, so let's see how they get on. But we've had some tremendous battles throughout the rest of the Caterham field, and we'll be seeing how they're going to go in this 270R class, a class that's had a fair share of incidents throughout the course of the year, so they'll be looking to see and make sure they keep that under control. But it's certainly been not an action. It's been an action-packed season, and they'll want to bring that to a conclusion here at Silverstone in the best way possible.
Penultimate row is row 10.
To the grid they come. Let's give you the colours of the leading cars. Nick Sampson on pole, looking for his second win of the season, is in red and whites. Henry Speaks in blue and orange, sort of a spotted design on his car. The man who works for Aston Martin has been working on the Valkyrie hypercar project this year. Ben Wheatley is in black and blue. Louis Darling in black and gold, the championship contenders. Django Jones on row 3 in number 8. He's in a navy blue design with some white flashes on it. Andrew Bailey, red with a blue stripe and blue roll cage. He's been more consistent than quick this season, so looking for a podium possibly here. Nick Hyton in black with blue and white flashes, and alongside him 74 Arif Hanif is in black and red. These are the colours of the leading runners.
Nick Sampson's certainly been quick every time he has raced with us, hasn't done the whole season, and Henry Speaks has just been so close to those podiums all the way through. And as you say, Andrew Bailey's had a really consistent season, but equally he has been right up there with the leaders as well on those times. The Hanif brothers, and we've got Arif with us this weekend, never a dull moment with those guys on track, and it's great to see. And as you say, there's a couple of drivers, Harrison Cave is one of them, out of position down there, and here we're looking to see whether he can come through that field. But there's a lot of cars between him and the front of the field, but no doubt he will give it his best shots. But 30 seconds to get us into the green flag formation lap, and there's a chance for them to see the conditions out as that green flag does get waved. And they will, it was a motorsport minute and 30 seconds that you get the signals on the gantry. They're very rarely the actual full length of time as they head out there. And you can see Ben Wheatley in that blue car. He's just got to get it consistent, got to get it to the flag, and he'll get that done.
Yes, he dominated the early part of the season, scored a hat-trick at Snetterton, Ben Wheatley, at the start of the season. At Thruxton, there were 2 wins for Louis Darling, 1 for Paul Oglesby. Wheatley took another hat-trick at Anglesey. Then at Croft, it was Lionel Tolmash and Nick Sampson who took their first wins, with Ben Wheatley taking the other. It was Wheatley 1, Darling 2 at Zandvoort in the Netherlands. And then a hat-trick at Alton Park for Louis Darling.
He's not looked back since that time, has he?
No, he certainly hasn't. 5 wins in a row coming into this race. So before dropped scores are applied, Ben Wheatley leads on 506, with Louis Darling second on 450 and Andrew Bailey on 380 in third. But with dropped scores applied, Andrew Bailey does drop behind Nick Hyton and Henry Speaks in the points, and he's actually joint 5th with Harrison Cavers. So with drop scores applied, of course, you drop your 3 worst scores over the course of the season. But I'm leaving the number crunching to you, Chris, because regular viewers of BARC TV will know how bad my maths is.
And I've got my spreadsheet here, the Championship Worker Outerer 2025. So it does all the hard work for me, but we also try and work it all out ahead of time. But you can see how many variables there are. And if you've been watching with us this afternoon, if you haven't, where we've been, but if you have been, you'll see how many times it changes over the course of a race. These Caterham cars give us fantastic action. The Silverstone circuit is more of a tactical race, given that their speed and the width of the track means that these cars never get below about 50 miles an hour on the course of the whole lap, and regularly over 100 miles an hour, and that means it's a game of high-speed chess as the cars get towards that Lewis Hamilton straight to line up on this grid, and they'll be seeing what they can do over the first of their 3 20-minute races over the course of this race weekend.
First few rows are into position then. And Ben Wheatley take the title with a race win from the second row of the grid, the black and light blue car, second from the right as we look towards the grid here. Nick Sampson looking for his second win of the season, a part season for him this year. He missed Anglesey, he missed Alton Park. Waiting for the last couple of cars to pull into line at the back of the grid at the moment. The number 4 down there, which is Craig Jarvis, Chris Coates 25, Anne Hall number 62 in her multicoloured machine will start last of all. So the green flag about to be waved at the back of the grid, and the 5-second board is displayed, waiting for the lights to come on for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship Race 1 of the weekend. The red lights are on, the revs are up, and away they go down towards Abbey Corner for the first time. It's a good start by Henry Speaks from second on the grid. He's going to take the lead into Abbey, or is he? No, at the inside is that Louis Darling that's come through from the second row. Yes, it is. What a start by Louis Darling in car 69. And he's got to hope that Ben Wheatley falls back in. But Wheatley's right there in his mirrors as they come towards Village Corner for the first time. Darling and Wheatley, are they going to go 1-2? Henry Speaks could be relegated to third position here. A couple of cars run out wide. One of them, I think, was possibly our pole sitter Nick Sampson, who didn't get the best of starts, to say the least there. He's back in about 6th position as they head onto the hanger straight for the first time. It's the championship protagonist up front, Darling, ahead of Wheatley.
And he's doing just enough. If Wheatley, if he needs only 1 point behind Darling to actually take it. So at the moment there's 2-point gap, so it depends on the fastest lap. But we will develop that as time goes on, as the race comes to its conclusion. Wheatley now is doing enough to take that championship, and it's going to change like that lap after lap after lap. Henry Speaks, though, having a bit of a struggle with that rear of his car. Andy Palmer is one of the other drivers that drove out wide as they went through the Abbey Corner that last time through. Louis Darling is back in front again then, so that's 3 swaps in a couple of corners. Henry Speaks is in that 3rd place, and then the rest following on behind.
Nick Sampson down to 6th position after a poor start. He's got Arif Hanif on his tail as they come round to complete lap number 1 of this 20-minute race. There's Harrison Cavers. Now he started 14th, and where's he up to? He's gained 4 places on that first lap. We said he qualified a bit out of position, as at the inside Ben Wheatley leads as they go into Abbey Corner. He's taken the lead back from Louis Darling. Henry Speaks in 3rd position. Looks like it's Django Jones fighting away in there for 4th. One of many who've come through the Caterham Academy over the last couple of years, through road sports and then on to the 270Rs.
Palmer out wide again, that's twice in a row.
Yes, Andrew Palmer getting a bit wayward there in his early laps as we go onto the hanger straight for the second time. Watch them weave across the straight here. Is anybody going to try and break the toe? They'll wait till they get to the bridge. That's the marker to try and make her attack. Here comes Louis Darling. He's got round the outside. Henry Speaks tries to do the same thing in the 37 car. Wheatley tries to get back up the inside. There's Jones in 4th place, the navy blue and silver number 8 machine. Nick Heighton and Nick Sampson fighting away behind him. Up towards club for the second time. Darling has the lead, the Welshman in the black and gold number 69. There's Sampson doing a disappointing start there, down to P6, and if anything Darling and Wheatley have broken away by a length or so as they complete their second lap. Quickest lap of the race so far is by Nick Sampson, 1:17.841, as they start to sort themselves out again down the straight. Darling on the inside, Wheatley sweeping for the outside. Could he get that move done towards the left-hander and far? They disappear briefly from our view. There's Arif Hanif battling away with Palmer a little bit further back, but when Wheatley has got the move done, he leads the way into Village.
Yep, so we're over the top of Louis Darling, and it's side-by-side between Speaks and Jones then as they head into the left of the link and then back onto Beckett's to join the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit at the hanger straight. As they go wide out there, you can see they use every single last bit, carry as much speed through that what is quite a tight right-hander onto the straight, and certainly one of the most critical corners on this circuit. As Wheatley goes down the inside, then they are just going to swap every single corner. But is this Jones looking to the outside? It is indeed. So can Django Jones go around the outside of the 2 championship leaders? Not quite this time through, didn't have the momentum, but certainly Darling does take the momentum around it, and that moves Ben Wheatley down into that 3rd place. Henry Speaks looking now into that 4th place as they move into the next lap.
Well, here comes Django Jones on the inside. He wants to lead a 270R race for the first time in his career. He's wheel to wheel with Ben Wheatley. He goes wide though. Ben Wheatley didn't leave him any room at all there coming out of club, and he remains in P3. Darling leads as they cross the stripe for the third time. From Wheatley, Jones, Speaks and Heighton, your top five. Nick Sampson hanging on at the back of this lead group. Hardcastle leads the second group there. Tim Hardcastle in the number 6, the blue and orange car. They're completing the top 10, Bailey Cavers and Arif Hanif. There's the number 65 of Andrew Mackay, just outside the top 10 at the moment. 15 and a half minutes of the race to go, a long way to go yet. Everything could still change. We look a little bit further down the order here as we come into Village. Jasmine Shaw at the front of this group ahead of Scott Darling. That's Darling Senior, possibly in to act as a bit of a tail gunner for Louis in this one, making the movement from Road Sports, as is Chris Hicks behind him. But here come the leaders here, weaving about down the hanger straight. Louis Darling frantically trying to defend his lead, but Ben Wheatley's going to go for the inside. Further back in the order, there's going to be a big lunge up the inside here. Look for Harrison Cavers, the number 51, side by side with Andrew Bailey. He doesn't leave him any room on the inside. They almost clash together. That's Arif Hanif, the number 74, the man from Glasgow, in behind them. Here come the leaders. Wheatley, it's Darling who sets the pace. Sorry, Wheatley's gone back to third place. That's Jones in second position. Running wide there, Jones, and Sampson wide as well.
Carrying the momentum around the outside, though. It's not been a great start for Sampson. He'll be trying to figure out his next plan of action. As he was started on pole but drifted back and hasn't made an impression just yet on the group in front of him, but they're battling so hard, it's not surprising. But Django Jones, who was trying to go for the lead, is now back in that third place again. Tiny gap there out to Darling. You can see how as soon as they start battling, there is a little opportunity to spring off the front, but with the wins that we've got today, it's unlikely that's maintained. We saw in the 7 Championship UK a significant gap swallowed up by Matt Armstrong in the tail end of that race, and you can see there'll be even more tow in these 270R machinery as they head off down into Hanger Straight then for this second time. Darling just got a little bit of a comfort gap over the top of everyone at the moment.
Yes, he ran a little bit deep there going into the exit of Beckett's though, and that's allowed Wheatley to close up. Once again, Jones side by side with Nick Heighton now, the 78 coming through on the inside. Henry Speaks covers the inside line. Sampson trying to drive around the outside in the number 15. Still a long way to go in this first race of the weekend for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. The leaders come down into the left-hander at club. The championship contenders up front now, and Nick Heighton, number 78, has got through for third. The man from Lancashire ahead of Django Jones. Django, number 8,
flinging that car as he went through Vale. They're really leaning on those tyres. He's going to struggle a little bit with it overheating maybe towards the end if he carries on that, but Heighton making great progress then up into the top 3 from his qualifying position. Clearly didn't get a good lap, but now has made up for that as he heads through. Cavers is making his way back through, isn't he, as well? As Wheatley comes down then in the lead at the moment over the top of Louis Darling. Django Jones still holding on then over the top of Heighton, so a change of position there. Sampson has made that one position up over the top of Henry Speaks, who's slowly drifting backwards. He will want to stop that quickly. Andrew Bailey's coming across that gap towards this lead group and bringing Hardcastle with them as well, along with Cavers.
Typically frantic Caterham 270R action here at the Silverstone International Circuit. Having a look up the inside there, that's Django Jones, but he's covered off by Nick Heighton. Nick Sampson getting round the outside. This is better from Sampson after his quiet start to the race. He's up into P4 now. Speaks has dropped to the back of this group in the 37. The first two breaking away very slightly now, the two championship contenders. I'm sure they'll be reeled in again though as Django Jones fights back, retakes Nick Sampson for P4.
Climbing over those curbs to do it as well. It's not a comfortable place to be. You can see that you have the sort of flat curbs, and just beyond the edge of those flat curbs we have the red sort of coloured sausage curbs, and if you hit them in a Caterham you know about it. They're very steep. You know, they're about a quarter of the way up the wheels, so it really does upset the balance of the car as you do that, and the drivers will feel that all the way through as they sit on pretty much on the floor pan of this Caterham. It's a half a tonne worth of car, wind buffeting them around, curbs throwing them around, tyres doing everything they can to try and keep it pointing in the right direction for them. But as they head then in towards the second half of their first race, Darling over the line first that time and has a little comfort gap over the top of Wheatley as they head down. Still not going to be enough to be comfortable, and he will weave to try and throw that. So he can weave as long as he likes, and as long as no one is alongside him. The rest of them will only be able to weave so long as there isn't someone alongside them. as Ben Wheatley tries to find the middle ground again. A little bit stumped there by the fast charging other cars, and here's Hardcastle down the inside then of Cavers, making up that place as they kind of leapfrog each other on the way back to try and chase down that lead group.
Cavers has had some contact somewhere. He's missing a rear wheel arch there, I notice, as the leaders come into club. Still Louis Darling who lead the way. Ben Wheatley is back into P3 now. So Django Jones up into second place, looking for his first 270R race victory possibly here. Ben Wheatley fights back up the inside as they go towards Abbey. Once again, Sampson under fire as well from Henry Speaks, who's maybe getting a second wind in this race. Wheel to wheel there through Abbey. Jones on the outside. He'll have the inside for the left flick through Farm Corner, but Wheatley should keep the inside for the tighter right-hander at Village. He does so and retakes P2. Nick Heighton behind them in fourth place. There's Nick Sampson in P5. Speaks sixth, and a gap of just under a second back to Andrew Bailey. Well, there was, but I think that gap has been bridged now as they head into the Hanger Straight.
See how quickly Bailey got across that gap. Wheatley went off wide as he went out the edge of Village that time through. You can see how these two battling, Wheatley versus Jones, is letting Darling have a little bit more of a comfort break, and now there's 3 wide as they head down Hanger Straight, and now it's going to be 4 with excuse me, Sampson getting involved as well, and Wheatley's the big loser in that. He knows he just wants to get solid points, but at the moment he's not going to gain the championship in race number 1. Sampson now side by side with Jones, and those two cars look like they were getting close to contact. A little bit of a brake check as you're making sure that the pedal is there as they head heavily into this biggest braking zone on the whole of the Silverstone circuit, and here's the chase group trying to get across that gap.
Inside, Hardcastle and Hanif side by side there. Tim Hardcastle is just about held back, and so the 23 of Gary Cross in behind them as well in P11 as they come round to complete lap 8. The lead gap is 0.8 of a second for Darling over Heighton, who was second at the line this time through. Wheatley third. Sampson's got ahead of Jones, so Jones the big loser in the lead group on that lap. He's shuffled back by 3 spots, 1 lap to the next. There he is on the tail of Nick Sampson, trying to fight back as Wheatley and Heighton both ran wide briefly there. There's a scrap involving Chris Hicks in the pink machine, moving up from Road Sports. He's upgraded the car, so I'm sure we'll see him in 270R next season, as we will probably the majority of our Road Sports races, and the Academy racers all moving up to, well, by and large, all moving up to Road Sports.
That's what happens in the Caterham ladder. People love the racing and they move up through the steps of the ladder with their friends and all their family in the pit lane. So as they move on up, and like you say, a lot of these drivers have been in the paddock for at least 3 years now, starting in the Academy 3 years ago. But when you get to the 270R class, you can stay in it as long as you like. You can have team support along the way as well, which some drivers like. And there's a little bit of a lock up there from the number 78 of Heighton as he just heads over Sampson, but Darling is still out in front. Wheatley being shuffled back to 4th place. Again, he's got some definite game theory on to see where does he want to push, where does he want to let these guys push around him, because he doesn't want to cost himself the championship with a non-finish and put the pressure on later in this weekend.
Great recovery here by Nick Sampson after being slow off the line from pole. He's back up into P2 now. Here's Chris Hicks. We see further back once again he's challenging Andrew Mackay in the cream coloured number 65 car as the leaders go through towards Village. Really is intensifying this battle for second place, but it's all playing into the hands of Louis Darling because he's been able to escape. You can see he's inked out a gap now at the front of the field, was leading by just over a second as they crossed the stripe last time through. The rest of them start to do the snake down the Hanger Straight, headed up by Nick Sampson. Ben Wheatley will go to the outside here. Nick Heighton's going to try and dodge. I thought he was going to go through the middle for a second there. He risked being thrown up into the air. He is going to go through the middle. Look at this. I don't think that's going to work. Henry Speaks throws it round the outside in the Williams Motorsport number 37. That's gained him a couple of spots. Well, this is really getting frantic now.
It's risk reward, isn't it? And you've got to make sure that your risk doesn't cost you much more than you would have gained. I think Bailey had to get out of the throttle then to let all that settle in and cars to move around. So Bailey at the back of this group, and now figuring out he's got a brick wall in front of him of cars all fighting and battling to figure out what he can do. Louis Darling still has that little comfort break. It's not enough to solidify that win at the moment, but Sampson and Wheatley going side by side into Abbey, that's all going to help. Henry Speaks doing well to recover after dropping to the back of this group, has now made it back through. Clearly got some speed in that car and tactics working out for him, but it's towards the end of this race where you need it as Henry Speaks dives down the inside of Sampson, now really out on the brakes. Can he get it all hauled up in time? No, he drifts off wide. I don't think they're monitoring track limits there at the moment, so he might get away with that, but it's going to cost him speed as they head back onto the Hanger Straight then this time.
Just under 6.5 minutes to go in this first race of the weekend for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. Louis Darling leads by 1 1/4 seconds ahead of Ben Wheatley, the champion-elect, in second place. Third place, it's 3 wide. Henry Speaks on the inside. Nick Sampson in the middle. Nick Heighton trying to make his way up the outside. Sampson wheel to wheel with Henry Speaks, also making a move into the battle there. I think that was Django Jones, the number 8, who's still in there as well. At the back of the group is Andrew Bailey, number 31, so it's a 6-car breakaway in that second place. And Alistair Darling trying to break away from them in turn to continue to lead. Here's a scrap further back, Gary Cross and Arif Hanif. They're fighting it out for 10th position with Andrew Palmer, who's had a bit of a wayward handling car in this race, in behind. The battles everywhere you look, typical Caterham racing.
Absolutely, and as they're weaving down this straight, it does make it significantly longer track to go this weaving S-bend, but it just shows how much power. You just don't want the drivers behind you to have any of that toe, so you're willing to make the track a lot longer than it needs to be able to carry that. I did spot that Bailey made a great move around the outside of Jones as he went into the round Vale that time, but it didn't hang on to him by the time he get to the start-finish line, so it just shows how difficult it is to make a move up when the battles are happening all around you. So we watch this battle, and there's Andy Palmer there just chasing on behind the number 74 Arif Hanif, who's dropped back a little bit, has he? So he's lost out to Cavers and Hardcastle in that little middle phase. As we go 4 wide, then Louis Darling looks like he's sailing off into the distance. Can there anywhere for Heighton to go? He threads the needle. Ben Wheatley says, I'm having none of that, gets out the throttle, lets them happen, and Henry Speaks has to also drift back. But Sampson, this battle is really the battle of the race so far.
It certainly is, yes, for this second place, and Louis Darling will be feeling very happy glancing in his mirror at this little lot, because of course the harder they battle, the more he can pull away. Great move up the inside there by Ben Wheatley into club to retake P3. And who's that cutting back to the inside? That's Django Jones. He's just gained 2 places coming out of the club comments. There's a little bit of damage, I think, to the nose of Django's car. You can see it's slightly skewed there, but it's still intact at the moment, so it shouldn't affect him too much. Got 4 minutes of the race still to go. Jones going to go into the outside. Django certainly is unchained in this one. You know I have to get that one in every race. Apologies to Django and his team there. It's all good fun as he chases Ben Wheatley. And up the inside here comes Henry Speaks. He's been a bit unchained in this one as well. A real gung-ho performance from Henry Speaks. And he's got through now past the number 8.
They kind of pulled the pin, haven't they? They are now drifting those cars. That's when it starts getting a bit dicey. It's still gap back from Darling back to Sampson just behind in the red and white machinery. Then a gap back to Wheatley. But they are going to be weaving down this hangar straight as they come down towards us then, and behind it to Django Jones with a slightly askew nose cone. He'll have to, when he pulls out the slipstream, that's when those the Z clips. Oh my goodness me, that's so tight, and they're really having to get out the throttle for each other at the moment. They are taking risks as you like, but Ben Wheatley is still ahead at the moment where he needs to be, but he'll be rather that they go battling with each other rather than him at the moment. I think he's going to lose out of place. Django Jones fully locked up over the grass, keeps it in line, but that is taking things to the absolute limit at the moment.
I'm wondering if Django's running out of brakes because of the way he's throwing the car into every corner. Either he's taking a lot of risks or that car's got a brake problem, I think, because the way he threw it over the inside curb there, as if he couldn't get the car stopped. Let's see what he does into Village this time. There's Nick Heighton behind him. Henry Speaks has dropped back as a result of that again. He was caught on the outside at club. He's got Andrew Bailey on his tail now. He's been yo-yoing up and down this battle all the way through. Looks a bit more controlled through the right-hander, I should say, at Village this time through. Darling leads by 1.4 seconds over Nick Sampson in second place. They head towards the hangar straight. Ben Wheatley is under fire from all directions here in that P3. He's got Django on his tail at the moment, then Nick Heighton. Then behind him it's Speaks and Bailey. This is terrific stuff.
He really doesn't want that though, you know, he just wants a nice clean and tidy race, to get my words out. But yeah, he's not getting it, and he's absolutely having to battle these drivers around him that he really doesn't want to. But that's the race he's got. He sees his main championship rival out front. There's the number 4 of Jarvis sitting facing the wrong way, and is that in
that's the Club?
Club, yeah. Is that Club or is that actually round that Village and Loop maybe?
It's the entry to Club there, the left-hander. Right, that's Craig Jarvis backwards into the gravel now. Will we see an early stoppage, or will they cover it with yellow flags? Hopefully it'll be the latter.
If there's enough gap, they might put marshals out there to push him, because I think he's just a little bit beached. To go side by side, Jones and Wheatley once more. Then these battling, absolute millimetres between the tyres and wheels on that car as they head through village and through the Abbey and into the village this time through. But Darling, 2 seconds clear. I think he might have done enough with only 1:17 left on the clock. Probably means we're going to either get the... I can't see whether they put the last lap board out. I'm not sure they're always showing it anyway. So we'll be looking to see. The checkered flag is certainly near the marshals at the finish line. But as we watch this battle coming down, Louis Darling taking that. Still got a minute left, so I think we might still get another lap out of this, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Sampson in second. Wheatley where he wants to be in third. Still not going to make a full championship confirmed, but he's certainly going to do enough to make it just so he has to finish one of the last two. And as we see then, Sampson still in that second place.
So Ben Wheatley may have to wait until tomorrow here unless something does before Louis Darling out in front. We are coming up to start the final lap. This time the board is ready. I can tell you just looking out of the Combox window. Sampson up there in second place. Good recovery after dropping to 6th at the start. Wheatley in third, then Jones, Heighton and Speaks will be the order over the line. Andrew Bailey's dropped away a little bit in the number 31 down into P7. The sun continues to set here at Silverstone. Henry Speaks closing back up on Nick Heighton. Still your leader is Louis Darling. This fantastic battle is going to go all the way to the line. The clock has just counted down to 0 as they head up towards the Hanger Straight for the final time. It looks as though Louis Darling is going to make it 6 wins in a row in the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, and who is going to be second?
That's amazing run of form, isn't it, towards the tail end of the season? Really a show of intent. Sampson, though, is in that second place. Another wheel guard goes flying off Henry Speaks, or is that off another one of Heighton's car, maybe? So he's lost that rear left-hander as he goes side by side. That's a skew nose cone of Jones as they come then into the final part of this lap. Who is going to come out on top? Well, you know Darling's going to win it, but Sampson and Wheatley is the battle we want to see whether we've got enough to make it. Here is our winner, though.
Yes, here comes Louis Darling, the Welshman, into the club complex for the final time. What a magnificent run of form he is in at the moment, trying everything he can to stop Ben Wheatley from winning this title. It's going to be 6 in a row for Louis Darling in car 69. He takes the flag. Ben Wheatley comes over in second. He's almost there. And Nick Sampson completes the podium ahead of Jones, Speaks, Heighton and Bailey. Great battle between all 7 of them. A fantastic race, to say the least. Who's going to come over at the head of the next group in P8? It's Harrison Cavers making up from 14th on the grid, with Hardcastle and Arif Hanif completing the top 10. Frantic stuff once again from the Caterham 7 270R Championship. And what about our newcomers to 270R? Well, welcome to Christian Bond, coming up from the Academy, finishes in 14th place. In 16th was Scott Darling and Chris Hicks in 18th. So well done to all of them, their first ever 270R race. Gary Cross, I noticed, dropped back there in the last couple of laps. He ended up in P15. Just waiting for the last car to come home. There he is. Chris Coates will be our final finisher, because we lost Craig Jarvis, of course, into the gravel at club a couple of laps from home.
Yep, it's all coming down to the final couple of races then. Now Ben Wheatley, due to that win by Louis Darling, he would need, if Louis Darling takes another win and fastest lap, he'd still need to get second place to start scoring more points. So it's really is coming hard. It's hard to win this championship. We'll get them all done tomorrow, but here are the provisional results from today.
Yes, Louis Darling, 6th win in a row. He's still putting the pressure on Ben Wheatley, who finished in second place. Sampson completing the podium, having started from pole and then bounced back from that slow start. Django Jones in 4th. He made some lurid lunges during that race, and Henry Speaks completes the top 5 ahead of Nick Heighton and Andrew Bailey. Then it got back to Harrison Cavers, who came through for 8th after troubled qualifying. Tim Hardcastle, Arif Hanif, Andy Palmer, Lee James, Jasmine Shaw, Weldon Christian Bond a fine 14th place ahead of Gary Cross. Then Scott Darling, Andrew Mackay, Chris Hicks, Chris Coates and Anne Hall. Craig Jarvis, the only non-finisher.
Fantastic action from the 270s there. What a battle for that 2nd, 3rd and 4th place between those drivers, and Henry Speaks and Heighton already there as well. But it sounds like Sam's got all the drivers there, so let's hear from them, and we look forward to seeing more of them tomorrow as well.
Fantastic race for the 270s for their first one this weekend. Well done by Louis. That was absolutely brilliant drive from him. I mean, maintaining that gap is not easy round here, you know, without a tow, but yeah, absolutely brilliant. Let's have a quick word with Louis. Come over. What a way to start the weekend with that win. Fantastic.
And I wasn't happy with the quality, and I was really done down about it, but the start I had, I was like, right, I can do something from here. and I pushed Ben back a little bit, and then I just cleared off. But you can't ask much more from that.
No,
So.
I was just saying, to maintain that gap, like that lead, is really, really tricky.
It seems like there's almost a tailwind coming from the straight now. See, I was seeing my delta; it was actually going up on the straight, and I was like, "This is good." So yeah, can't go wrong with that, can you? So
absolutely not.
That's how many wins down there? That's 6 wins in a row now. So I'm doing all right.
I think you're doing exceptionally well. Yeah, brilliant. And your dad did well in this race as well.
Did he? I
think he was 16th. So
fair play to him.
Yeah.
Ever since he's got a new car, he's suited him a lot better.
Yeah.
So he's doing a lot better now.
Absolutely, yeah.
So.
He's found his way.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, well done. Go and say hi. Yeah. Let's go and speak to Ben Wheatley in second place. Well done. That looked like such a battle for you. But well done for getting in front on that last lap.
Yeah, I know what I've got to do for the championship. So as long as I do what I'm doing right now, it's good. So yeah, carry on doing what I'm doing. I thought I'd done enough to get fastest lap looking at the Delta, but I think I didn't get it. I think Django got it.
Django did get it, yeah.
So shame I didn't get a point for that. But
how do you know that?
Because I know what a good time is around here. And I thought I'd done a good time, but obviously not good enough. But yeah, no, I think one of the guys is doing the pit board for me. Doing the pit board for me. And I was, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I was far too busy looking behind to even have a glance at the pit board. But
just a bit too much going on, really.
Yeah. No, I think if I'd probably say that was my best race all year. I know what's on the line, and I drove like I should drive for that. Yeah. So, I did a lot of work over the last couple of weeks after Alton, and I think it's come to fruition. Should be good.
Good. All plays all on tomorrow then.
Yeah, all on tomorrow. Cheers.
Well done, Nick. Django, fastest lap. Well done. There we go. Nick, well done. You happy with that? I mean, obviously pole position, which is fantastic, but on such a towy circuit, it's very hard, isn't it?
Yeah, the start was horrific. I think I was 6th after the start, so to get third's okay. I thought I was going to get second because I thought I was going to get red flagged at the end, but they live snatched instead. So yeah, third's okay, but would have liked to win, obviously. So yeah, none of us could get to Louis. We all started fighting, and Louis got some clean air and went. So yeah, unfortunate, but there we go. We'll go again tomorrow.
That's it. Two more chances tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I think it'll be more of the same, really. Try not to let one person out in front, really, and see how we go. We did get a bit of a breakaway pack, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Good luck. Well, enjoy tomorrow. Right, that's it for the Caterham racing today, but we still have a classic touring car race to go. And Andy, who's Andy? Ian caught up with some of those earlier today.
Thanks very much to Sam down there, and thank you to Chris Hutchinson as well. He'll rejoin us for more Caterham action tomorrow. We've got one more race to go, as we say, for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and it's a 3-in-1. We've got the Track Hub Pre-93 touring cars, the Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 touring cars, and the Super Touring cars. There's a small number of those here as well. Thank you and goodbye to Chris Hutchinson for today. He's just headed out of the commentary box. He'll rejoin us tomorrow morning for more Caterham action. We'll have a look at the touring car action. I know some of you will want to see the Super Touring cars in action. We have got here a couple of Vauxhall Vectras, a Ford Mondeo, a Mazda 323, and also a post-Super Touring Vauxhall Astra Sport hatch as well. That's our Super Touring category selection, plus all your usual favourites in the pre-93 and 03 touring cars. Let's hear from some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, Jason, here we are, time to go racing for the final race of the day, but of course we've got the Super Tourists here, the pre-93s and 03s. This Vectra, it's something steals the show somewhat, doesn't it? Tell us a story about how you have come to be behind the wheel, because it's been a few years now, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I bought it back in 2018 off Colin Noble in Scotland, and basically that's it. We've had it ever since. We've gone right through it, made it right, and it goes well. So
do you know, it always does, doesn't it? It always seems to go. Silverstone, what are you expecting? Do you like this layout of the circuit?
Yeah, I like this side because you're round. You know, it's better for especially the spectators, and it's not a bad circuit. On the full circuit, you can get a bit bored if there's only a few of you out.
Yeah,
it's very boring, isn't it?
Now, when we go to some of the big events, you know, like the Super Tour of Power, How much reaction does this get? You must get a lot of people coming up, wanting to talk to you, wanting to have their photo taken with you.
Oh yeah, it draws a lot of attention. So the same as the MG really. They all anything from that era, from 2000, mid 90s to end of 2010.
It was a great era, wasn't it?
It dragged them in, doesn't it? So they all remember, and they all remember what it was, and it's good. No, it's a good car. It's nice to have, really.
Right, I better let you go because you've got to get in, haven't you? It's almost time to get going. Excellent, thank you. Just stay with us a little bit. Let's just move down here and have a look at some of these. We've got the Mazda here. Here is the MG as well. Just a quick note in the 93s. Hopefully you can still hear me. Listen to this. Oh, yeah. Thing of beauty. It looks like Ian Bowyer, he can wrap up the pre-93s. Doesn't look like Will Davison is out. So Bowyer is going to be the champion. Oh, I don't know about you, right? Enough from the garages. Let's see these monsters out on track. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Enjoying himself down there among these awesome cars down in the pit garages. I can tell you that is correct. It doesn't look as if Will Davison, the main competitor to Ian Bauer in the Tracker Pre-93 touring cars, is here this weekend, unfortunately. So Ian Bauer will win the title as long as he picks up points in this first race of the weekend. In Pre-03, David Cave with his BMW 328 has already secured the title. Now, the way this race works, the Super Tourers go off the front of the grid and the 93s and 03s mix together behind. It'll be a rolling start. So Jason Hughes in the Vectra, we've just heard from, he's on pole, alongside AJ Owen in the Valvoline Ford Mondeo. Second row, Irishman John Whelan, making his debut in this series with an Opel Vectra, previously raced in the South African Touring Car Championship. It was built in the UK. More on the details of the cars when we get going. Roger Stanford's alongside him in the Vauxhall Astra Sport hatch. And Alan Walter Scott, all the way from New Zealand. He came over with the Mazda 323 for Super Touring Power in the summer at Brands Hatch and has stayed around to do a bit of racing in the UK in that Mazda, which never raced in period. It was scheduled to race in 1995, but it never got onto the grid. Then there's a gap, and we move on to the pre-93 and 03 touring cars. Ian Bauer heads them up in his BMW, the Castrol car. Hopefully he's remembered to fully brim his fuel tank this time. Starts alongside Ross Craig, first of the pre-03s in his Honda Civic Type R. Sean Morris in the Bastos BMW is on row 10. Jazz Sapra, I don't think he's going to be there because his car went up in a cloud of smoke in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. Behind them we've got 192, John Hillier, and number 14, Daniel Gandisha. Now John Hillier is in the BMW E36 Estates. Something a bit different in the pre-03 touring cars. Behind them we have row 12, which is 85 Jonathan Corker. Yep, the pre-83 champions having a go at the pre-93s in the Datsun 510. Starts alongside Cam Tunio's Honda Civic out of pre-03s. Row 13, Luca Nardone with his very smart BMW E30 alongside David Cave, the pre-03 champion, his E36. Row 14 we have David Hutchins Honda Civic and Jamie Sturgis in his E28 BMW, lovely looking car that is. And then row 15 we've got Byron Aldous in the VW Corrado, and at the back of the field Mel Higgins in her Citroen Saxo, making her debut with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this weekend and hoping to do a full season next year. So best of luck to Mel Higgins in the pre-03 touring cars. Making their way to the grid then. There's David Hutchins on the Civic. Jamie Sturgis, that lovely E28 535, the Motor liveried car. There is Ian Bauer, all set to win the pre-93 touring car title. So he's already won the Classic Thunder Championship. 2 championships for Ian Bauer this year. What a season he's had. But it's the Super Tourers that will steal the limelight. They're already at the front of the grid behind the pace car.
Oh yes, no doubt Jasmine will try. So the car's coming around. The pace car is at the front ready, so they'll form up on this grid and then they'll be...
Now just looking to see if there's any gaps on the grid. Jazz Sapra we know won't be starting. He blew his engine earlier on. So he's not there alongside Sean Morris. Daniel Gandisha's there. John Hillier's BMW Estate. Cam Tunio's Honda Civic. Jonathan Corker, good to see him having a go with the pre-93. He's already won the pre-83 Group 1 touring car title. Let's see how his little Datsun gets on against the slightly more modern cars. Now, of course, we will often see the quicker BMWs in particular from the pre-93s catch up with the Super Touring cars. The light blue BMW, number 94, David Cave, he's already won the pre-03 title, beating the Honda Civic hordes who normally dominate in that division.
Class brakes, and then the Super Tourers are, as they are, as you suggest from the name, they are
the Super Tourers at the front of the field. What a front row. The Jason Plato lookalike Vauxhall Vectra of Jason Hughes, who's raced classic touring cars for many years. That Vectra in particular was actually a spare in the 99 and 2000 seasons and wasn't raced in period. It did compete in club events on the continent, in hill climbs as well, before it came to Jason. And alongside him is AJ Owen, former pre-03 champion in his Honda Civic a few years ago, now in the Valvoline Ford Mondeo, a lookalike of the cars that raced in 1995 by the likes of Paul Radicic, Kelvin Burt, the following year by Steve Robertson as well. And one car of interest we've not seen before is on the inside of the second row. Number 1, that's John Whelan, all the way from Dublin. He's raced in Irish club racing for many years in the likes of the Dunlop RT2000 series, among others. And he's in that yellow and white Opel Vectra, badged as an Opel, because while it was built by Ray Mallock Limited in the UK, just down the road from Silverstone, it raced in the South African Championship by Mike Briggs. Touring car aficionados will remember Mike Briggs did a half season in the British Touring Car Championship in 95 in a Vauxhall Cavalier, after James Thompson got injured in a testing crash at Knock Hill. But Mike raced this car the following year. It then went to Australia, where it was raced by Cameron McLean in the Aussie Super Touring Series, and has competed in various championships since, before heading to John Whelan in Ireland. Roger Stanford, touring car veteran, is out there. Used to compete with everything from Lotus Cortinas to BMW E30 M3s. His son Jack used to compete alongside him, but busy with work commitments these days. And Roger's in the Astra Sport hatch from the 2005, I think it is, BTCC season, the BTC era. At the back of that group is the orange Mazda, the car that Slim Borgard, the former F1 driver and former European truck racing champion, was meant to race in the BTCC in 1995 under the Team Magic banner, built by Roger Dowson, and sadly it never made the grid. Did compete in the Toka Shootout one year. I think it was Matt Neal at the wheel, but it never raced in the championship in period, but it has been competing in British club racing and now in New Zealand. I told you I turn into an anorak whenever Super Touring cars are involved. So this will be a rolling start then. Jason Plato and Paul Radicic on the front row of the grid, you might say, with Mike Briggs on the second row. I never thought I'd get to say that. This will be a 15-minute race then. Super Touring class cars will lead them away. The pre-93 and 03 cars are almost on them there. The gap has come down a bit. They're supposed to keep a bit of a gap at the start of the race, but we are underway. And Jason Hughes in the Vectra leads them off. Paul Radicic in second place, aka AJ Owen. In third place for John Whelan, the Dubliner, in the Opel Vectra, the yellow and white, so works Opel colours. Roger Stanford in fourth, and already the Mazda's falling back there of Alan Walter Scott. I think it's the first time he's raced at Silverstone. The New Zealander, he's just got a bash up the back from Cam Tunio's Honda Civic there. Maybe all is not well with that Mazda. It hasn't got away very rapidly at all, but Alan's still learning the circuit there, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for the moment. One other car we should have seen here this weekend was Rick Kerry's Peugeot 406 Coupe. He wasn't able to make it, sadly. And look, Ian Bauer and Sean Morris, they're taking on the Super Tourers. Well, the E36 M3 was a Super Tourer. Won the British title in the early 90s a couple of times with Tim Harvey and Joe Winkelhock. Up the inside, John Whelan. Into second place, he takes AJ Owen in the Paul Radicic lookalike Mondeo. And look at Ian Bauer. I'll be Emanuele Naspetti today, boys, he said. That's a lookalike of the car that Emanuele won a couple of Italian Super Touring titles with, the Castrol M3. Who was it that raced the Bastos M3 that Sean Morris got there? I think it was Didier Deradig's, ex-motorcycle racer in the Belgian Championship. Oh, Roger Stanford's off in the Astra. Roger, who has a chance of winning the Super Touring Championship this year. He's ahead on points coming into this round. I don't think any of his main rivals except Jason Hughes are here. Can Jason catch him? I think he can on points in this one. So if Roger doesn't get out there, Jason Hughes could snatch the Super Touring points, depending on how many runners there are in their class. No, there has to be a minimum of 3 runners in each class for them to get full points, and I don't think as a result of that, Jason Hughes is going to be able to catch him. This is cheeky by Ian Bauer, taking on the Super Tourers in his pre-93 Championship BMW. He's been winning titles in M3s for several years now, as Ian Bauer did. I just see a little bit of smoke out of the back of the Mondeo there. He's lost out to Sean Morris, aka Didier Deradig. Now, I don't remember a bright orange M3 racing in Super Touring in period, so Daniel Gandisha hasn't really got anybody to impersonate here. So Hughes leads, Whelan second, Bauer's up to third. A couple of times in the past, I think it was a Brands Hatch, we've seen Ian Bauer beat the Super Touring cars. He's only got the 2 Vectras ahead of him now. He's loving this. So is Sean Morris in the Bastos car. Down the hanger straight they come then. And Ross Craig's keeping up as well in the leading Pre-03 Championship car, the black and white Honda Civic there. Here comes Ian Bauer up the inside. Takes that second place away from John Whelan. If Bauer wins this overall, there'll be a celebration. What a way to celebrate winning the Pre-93 Touring Car Championship, which he will win by default if he wins his class in this race, because his main rival Will Davison is not here. And there is Alan Walter Scott in the Mazda 323. Last raced in the UK regularly in the hands of Kingsley Ingram in the Northwest Sports and Saloon Series, mainly based at Alton Park, before passing into the hands of Rick Wood, as have most historic touring cars in the UK at some point. Sean Morris has a good go at Mike Briggs, aka John Whelan. Great guy is Mike Briggs, a fantastically talented touring car racer, one of South Africa's best over the years. To race along with Grant McCleary, the South African police officer in the Opel team, taking on the BMWs of the likes of Dion Joubert and Sean van der Linde, who of course his 2 sons are now successful GT racers, Kelvin and Sheldon. Julian Bailey raced in South Africa for Toyota for a time as well, in the Camry. I do apologise for the constant nostalgia trip during this race, but you know what I'm like when it comes to Super Touring cars. One car that didn't make it round on the first lap, unfortunately, John Hillier in the BMW estate, he dropped out early on. Still got 17 cars running there. Roger Stanford's got going again a lap down after his off. Yeah, he's the only runner in his class. And Jason Hughes the only runner in his class, so they won't get the full points. There being less than 3 runners in the class. So I think Roger Stanford has done enough to be the Super Touring Series champion this year. There's Ross Craig leading the Pre-03s in his black and white dazzle camo liveried Honda. Second Pre-03 is Cam Tunio's Honda at the moment, and David Hutchins is third, but David Cave is leading his class, the blue BMW, so he's going to confirm his championship. There's Roger Stanford pressing on, a lap down. Jason Hughes still leads from Ian Bauer by just under 2.5 seconds. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.543. There's that wonderful looking Ford Mondeo. Just one win to AJ Owen's name. That was at Super Touring Power last year, where he pipped Colin Sauter in another ex-Paul Radicic car, the Peugeot 406, right on the finish line. Morris chasing down John Whelan now. I'm loving this from Bauer and Morris, saying we want to play Super Touring cars too. It's the Bastos livery cars, most familiar with the Spa 24-hour race in the 1990s. It's the E30 M3s run by the Bugatti team first. Roger Stanford used to have a replica of one of those. And a couple that his son Jack used to race with him. Here's a battle further back. There's the Datsun of Jonathan Corker. We've already seen him take a second place today behind Neil Philpott's Mitsubishi. He's in 9th overall at the moment. He's got Luca Nardone in his E30 BMW on his tail. And behind them it is the Honda Civic of Dave Hutchins. Big lock up there from the BMW as he goes down the inside of the Datsun. BMW in the John Player Special livery made so famous by the Lotus team, but BMWs did run in those colours in Australia. Jim Richards' cars. Goodness me, where's Jonathan Corker going? He'll end up in the Porsche Experience course on the other side of the straight if he's not careful. That's going to allow Nardone to attack again. There's David Cave in the background, cruising to the Pre-03 title. David Hutchins in the Scrapco-sponsored Honda. Family have also competed in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship over the last couple of years. And the announcement was made in the last couple of weeks that the pickups are coming back to support the British Truck Racing Championship next season, promoted by Truck Sport UK, which is great news. To have the pickups and the trucks on the same bill again. Jason Hughes continues to set the pace, just under 7 minutes of this race to go. Leads Ian Bauer by only 3.5 seconds, so has Bauer reached his ceiling in this race? John Whelan, beautiful Opel Vectra in third. Swing through Stowe. Top three all leading their subclasses. Here's Jason Plato Hughes at the side window. The 1999 spec Vauxhall Vectra that one is. And as we say, it's never raced in period. It was the team's spare shell, 888 Racing. Still this battle raging on between Nardone and Corker. Nardone goes through. David Hutchins on his tail. David Cave on the back of them as well. It's been a pretty dominant season for David Cave in the Pre-03 Championship. He missed the first round at Donington, but he's only had a couple of defeats in his class so far this year. One by John Hillier at Brands Hatch, and the others courtesy of non-finishes. So he's going to win overall and Class A. Class C of the Pre-03s is going to go to Don Hughes, the Peugeot 306 driver. He's not here this weekend. Pre-93. Well, in Class A, the only entry we had was at Donington earlier this year when Mike Seaborn and John Gill shared Mike's Jaguar XJS. So they're jointly going to take that title. Ian Bauer, we know, will win Pre-93 overall and Class B. No entries in Class C this year, I don't think. Let's just have a look at Pre-93 in this race. Are there any Class C runners out there? No, they're not, I don't think. No, there is one. Pre-93 Class C, Jamie Sturgis BMW. So if he wins the class here, he'll win the class championship by default because he's the only entry all season. And Class D, well, if Byron Aldous takes both wins in the Corrado, he'll overhaul Mark Finney's Vauxhall Astra to win the Class D title. Mark Finney not here this weekend. That's the mathematics. Simple maths done. It's over 4 minutes to go. There's Ross Craig. He's heading for Pre-03 touring car victory. Seconds back off Sean Morris now. So things seem to have settled down at the front of the field. 9 laps completed so far. Oh, the Mazda's had a spin. Alan Scott. Can he get that going in? That's at Village, I think. An orthodox shape for a Super Tourer, the more coupe design of the Mazda, the 4-door coupe. There was, of course, a Mazda 323 before in 1993. Patrick Watts drove that one. There's Alan Scott spinning out. That went on to Ian Cantwell a year later. No, 92 Patrick Watts had the 323 because he had the ZDOS 6 in 93 and that car's now racing in New Zealand. Ian Cantwell had the 323F Coupe in privateer form in 93. Well, the lead is now over 5 seconds, so Jason Hughes in the Vectra is heading for victory. With Ian Bauer's BMW in second place. There they are. And there's Byron Aldous, Volkswagen Corrado. Haven't seen many of those in British Motorsport. 1 or 2 in the VW Racing Cup. Ken Lark had one for many years. It looks like if he wins both races this weekend, even if he just gets the 8 points, then he will wrap up the class title because he'll overhaul Mark Finney in the Astra GTE, who's not here this weekend. Ian Bauer laps him. Should be last lap this time around. Goes the Vectra. There's a yellow flag out at Abbey, so somebody has come to grief there. Or is it for the Mazda at Village? Yes, he's still sat there on the grass there, the marshal's attending to it, so that'll be the reason for the yellow flag. After the momentary silence there, my timing screen decided to stop working. It's all okay now. Here's the battle further back. Still these 2 of the older cars here, the little Datsun and the E30 BMW. Now David Cave has decided to try and get on around them for P9. Racing into the sunset here at Silverstone. Last race today. We start, of course, at 9 AM tomorrow with our first race, which is the Mini Challenge Club Sport. They have their qualifying session this afternoon. So we're on the last lap of the day now, day 1 here at Silverstone. Black and white flag being displayed for somebody there, couldn't quite see the number. Just a warning possibly for exceeding track limits. There's a change for second place. John Whelan's got through into second. What's happened to Ian Bauer? Has something happened to Ian Bauer? Don't tell me he's run out of petrol again. No, his last lap was a 1:15, so I think Whelan's got him back again. Try and pick that up in a moment because nearly 9 seconds clear now is the Vectra. If we watch in the background here, we'll see who comes through. Is it going to be the yellow Vectra? Yes, it is. Yeah, he's got ahead of Ian Bauer. Don't tell me Bauer's running out of fuel again. But he is about to become the pre-93 touring car champion to go with his Classic Thunder title. What a season for Ian Bauer. What a race for this man, Jason Hughes, who of course raced in the British Touring Car Championship in the 2000s in the production Class B division, and then as a privateer with his MGZS that he still owns. It's here at Silverstone today, but it's in the Vauxhall Vectra, the 888 racing built machine, that he wins Super Touring Race 1 here at Silverstone. Second place will go to John Whelan, Vauxhall Opel 1-2, Ian Bauer third. He wins the pre-93 race and the championship. 2 championships for Ian Bauer here today. And Whelan set the fastest lap on the last lap. He took 3 seconds out of the race winner there. Morris comes over in 4th ahead of AJ Owen. 6th is Ross Craig in the Honda. He wins the pre-03 race. It's going to be Daniel Gandesha who comes home for 7th in his BMW. There's Mel Higgins in her Citroën Saxo, completes the distance. Her first classic touring car race. Roger Stanford makes it home a lap down after he went off early on. Daniel Gandesha comes over in 7th. It should be Cam Tunio through next in the Honda for 2nd in the pre-03s. 3rd in pre-03 and 1st in Class A it should be David Cave. We await the blue BMW to hove into view. Work together as they come over the final turn, and Cave gets past the Honda on the run to the line. So David Cave finishes 8th overall, wins his class and wins the pre-03 Touring Car Championship. The battle of the older cars behind. Corker beats Nardone. They had a great race. We await confirmation of the results.
The battle between Corker and Nardone went the way of the Datsun done for Corker, so he won his class as well. So overall went
Original result then, a win for Jason Hughes in the Vectra ahead of the Opel badged variant of John Whelan. Ian Bauer completing the podium, and he becomes pre-93 Touring Car Champion. Sean Morris came over in 4th, then AJ Owen. Ross Craig wins the pre-03s, but it's David Cave who is confirmed as their champion this year, finishing behind Daniel Gandesha. Tunio was next ahead of Corker, Nardone, Hutchins, Jamie Sturgis and Byron Aldous. The other finishers Roger Stanford and Mel Higgins. We lost Alan Scott and John Hillier. So we await the cars to head into Parc Ferme then. We will see the reaction of the drivers. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to our champions David Cave and Ian Bauer down in Parc Ferme with Ian shortly.
8th place, number 94, after all that battling through the race, getting past Corker, Nardone and Hutchins, and then finally getting past Tunio.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome down. I've got a very happy Ian Bowyer here. So that is the pre-93 wrapped up, Ian.
Yeah, that's me, champion now. So
double champion as well.
Double champ, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're going to have a big target on this back next season, you know that.
I definitely will. Yeah, definitely will. It's been a great season, really hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been really good. Car's been reliable, so the guys that look after the car have just been amazing. So yeah, Carl and Chris, they've done a great job this year. So no mechanicals, and yeah, it's just been brilliant, really.
And pretty good driving as well, Ian. You're giving a lot of people credit there, and they deserve it, but you deserve a lot too.
Yeah, I can only drive as good as the car, but the car's been brilliant this year, so it's just allowed me to drive it how I can drive it. So yeah, first season in many that I've had a really good season, so over the moon with that.
Come on, Ian, come on, give us a hug. Yes.
Well done, mate.
Well done, congratulations. That gets me out of having to go for a run now, yeah? Great. Right, let's move on. I really wanted to find where Jason Hughes is not here as well, and I wanted to find, if we could, our pre-03 champion, but as you can see, it's a bit of a sparse Parc Ferme at the minute. I'm not too sure. There's oh, is he over here? He's over here. Look, let's move on down. It's David Cave. Let's go have a quick chat with him. Dave, how are we doing? You got a big smile on your face.
I have. I worked hard for that.
Yeah, you certainly did. How does it feel?
Yeah, good. Really good. Yeah. First season, so don't really know what I'm doing, but seem to be doing something right.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of think you do know what you're doing. I mean, tell us about your experience throughout the course of the year. We're not done yet, by the way. Still got one more meeting to go. But tell us about your experience throughout the year.
Yeah, really good. A lot of learning. Done track days. Never raced.
Yeah.
First time ever having a race license. Yeah. Really good. Really enjoyed it. Really good club to be with as well. So
you're a natural. You're a natural.
Maybe.
See you tomorrow as well. Right, come down with me a little bit just in case some of the Super Tourer cars have parked out here. If not, then no. Oh, there you go. There's our race winner. If we just pop the camera down there, there's Jason Hughes there. There's Gary, who's obviously attacked him for us. Thanks, Gary, there. Jason Hughes down there, your race winner. We caught up with him a little bit earlier, didn't we? I'm sure we'll catch up with him tomorrow as well. Plenty more coming up tomorrow. Guess what? We are live early doors from about 8:45 in the morning. It's wall-to-wall racing tomorrow. It is going to be an absolute cracker. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It's very, very cold indeed. I think the forecast is going to be pretty nippy. Maybe a little bit of rain as well to really spice things up. Thank you to you for tuning in and watching today as well. And please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button so we can get as many people as we possibly can watching at the BARC YouTube channel as well. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word of the day, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to Ian and all the rest of the team here on day one here at Silverstone as the sun sets over the home of British Motorsport. Yep, we're underway bright and early tomorrow morning with the first of 3 races for the Mini Challenge Club Sports, hopefully in drier conditions than they had for their last meeting at Snetterton. We see all the classes that we saw today, the Thunder Saloons, the Blue Oval Saloons, all of our classic touring car races are back out. We're also joined by the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship and also the Moobob Caterham Academy for their season finale. Championships to be wrapped up there, plus all the classes we have seen today as well. We've got the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, and the Edge Caterham 7 270Rs, plus all the classic touring car action right the way through until 7:45 PM tomorrow. A total of 15 races to bring you across the course of tomorrow. But for now, thank you very much indeed to everyone here at Silverstone. Special thanks to all our volunteer marshals, thanks to our camera crews and everybody else here at Silverstone. That's about all for day one. So on behalf of Ian and Sam down in the paddock, this is Dave Goddard signing off for our first day. We'll see you tomorrow morning for more race action here at Silverstone, but it's goodbye for now.